All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. We're here, another weekend, another slew of tournament games here on EGC TV. I'm Cracked here, and joined today by the wonderful Myriad. Myriad, how you doing today?
A pleasure as always, once again here at EGC Masters Fall once again. And I mean, you've seen the lineup as well, Crackety, and everyone in chat, you can use the command to find it as well. We have some incredible games today on the card, so I mean, I'm beyond excited, and I'm sure you are as well, and our viewers are about to get excited as well, because here we have the first match already being displayed on screen. Louis MT up against Lucifer, as some stats now come onto our screen. Pretty close, these two.
They are pretty close overall, but we gotta give it to Louis MT overall. I mean, not just overall, but also the recent tournament performances. Obviously, Lucifer, he did have some downtime in between where he wasn't really actively competing in Age of Empires 4, but he's been back for a while now. But there's always a little bit of rust, the skills that you lose, and the skills that you have to rebuild, build back up after a little bit of downtime. This kind of like gives more opportunity here to Louis, of course, as we do see in recent tournament performance. He has been quite strong in this matchup.
It's very true what you said as well about the rust. I mean, this is something that's been known for a long time now at the high level of any game or sport for that matter. When the margins are so thin between players and their level, a mere few days, weeks of break is enough to drop you down several placements in rankings, and catching back up is easier said than done indeed. But Lucifer, being such a veteran of RTS and AoE4 as well, of course, didn't take him too long to establish himself once again pretty firmly in the top 8 here.
Absolutely. And he is kicking it off here on Frisian Marshes with the Byzantines up against Louis MT on the Jeanne d'Arc, the Civilization. And, I mean, this is going to be a pretty interesting one straight off the bat. I mean, we do know Byzantines, of course, being that, like, really, really strong civilization just all throughout at the moment. Like, I feel like Byzantines, they just don't have a straight-up counter at them. What do you think?
It's difficult to say because, you know, whenever we make these kind of statements as to what civ counters which, what map is good on which, there's a virtually endless amount of variables, aren't there? There's so many maps, and the way one matchup plays on one map might be completely different the way it plays on a different map. So making, you know, sort of generalized statements about these things is very difficult to always be accurate regarding that. But Byzantines is so incredibly solid when it comes to most of their matchups and against the other top civs in particular. But it seems like we are already underway here as we spawn into Frisian Marshes, game number 1 here between Lucifer in the color green as the Byzantines, the south side of the map, facing Team Elephant's Louis MT, one of China's scariest players, in the color pink as one of his signature civilizations as Jeanne d'Arc.
I was almost counting on like a value mining camp there coming up from Lucifer. Not quite the biggest value mining camp, but this is a value cistern instead, though. This one cistern is going to be in range for both the berries, stone, gold, and the food source. Oh, look at this. Louis MT already going out onto the map here. We're going to be having a little bit of an early donk action here. This is something that has become more and more popularized recently, I feel like, on Frisian Marshes, with the absence of a lot of the sheep here on this map that we used to have. Players are now more and more investing into these little ponds here, and I think it was like he probably like was one of the first players that made this happen even before the changes to the sheep count on this map.
It's true. There's a lot of value to be gained here. There are only shoreline fish within these small ponds, so this is a limited food source, and the fishing ships do not gather nearly as quickly from them as they do from the deep sea fish, having one of the lowest gathering rates for the shoreline fish when fishing ships gather from them, as opposed to villages. But they are mini town centers at the end of the day. These are economic units, and they will be added on top of your villages. So any extra economy that you can get, even though it might be limited on these ponds, is very worth it in the long run. And, you know, facing a civilization like the Byzantines, having one of the most oppressive economies in the game once those systems get underway, which already level 2 now coming in for Lucifer very, very soon as the aqueducts are being constructed at this very moment. You're going to take any eco you can get to try to match Byzantines, won't you?
Absolutely. It's so necessary. We've seen it time and time again, and Lucifer, one of the players here now that does it very aggressively as well. These early cisterns, he's with 3 villagers on stone right now, Myriad. He really, really wants that bonus economy for himself, and it's so strong. It truly, truly is. Getting to like plus 26% very early on in the game, it inherently boosts up your economy by so much that many civilizations, even when they're on like 2TC, even if they make manors, even if they cow boom, all of these bonus economies, they are barely enough to keep you even with the Byzantines on 1TC.
At the end of the day, right, on top of the gathering rate from the cisterns, it's that olive oil as well, right? You essentially have a completely secondary food source to just pump units. It often reaches such a critical point for Byzantines where the vast majority of their army is just olive oil units that they didn't even spend any food on, and it's so potent and powerful if you don't harass them early on. Byzantines, that is one of their weak points in the game. Early on in that premature feudal age is when they are most vulnerable to attack and can be exploited. However, that is easier said than done, even up against them. Plenty of defensive bonuses. The Akratoi, of course, allowing their villagers to be way sturdier and deal significant damage. The Limitane, one of the premier spearmen in the game, more impervious to arrow fire with that shield wall. It's not like attacking them is easy.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, they do have a lot of defensive capabilities as well. Of course, with the Akratoi, for example, with the Limitani that are basically like pseudo-tanks against like an outpost rush, where sure, maybe you get an outpost up, maybe you're able to deny the berries for a bit. The Byzantine players in many situations can just pump out a couple of those Limitani and then burn those outposts down fairly easily if you're not like on top of it with your own timing afterwards.
Seems like Louis did settle for 2 docks at this point in time before going for that age up. Wood gathering is still heavily underway for him. Meanwhile, the School of Cavalry is now coming up with 3 villagers. So taking his time, Louis is... You want to maximize the night timing whilst at the same time maximizing the experience gain on Jean as well to get her to go to that level 2 fairly quickly after that feudal age. Now, seems like 3rd dock is going to be on the way now, and this is good. You want to trickle them in one by one because there's so many pawns, so much food to obtain. And, you know, typically we see JD or French for that matter go for that pro scouts on most standard maps, but this is not a standard map.
Yeah, it's really not. But as you mentioned, like, love how Louis trickled them in. And you can tell by the amount of population space that he has, he's trickled them in whenever he, like, felt the need to build a house. Instead, you just invest 100 more wood, and you get a dock with it as well. So very, very nice timing there from Louis. Definitely looks like something that's been practiced. This does not look something that he's just doing on intuition. Same though for Lucifer at this point in time, 5 minutes, and there's already the 5th cistern coming up now. So his economy, it is in full swing now. All those villagers on those berry bushes, he's going to be swimming in olive oil here at the end of the day.
You mentioned earlier, we did see Lucifer having those 3 villagers on stone, and Louis makes his choice here. It is going to be the woman at arms JD here. Apt choice up against what is likely to be plenty of Limitane coming in here from Lucifer, but instead, actually opts for the mercenary house, so going for full greed here, Lucifer is... Oh no, my mistake. The Limitane are also on the field, we just didn't quite have the barracks in view here, placed at the back of the base. But, you know, Lucifer did scout those docks from Louis MT, so naturally, you'll overcompensate on the stone to get those systems up even earlier, knowing that the initial night is going to be delayed here from Louis MT and he's going to be able to reach that level 5 nice and quickly. And already, Stamina in position.
AD running in. I do believe that we should be getting the Javelin Thrower mercenaries here, just because not only do you have more mobility with the Javelin Throwers up against JD, but most importantly, you're getting Camel Riders, but it looks like we are getting just the normal Longbowmen instead. A lot more range as well to play with. They're a little bit slower. Their base damage isn't quite as high, but they attack a lot quicker. Oh, but you gotta be so careful with this, Myriad. This is so dangerous. Suddenly, all of those villagers losing like half of their HP there with a single twirl from that lady.
Yeah, a simple misstep can be very costly here for Lucifer. Of course, one smite is not going to be enough here for Louis MT to kill all of the villagers, but that's a lot of damage done. And as the knights come in, as the archers come in, all of those low HP villagers, once they do have to move out further onto the map, are so much more vulnerable to getting picked off. Now the aqueduct itself is under fire from JD. The spears, I mean, there's so many spears, right? You think they can easily take JD, but you don't want to trade away health for no reason, even if they stay alive. It'll make it so much easier for the archers and the knights to pick them off later. Now we see the beautiful water escaping from that aqueduct as damage has been dealt. The longbows are out, the first batch on the field now for Lucifer. And the longbows, they're a fantastic general unit here for the Byzantines, but they have their vulnerabilities. They are very prone to being overwhelmed by higher archer counts, specifically because of their low movement speed, and of course, they are locked behind that olive oil.
Exactly. And also just the speed, right? Like the movement speed, as you said, it's very, very difficult to keep them healthy at all times. I feel like javelin throwers, especially against an army from JD, which typically is always going to be consisting of archers and knights, having the javelin throwers into a follow-up into camel riders can feel a lot more, I want to say, just safe for the matchup that you are playing. But longbows are just the general go-to choice at the end of the day. It's such a nice unit to have a really big mass of. Javelin throwers don't scale nearly as nicely when you have a big amount of them compared to longbowmen.
Yeah, it's very, very true. Those longbows, although more vulnerable, they're just better against all around, right? They can do great up against the knights as well, potentially some of JD's companions as well, if it gets to that stage later on. But I do agree with you completely when it comes to the javelins. That is typically what we see up against French and JD for that matter as well. Not only are they fantastic in feudal up against archers, of course, but later when you get those camels, that can be so difficult for these knight-heavy civs to deal with, like the French and JD here. But that will not be the case here for Lucifer. So opting for what I would say is, and I'm sure you'd agree, is the greedy option here. Lucifer is now also moving out onto the berries, and there's no tower in sight for him. Feeling quite confident in his mass, it seems. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, getting the outpost up now, definitely something that you need to have. 5 villagers out there on the berries. Let's secure that one up with an outpost as well. All the line of sight that just helps prevent some of these raids from coming in. Second batch of the longbow now also on the way. And now we're getting to the point where the longbow mass starts escalating quite a bit. We're now at the point where we can start two-shotting archers. Like one more batch and we'll be able to start almost one-shotting the enemy archers. And yeah, this is the point in time where Louis kind of starts having to do something, and we can see him preparing for it. He's massing up more and more knights. He's massing up more and more archers. He can rely for the time being on all of the food income that he's getting from his little ponds there. Currently 5 ponds stock, and we should be at roughly like a 12-13 count in the fishing ship department. No villagers have been lost so far except for JD, so yeah, should be roughly 12 to 13 fishing ships out there at the moment.
I'm particularly curious about the level of investment in this feudal age that we will see from Louis in particular here. I mean, at the end of the day, you want to do as much damage to Byzantines as early as possible. But there's a limit, isn't there? You can't just force your way into their base and try to raid from all angles at once. The Limitane are always a threat. 22 on the field already and more in queue. I don't believe Lucifer will stop making them anytime soon, most likely, as he is slowly trending to the Castle Age. But there's also some value in trying to get an early Castle Age timing here for Louis MT. Of course, the veterancy on the archers and the knights can do great work, but it seems like he has different plans as he spots the berry gathering here on the front and is going to look to make a little poke, keep Lucifer on edge, but he sees the heavy defenses in place. Now 2 longbows on the field, 2 batches, third one is on the way. And looks like Lucifer is going to be pretty content with his position so far, not facing too much pressure yet.
Not too much yet, but Louis, he's still ramping up military production bit by bit. He's killed 2 boars so far, so JD halfway up to that next level. 1 boar also being gathered from, so Louis MT, just the income right now, it's pretty absurd. He's out gathering Byzantines by quite a bit, not accounting for the Oliver, but that's the greedy play that we're getting now from Lucifer. Goldenhorn Tower is coming in. Where's that being placed? Right next to the main TC. Looks like Louis MT hasn't spotted that yet. He does spot, though, that there are a lot of villagers on gold right now, so he should be expecting something like this at the moment. Oh, the scout does get sniped out, though. And now Lucifer, he's got this little bit of a timing window now where he can get that age up in, get enough gold, and upgrade those longbows. And once he's getting veterancy in on the longbows, it is going to be very, very difficult for Louis to get a snipe in there. But Louis is respecting, and he is not committing to the dive in. Feudal Age. He's going for his own age up.
Yeah, this is normally the time in the game when that Golden Horn Tower is being constructed, when Byzantines are often at their most vulnerable. Of course, often sticking only on those Limitane and the mercenaries that they have access to, making no secondary or third production building for that matter besides those two. However, LuMT is going to play it safe here, as we sometimes see from him. He's going to go head back, is even going to be taking off the board there, not to risk being pushed off of it later by Lucifer. Is instead going to go to the northern board there, past the secondary sacred site. His own guild hall is now on the way. Veterancies coming in on the mercenaries and the Limitane as expected here. I do wonder whether Lucifer thinks he has the timing here to push. It does seem like he is beginning to march forward here, but these are very slow units. It always feels very risky moving out all the way across the map to your opponent's base, especially when you're dealing with such an aggressive, mobility-heavy civilization like JD. The guild hall is nearly complete.
Look at the timing. Louis, he's finding the perfect opportunity for a raid, but oh my god, Lucifer on this outpost so desperately needed, buys himself that bit of vision, that bit of knowledge that he needed to react to the raid in time. Lots of upgrades now in queue for LuMT. It's gonna be a little bit of time until these upgrades really activate. 1 minute on the timer here for Louis. He can't take that much damage now in the meantime.
Yeah, this is a pretty critical point here in the game. We see here Lucifer a little bit apprehensive of going too deep too quickly here, despite his timing advantage. The Stealth Forests further incentivizing him not to in this case. Looks like he's going to go around them instead of going through them directly. Checking out the berries here on the south side of Louis' base. He's going to go towards the gold, which is now almost depleted. LuMT does see it in time. The villagers move away.
Vultures are spotted.
The archers only a few seconds out now.
Louis, he's trying to go for a wraparound with the knights. Limitani, though, sitting in the back of the longbows here. Reinforcements are not going to get picked off as Lucifer realizes, okay, he might try to do that, so better to just sit in the back. And look at all of those villagers here from LuMT. He's got to reassign them to wood now, and wood is not really something that he wants right now. He wants the gold.
Exactly. However, this is something Louis has done so well time and time again in the past. Lucifer using his timing advantage to push across the map, but this opens the way for Louis' knights to now begin marching directly into the base as veterancy is in. There's only a few Limitane here, not many longbows as Palings in a desperate attempt gets deployed here, but LuMT is not going to hold back. Straight directly on top of the longbows. Some of them do end up falling, but the rest garrison inside the TC. The groves are now idle as well. Villagers are on the run looking to garrison. The first one does, oh actually the monk goes down there looking to collect the relic.
Ooh, another monk is going to get picked off. No monks yet in queue for LuMT. Instead, starting to mass up a couple of men-at-arms here, which is a nice option as a meat build, both against the Limitani as well as up against the Longbowmen. They are slow, though. Lucifer so far is able to keep all of those villagers safe completely. Didn't lose a single one. Might lose one now, though. Gonna pull him back in time. Doesn't lose a single one again. These knights did not find any value. And they can take down.
He's been very prudent on his outposts, I feel like, hasn't he? There's so many outposts, enough to garrison the villages, and that's going to really aid in this defense when these run-bys come in from Louis, which he does so very well. Louis did manage to sneak out on that northern gold. Lucifer can't split his army too much, as again the knights look for a charge in. Lucifer a little bit slow to back. One of the villagers goes down.
This time he did get some villagers here, but at the same time, Lucifer inside the base of Louis. John Dark is going to get sniped very quickly. And now the Longbowmen focusing down the archers. The Limitani are such a great meat shield here at the front line. Still have to be careful. This is a lot of archers now from LuMT as well. 41 archers at the moment, hammering up against the Limitani, even with their shield wall. It's not going to be enough. Louis, he keeps stepping forward, and this is the point where we do have that limited movement speed. And the Knights finding another raid in the base of Lucifer, killing more and more villagers. Lucifer, he only just started being able to get some kills on the side of LuMT's side. Now loses that advantage entirely and might lose his entire military mass here. JD now also hitting level 3 at the worst possible time here for Lucifer. And there it is. GG comes in. The military is just too much now. Everything gone on the side of Lucifer. That means game number 1 is being taken here by LuMT with his Jeanne d'Arc up against Lucifer.
in the span of 1 minute would look like a very even game, maybe even just slightly ahead there for Lucifer, especially in terms of timing, has been completely nullified by that night raid. That's the danger here as Byzantines when you move out with this admittedly very potent and powerful, yet slow and vulnerable army all over the way across the map. He's able to pin down the gold, even kill several villagers from Louis, but at the end of the day, the damage from the knights, keeping his reinforcements in check, forcing him to have his attention divided both on Louis' side of the map and himself. Something Louis does so well, and again showcases it in this game. He takes the victory in game number 1.
He does. Hey, looking at the highlights here, Jeanne d'Arc getting an amazing little whirl here up against those villagers. So many villagers just being idled out there for a while. Then the dives. Lucifer reacting perfectly to them, making sure not to lose a single villager. Does lose a couple of longbows, does lose a couple of Limitani, but in the end, nothing too major here. And all of these units from Louis were not present in the final fight, so he did buy himself a lot of opportunities here. At the same time, even though Lucifer didn't lose any villagers, his villagers weren't really working throughout all of it either, and that in the end meant that he did not have the reinforcements, he did not have the growth of his army present there at the front side, and the fight that he ended up taking was one that went in favor of Louis. But we can already take a look at the next matchup that's going to be coming in. We just had JD, but it looks like we're going to get the sibling civilization in right after. It's going to be French versus the Holy Roman Empire in Poland.
Not often do you see Lucifer not having access to either of the two premier knight civs here, but it seems like Louis took them away from him completely. JD in game 1, now French coming up here on Boldlands up against Lucifer's HRE. I gotta say that we haven't spoken about this before as we jumped into the game so quickly. Didn't really have the time. I was particularly surprised by the Byzantines pick on Frisian Marshes. It's not a civilization you see picked here very often, do you?
It is a civilization that I feel like you can make them work on most land maps in general. And Frisian Marshes is like one of those maps where there is quite a lot of distance between you and your opponent, right? So typically a map where Dark Age rushing isn't quite as precious. And you mentioned it earlier, Byzantines, they are kind of prone to like that Dark Age aggression. So immediately on Frisian Marshes, that's like one of those maps where you do have some nice benefits going into it as the Byzantines. And I feel like especially ever since they reduced the sheep count in total, it's been even more in favor of Byzantines, as other civilizations will need to go out on the map in order to get resources. Something that I think we've seen a lot more often recently is like the Hippodrome approach as well with the Byzantines. I feel like that could also be quite nice and quite punishing other civilizations that need to go out on the map in order to collect resources.
It's true, right? I mean, you turn what is essentially a disadvantage through that tower rush into an opportunity with the Hippodrome, right? You're going to have those very potent horsemen when you activate the Triumph ability. So, without a doubt, there's potential. And of course, many people do forget, but fish do in fact also give olive oil. But it is so much less than berries at the end of the day that it's kind of not really even worth talking about that much. But these civilizations on Boldlands here, I mean, Boldlands is a very open map, prairie-esque woodlines initially here. But notably, what this map has become very known for is the high amount of deer. As game number 2 is now on the way. Lucifer in the color green yet again as the Holy Roman Empire spawning in the western side of the map. Facing Louis, now leading by a game. In the color pink as the French, another knight civilization for him here. He's going to open with that Dark Age wheelbarrow here. Such a very nice little starting build here for the French. Allows you to propel your eco forward way earlier. It's so cheap, it only delays your age up by 5 to 10, maybe 15 seconds depending on resource splits and the efficiency you manage here. But it's still an expensive upgrade even for them. So getting this in way before professional scouts, which is likely on the cards for him, feels so cozy for the French.
Absolutely, and this is quite nice, yeah. Just getting it in early means that it's going to have so much more time to pay off for itself, and when you eventually need it, this is something that typically hurts a lot of players, is getting the upgrades in at the time that you actually need them, and then it's like the research time that's in between you actually having the research and when you actually want to use it. We have some, I want to say, like, interesting map spawn here for Lucifer. There's like barely any resource in the back of his base other than his wood lines. Everything else is forward, which is one of those reasons where I would say, okay, I really hope that this is going to be a minework play, just because if we go for an Archon here as Lucifer, you're not going to have the greatest of times. I feel like it's sort of like a bait many times over, where we see a lot of HRE players, just because this has always been the meta, this landmark, go for the Archon just because it's the Archon Chapel. But it's so important to like actually take a look at what you get out of the Archon, where nowadays like you get safe inspiration for like the first 4 minutes after building it, but then you get nothing. And Archon,
Oh, it is the Archon. As if he's doing it just to spite you here, Crackedy, doesn't it?
It's one of those classic Spanish Archons as well.
And just look at the placement, yeah. 1 tile, not enough for 2 farms either. It's just, oh, look away, people, please. It's not pretty. It's not pretty. It's not for the faint of heart. Not for those with OCD like me. But at the end of the day, you know, I mean, Aachen, really, even on spawns like this, right? It's always gonna provide value, right? The inspiration will always be there. The gathering rate will always be there. How reading my mind there, indeed. As, I mean, yeah, so it will always provide the inspiration. You'll always get the value. Whereas minework, sure, you get the discount, you get the unique techs, but actually fully maximizing the value you get out of those unique and cheaper techs is often easier said than done, especially when you're unlikely to really have map control, which, up against the French, well, that's often the case.
That's true. I mean, it is a safe landmark choice, the Archon, for sure. And I still prefer building it in the back rather than the front, where he does have the berries and the gold, just because whenever I see an Archon in the front of your base, I always know that that's going to be the spot that the opponent's in player, where the HRE is going to put their farms. And having your farms in the front, that's always like the #1 raiding target for your opponent. We do have the Archon Chapel now going to be coming in, completing in just a couple of seconds. School of Cavalry on the other side for Louis is also going to be completing fairly soon here. Prelt immediately jumping inside. Inspiration getting stacked up there. The question now is, though, what is Lucifer going to be going for? We immediately see Pro Scout in queue. That's a very nice and early timing. 4 minutes into the game, Pro Scouting immediately on the block. Louis' Pro Scouting timing is going to be significantly delayed, though he will probably be getting a Knight in first, maybe?
Most likely, right? Could make sense. Moment of truth.
The question is, what does he prioritize, Pro Scout or Knight? He can't afford both immediately. It's Pro Scout.
No. No, there it is. Pro Scout now in queue for him as well. So Louis, as we often see with the French, he trades off that earlier Professional Scout's timing in favor of the Dark Age Wheelbarrow. And actually, now also getting a Broadaxe straight away as well. Often the Knight is also immediately in queue for the French, even with that Pro Scouts technology, just to have just a little bit of map control and be able to exert some pressure on the opponent, behind of which you will start gathering up those there underneath the town center. That's not the case here for him. Instead, heavily prioritizing his upgrades here, knowing that he's likely going to have to do a fair bit of fighting in that feudal age. Specialized pick on the way for him as well. And regarding what Lucifer is going, quite often we see a very heavy, yeah, there it is. We see a very heavy spearman into horseman type of composition here. Full melee blob against the French can be very effective. Of course, the stable is also for those professional scouts here for Lucifer.
Archery range now also being built for Louis MT, so did see that early Spearman immediately is going to be reacting to that. Scouts now in queue for Lucifer, but Louis already has got 4 out on the field. Professional Scouts is only just now completing for him, but the first deer haul is going to be all the juicier for him, just because he has so much more presence on the map now with those 4 Scouts.
I do wonder here, I find it very interesting how Lucifer went for this barracks opener before his stable, despite the rapid Pro Scout timing, and Louis did not go for the Knight at all. Did Louis see that barracks in time and then decide not to go for the Knight? I do wonder. We didn't quite catch that, but that would be... I don't think
he saw it.
Would be pretty five-head.
Yeah, I don't think he saw it. I think it's more like a, okay, this is probably something that my opponent would typically go for. Like the HRE would typically start off with those faster spearmen just in order to react to a knight. Just because the risk of not having spearmen when that knight arrives, it's too high. It's too high, so you gotta go for the spearmen. And Louis realizing that is just like, okay, I can take advantage of that. I just won't make the knight immediately and instead get a much faster pro scout timing in.
Part of it is a symptom of the map as well, right? The only safe deer you actually have on your side here on Borderlands is, of course, those 3 packs that both players have on their side. But similarly to a map like Rocky River, the majority of the deer are in the central part of the map. So although, you know, on standard maps, in theory, if you have a decently defensible deer pack, you can go the barracks later after stable and still get some of those deer in before the knight stops you. But that is not the case here, so very much an intelligent adaptation here from Lucifer in this case. Looks like second stable now on the way for Louis as well, because knight production is now heavily underway.
Second stable. This is typically what we see from Louis, right? Like once that pro scouts is secured, it's just going to be all about that knight spam coming out from him. You see the first couple of villagers just slightly idling now out for Lucifer, as the deer is just not coming in as quickly as it is for Louis here. Already on 5 scouts. More getting added in though. We do now also have the first couple of horsemen. But this is now an awkward spot in the game where the horseman count and the knight count is way too similar for the HRE to take really any advantageous fight.
Yeah, it's a very interesting dynamic between this archer-knight versus horseman spear composition that we often see. In very low numbers, the horsemen and spears should be dominating because the archers simply cannot get rid of the spears fast enough to clear the way for the knights to mop up the horsemen. Whereas once you reach that critical mass to begin one-shotting the spears, it turns around completely and the knight archer takes the lead. But as masses build, again, you reach the point where you begin overkilling spearmen, and again, the heavy blob from the horseman spear player is going to be advantageous. Charging comes in from the knights, really chunks all of the horsemen, almost dead already, actually taking heavy hits.
Takes so much damage.
Yeah.
Lucifer might consider just sending the horseman back for a little heal up there from Prelates, but instead, it kind of looks to me like he's just looking for the H-up play now behind this. He's already got a lot of resource in the bank. He just needs to be really, really careful as those knights are circling around. Has 7 outposts, though, on the gold. But the outpost on the gold also kind of, like, tells Louis here, potentially, okay, this guy might be looking for an H-up sometime soon.
It could indeed, but it's, at the same time, it is hard to tell, isn't it? Only 4 on gold to age up. That's not something you typically see. Lucifer, slight lapse of attention there, does eat a charge from the knights into his horsemen. Heavy damage dealt yet again, but none fall as of yet. Louis circling around with these knights like a shark yet again.
Ooh, Lucifer, does he realize in time? That's going to be a scout going down for sure. Same time. Wait, was that? No, that was a spearman, okay. I'm getting picked off at the top side there.
Lucifer banking quite a bit of food behind this as well, so he has a bit of a buffer in case he needs to quickly produce some additional units in order to defend here before the age up. But now the Regnitz does come in, 7 on it, not rushing it too much, so no excessive greed here from Lucifer. Secondary stable now being dropped, so it is going to be knights as the unit of choice once he reaches that castle age. Definitely a good choice, even the third stable now being added. Of course, the knights will be way stronger than the French knights, being an age ahead here for him. But the problem is the number.
Oh, Lucifer's got to be so careful. Archer is able to snipe one of the spearmen here. Additional movement speed does help him out a good bit, though, when it comes to running away from that spot. From pulling a couple villagers off the gold there, just in order to be able to actually garrison all 5 villagers that are gathering gold in that outpost. He does also, of course, still have emergency repair, so if Louis MT decides to go for snipe on the outpost, he is going to be able to repair that for quite a while, but oh my god, another villager going down on the gold there. Gold that Lucifer will desperately need.
Yeah, it's a pretty painful position. Quite often on board land, we see this frontal gold spawn here, and it can really be a point to abuse for the opponent as Louis completely encircles the tower, smelling the weakness here as he gets the notification that Lucifer has reached the castle age. Emergency repairs does come in, and that buys some much needed time here. Did have enough gold for a triple knight in queue immediately, but there's 12 on the field here from Louis MT. Melee armor coming in now as well in anticipation of these knights that are going to come out, of course aiding against the horseman and the spear as well. But these villagers, Crackedy, I don't think they're long for this world.
Yeah, and Lucifer, he's got to do something. He's waiting for the knights to come out. Is now going to potentially go for a fight here. But there's still just so many archers here as well. Villagers unable to really hop out anytime soon. And look at this, with every single volley, one of the spearmen goes down. First villager now also going down. 3 villagers going to be able to make it out alive. But now Lucifer's in the castle age with no gold.
No gold,
and that's it.
I mean, that's all you had to say, as Lucifer, realizing the struggle he is put under here by Louis MT, does tap out, and GG is called. Louis, in a very quick game, takes an even bigger lead in this set, now leading 2-0. Very painful position here for Lucifer in this game. I mean, the Castle Age, you could potentially argue, is maybe slightly greedy, you know, not taking any significant major engagements that were in his favor before going for it. But at the same time, the longer you spend in Feudal Age up against the French, often the further you fall behind. So it's a very difficult position to play.
Yeah, 100%. And in the end, Lucifer, he's going to pay the price for that one. Next up, we are going to be looking towards Dry Arabia, where we'll be seeing Louis MT on the Chinese. The Chinese civilization that did make it through today, as both players had to prior ban Holy Knights Templars. There is Holy Island in the draft for them. Yeah, Louis able to pick the Chinese here. Lucifer on the other hand side, though, with the Rus. And I personally feel like Rus is probably one of, if not, yeah, probably one of the best civilizations to have up against the civilization like Chinese, or even Zhu's Legacy for that matter. Just the tempo play with them, the benefit that your knights get with Boyar's Fortitude, the amount of food that you get with the High Trade House where you don't have to add in farms. It just all combines into you just having basically the same thing that your opponent does, as in like mass cavalry, but yours is just better.
It's true. It's absolutely true. I mean, you know, the fantastic economy from China is able to carry them in so many matchups towards a victory. And that is going to be the case here as well. They will have a very powerful economy, but Rus is no slouch either. But when it comes to those horse archers especially, the mobility advantage here for Rus is not to be underestimated. So China will often have to play a bit more defensively and more carefully than they typically do and have to in most other matchups. Historically, Rus at their peak a few patches ago, just like you mentioned, Crackedy, they did very, very well up against China, up against Jushi, these other top civs. China has certainly taken a bit of a lead recently, being just such a powerhouse on these land maps, just the boogeyman of land essentially at this point in time. And, you know, them getting through, part of it is a symptom of the drafting system and the host to guest when it comes to drafting these maps and civilizations. As you mentioned, they both had to ban KT because of their permeance on water maps, but as a result, Louis, being the highest seed, is able to just nab China for free.
Yeah, and that is quite the rough one. I still would favor Rus in this matchup, so it's going to be very interesting to see how Lucifer's going to fare up against Louis MT here. 2 points down now at the moment. Louis looking strong on the match point as we go into our game number 3 of Lucifer spawning in as the Rus in the color green. Louis MT once again in the color pink, this time playing as the Chinese. And you know, we get this a lot at the moment. I feel like with a lot of players that do pick Chinese or Zhuji, the mill is getting placed quite far away from the TC. I'm not quite sure why it's getting placed so far away. I typically just place it right next to the TC.
Yeah, I do agree with you. It does seem just a little bit further away than necessary at the end of the day.
No.
Yeah,
Cow is trying to signal something here.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're gonna see much of that, Cow.
no farms right next up against the TC for Chinese.
I mean, part of it I understand here in this case, right? As we see, there's a really nice spot for that Imperial Academy in between the wood line and the goal, but you would still be able to place the mill even one tile closer. Typically you do want one tile between the main TC and the mill, specifically for that day. Once they come in underneath that mill, they will not drop off at the TC. Well, usually they won't drop off at the TC.
Yeah.
Yeah, as opposed to the mill.
It depends on how they feel.
Yeah, the mood.
Awesome, nice little efficiency play here. Sheep does get dropped next to the high trade house. I do like the idea of that, doing that. The issue tends to be like you need to return a little bit sooner with your scout and return, like drop off a couple of sheep, else you will idle out underneath your TC.
Yeah, that's quite important to do. Either you maneuver your first scout around just a little bit to find a couple of sheep to give back, or your second scout can fill that role as well here for Lucifer. There's going to be triple scout play, however, which has fallen a little bit out of favor recently sometimes, right? Part of it being, of course, because of the fact that after the sheep change, there are less sheep on the map. You start with 2 extra underneath the TC, so not as often do we see 3 scouts, and it does delay your age up at the end of the day. But if you do see the opponent's scout very early on as Roos, you are able to really maximize triple scout play and isolate the opponent's scout to either one corner of the map and completely vacuum up the rest of the sheep. As Imperial Academy now on the way with 5 villagers, so really being sped up here by Louis to get those Imperial officials out at a discounted price way earlier for him. Meanwhile, no surprises for Lucifer. The Golden Gate is also being now placed, and doing it with 5 actually, as opposed to the usual 4.
A little bit of a rush up on both sides here from both players when it comes to the landmark of choice. I can see the Golden Gate rush up because you do get a little bit of a better timing when it comes to being able to click Pro Scout. And in the end, it's not like a big major difference here between them. So now, age up comes in, Louis, very early on, 3 minutes into the game. He did rush it up, getting the first Imperial officials in. Will most likely just be a Pro Scout v Pro Scout type situation here. The question is Louis going to be investing into barracks first, or going to be investing into the stable first?
Yeah, that's the question, right? I mean, it's a pretty easy choice up against something like the French, right? Of course, Roos also has access to the knights in the feudal age, just like French and JD do for that matter. But they do not start with a stable straight away, as the French do, or JD with the School of Cavalry, so they won't likely go knights as earlier for that matter. So you might look to instead just go straight for your own scouts here as Louis China, and look to vacuum up that day ASAP, and then potentially you can just make some horsemen to harass the scouts from Roos. But any choice could be potentially viable here for him. It's like Lucifer just lagging a little bit with the food necessary, or the wood for that matter, to sell to get that gold, but he does get the age up in earlier, so his secondary ticket will be in earlier as a result.
Oh, there he goes.
Have that food sell. Yep. So gold, just a little bit shy, just 50 more wood needed, and the Pro Scout will be in queue for him.
Pretty good timing there for him. Louis trying to rush it up behind him as well. And look at that. We do have some scouts just being annoying here on the gold. Louis MT now, though, is going to be able to also get that Pro Scout in. And gotta see, off the supervision, it's going to be coming in at a much quicker pace. But he did forego, if I see it correctly, any production building, any unit production building early on. So there is... No, it's a village, okay. So there actually is not a single production building out for him at the moment. So he's going to have to wait for a little bit of additional wood. But that kind of rush up on the Pro Scout tells me that this is most likely going to be a stable opening and not a barracks opening. Indeed, we do get it rushed up quite quickly here with the Chinese villagers. Yeah, a couple of villagers got pulled for that stable there.
Yeah, you could call it a rush indeed. That's an apt word without a doubt. It's one of the interesting dynamics here as China and Jushi when you do go for this Pro Scout. Quite often, although you get an incredible timing on the professional scouts finishing, courtesy of that supervision, often you don't even have a stable ready in time to utilize it outside of your first scout, which quite often, if you're being wise at least, you typically want to use for scouting, depending on the matchup. Make sure you don't get taken by surprise by any sneaky units for that matter. Speaking of, though, the knight is now in queue for Lucifer as the stable has been dropped and not yet spotted by Louis MT.
Lucifer also going for a knight now. We do have the barracks coming in just naturally here. Your official now also supervising that, so we'll be getting the spearmen out quite quickly. Already up to 6 scouts out now at the moment from Lucifer, so he's getting those deer in very quickly. Even trying to take some away from Louis' base, from the looks of it. Gonna spot that one out. This one is going to have to be dropped.
Yeah, scouts do have bonus damage up against other scouts, so it will do significant damage and can be very annoying when it comes to this pro scouting, as the early knight here from Lucifer's Roost is going to hit the field and is going to march directly to save this scout. As the day gets dropped and is in turn, of course, picked up by Louis. Scout in turn as, oh, looks like he wants to get another hit, but the knight is here.
Oh, he did really want to bring that deer back and is going to be able to do so, at least for the time being, as we do now also have a visitor here. The spearman is going to be saying hello, followed up by his brother, spearman number 2 as well. So Louis is going to be able to bring that one back after all. Lucifer will have to respect that that spearman switch up now. Does still have quite a lot of wood in the bank, so could be that soon we're seeing like that big sell-off into with the Golden Gate. In order to be going for that fast castle play, as Lucifer does have a good amount of food to play with as well. And yeah, around the back wood line should be relatively easy for him to be able to get that high trade house up. That's a lot of tactless inside of the mill. Luckily, we are getting the examination upgrade in as well.
Quite an early Imperial examination as well. We don't often see it this early, but there's also been a shift out onto the gold by Louis with 5 villagers. So it seems like he's quite content with the day he managed to get so far and the delay he caused with the spearman. So he's going to look to go for that castle age ASAP. Lucifer has a very similar idea, banking up the food and the gold, both only just barely shy now from being able to drop what is likely to be the high trade house here. The timings are going to be relatively similar here in terms of age up. But Louis, of course, playing the China, is likely going to actually finish aging up considerably earlier here than Lucifer. No tower on the gold for him, so not too worried about that knight. The spears are on the field.
The trade house now coming in. Louis very soon going to be able to follow this one up. Yeah, this is an interesting one. Louis as well, he pulled completely off of wood. He does still have a good amount of wood left in the bank though for him. Ooh, knight has to be kind of careful here. That scout is on very low HP and might actually get sniped here by Lucifer. Does manage to pick that one up. He will most likely be brought back for Louis MT at the end of the day though. And now Imperial Palace also coming up here.
Lucifer, quite a conservative high trade house there, being placed very defensively on his wood line. Might have been potentially worried about a bit of a dive out of nowhere from Louis MT for that matter, or just wants to optimize the timing and minimize the idle time on the villagers, placing it as close as possible.
I do believe that both players got a relatively even amount of deer. I think Lucifer might have been able to take one of the deer away from Louis. Overall, though, still pretty even. But if things are even, they're most definitely not even, because Lucifer now with the age up is going to be able to continuously spawn in those deer from the high trade house. And like that, 4 production buildings out for him. We do also have the monastery up. Louis MT, he's going to be going all in on that knight spam now. Lucifer, it's going to be some knights as a front line, but mostly going to be going for those cav archers, which in mass are absolutely incredible against just about anything that you can make.
It's true, without a doubt. Those horse archers, especially once that Boyar's Fortitude comes in, they can even trade very effectively up against what is usually their most cost-effective counter in the form of the archer. Louis, like you mentioned, is going to be a heavy priority into knights here, which I always feel, although is the right choice initially in the cast stage, can often be a bit of a trap the longer it goes, because although with the charge, of course, you are able to get on top of those horse archers, charges are few and far between with a significant cooldown, and once the charge is off, the horse archers can kite you very effectively, and although the knights certainly very durable, at the end of the day against the massive horse archers, they won't do too well. The spearmen get caught a little bit out of position, camping the relic here, and are going to get kited by the horse archers, so relic is secured there for Lucifer on the first one on the way home for him. The lancers with the charge.
to save the cavalry archer there, and there's still a lot more in queue as well. Louis already got 8 knights out though. This is going to be a dangerous, dangerous timing at the moment now, I feel like, for Lucifer, but if he's able to bide his time, if he's able to get out of this alive, the scaling from his units should be a lot better. Knights are starting to go down though, not a whole lot of microing coming in here at the moment from Lucifer. Needs to be careful, more kiting gotta be coming in. Just do so now. Gotta be really, really careful as there is just this huge, huge number of knights at the moment at his gate.
Yeah, this is a very brutal timing here from Louis MT. This must be the result of a double stable supervision here coming in for him. So many knights on the field here. Meanwhile, Lucifer, there's no economic upgrades. There's no blacksmith upgrades either behind this for him. And now being dialed over under the TC here for him. Iron on the Mesh already in for Louis MT level 1, level 2 now on the way as well for him. So these arrows are not going to do too much for him. One villager went down. The horse archer numbers are already dwindling rapidly. And this is what you want to do. You want to keep the numbers as low as possible.
And just like that, there's simply no horse archers left. Lucifer, he was just very, very much committed, very focused on getting those relics in. And sure, he's getting the relics in, but they're being returned to a base that is completely devoid, completely empty. There's just nothing really working for him here at the moment. Walolo! Almost. That would be something that would have been so huge for him here, getting one of those knights converted from his opponent. Not gonna be the case now though, and once again the cavalry archers are just going down, not enough microing coming in there. And now the economy in the backside is also being idled out.
Behind in horse archer numbers compared to knights is not a position you ever want to find yourself in as the Roost player here. As Lucifer looking to desperately shift villagers left and right in his base, save as many as he possibly can. Only losing 2 so far, but the third one has now gone down as well. Make that a 4th, 5th on the way as well. 6th soon looking like as well. The units, the horse archers and the knights, as they come out, they just get killed instantly by all these knights here. Another Walolo coming in here. Looking like, oh yeah, he's going to look to trap the lancers.
Oh.
Looks like they might just get Walolo. 1 falls down.
2!
That could have been so much worse. 2 even.
Gets the second one in as well. Is this going to be enough though? I doubt it. I still doubt it. And there it is. GG comes in. A clean record time. 3-0 here from Louis MT up against Lucifer.
Louis MT looking to speedrun the winners matches here in round number 1 of our winners day here at EGC Masters Fall. I mean, I did not expect this match to be so quick. Louis putting on a clinic here.
Absolutely, and all 3 of these games so far, they got decided by Mass Knights in the end, it feels like.
I don't even know what to say. I mean, that was just brutal, the timing. The double supervision on the stable. I mean, I would have thought, you know, Roost can probably match the timing somewhat, but I think naturally you want to get the relics in this position as Roost, and China as well for that matter, so that is likely what you're going to be focused on. And going for both horse archers and knights is without a doubt the prudent choice here, but the issue is that initially your numbers will suffer because of your diluted composition, running 2 unit types as opposed to just 1. So when it comes to these engagements, it's not nearly as easy to take them.
Yeah, I feel like there was also just that little bit of a lack of hiding initially, and as mentioned, like once those Cav Archer numbers suddenly get lower and lower, the Knights suddenly do reign supreme. They don't take as much damage anymore. As you can see, the Cav Archers here just struggling to finish off these Knights. That's typically not something that we tend to see. Typically when Cav Archers are coming in, there's enough of them to like almost one-shot these heavily armored Knights, and that not being the case here. Last-ditch effort, Walolo coming in, and honestly, great value to be had from that Walolo. At this point in time, it just wasn't enough. 34 to 50 in the economy count, and in the end, Louis MT able to get a quick 3-0 victory up here against Lucifer now after Boldland, Frisian Marshes, and Dry Arabia.
Yeah, we didn't even get to see Lucifer's magic at work on Holy Island. He didn't actually pick it in the end, which is a little bit surprising. Normally, the Spanish brothers, of course, heavily favoring those water maps, a force to be reckoned with on them, no doubt. But that wasn't the case here. Lucifer instead, seemingly either confident or preferring the land maps here instead, but in the end, just not working out for him here, unfortunately. And he's gonna lose 3-0 to Louis MT. It's not something I expected, I'll be honest.
do believe that we are going to be getting in an interview now with LuMT. We do have a translator ready, so I believe it is only going to be a couple of seconds here. We'll bring you an interview with LuMT. Okay, a couple of minutes now. Okay, we're getting live updates here from the production team on the background, in the background there. And yeah, LuMT, he definitely looked very, very much in shape there. And I mean, just looking back at it a couple of days, like I've seen LuMT just practice a whole lot with a lot of different players. I saw him like practice a lot with Valdemar. I've seen him just in general pumping a lot of games. Just pretty much any practice partner that he can find, he's going to be playing with.
It's true. For a long time now, Louis is undoubtedly a grinder indeed when it comes to AoE4. He plays so many games. It's a matter of sheer volume as well for him, on top of the quality of his gameplay, and he's going to look to play as much as possible, get as much experience as possible up in against as many opponents as possible for that matter, and make sure he is comfortable in every matchup, and certainly paid fruit here. I mean, Lucifer definitely practiced as well, no pushover whatsoever, an incredibly powerful opponent and to be feared without a doubt, but LuMT just really coming out on top here today in fantastic shape is without a doubt.
Yeah, 100%. And looking at the draft so far, or not the draft, but rather the group stage that he's in, not even losing a single game there so far.
Look at that record, 6-0 so far for LuMT. What do you do? Is this kind of a player?
Yeah, I mean, it's the dude, he's a macro god, so to say. Like, he always knows how to play, what to play. He's got game plans for days. The guy's brain, it's 2 times the size of an average man's brain. I'll just put it like that. All fitting inside of a, low volume package there as well.
Well said indeed. There's only base fruit here. You can see LuMT on top of the group, followed by Lucifer here, then Micah and CSO at the bottom of the group to round it off. Group C here. You can see the matchups that will be coming up. We have Wham facing Anat soon in the winners round, the best of 5, and then of course Nimudan patiently waiting in the decider round to decide who will get eliminated and who will go forward. The loser of the Wham Anat series will be facing Nimudan afterwards.
This is like, these brackets, I feel like, are really pretty even overall. Like, obviously sometimes it's hard to call them even when you've got a player of the caliber of LuMT in there, but like between Vortex, Papipo, and Demu plus Core, I think these are like some pretty. Did you watch the Demu versus Core set?
I saw a good
in the elimination round.
No, I was.
Dude, I was so surprised by how well Core played. I feel like if it wasn't for the occasional tendency to Giga throw after like almost winning the game within the first 10 minutes, I feel like that was almost like a 3-0 potential for Core up against Demu there. So I'm very excited with where Age of Empires 4 in general is balance-wise at the moment when it comes to the pro player scene and how players are competing against each other. And there we go, Marine Lord B, Kiljardian, another handsome fella we've got there.
Just ignore the bottom line, Cal. If we could have just a little filter over the score, that would be much appreciated there. But yeah, so the gap between the top players does feel like nowadays it is starting to narrow quite considerably. Games feel closer than ever before against between players that are normally top 8 facing top 16 or top 20 players. It feels like the top 16 and top 20 players or so are picking up more and more games from these long-established veterans. So, as you mentioned, Crackedy, the future is certainly looking very exciting for Age of Empires 4. Of course, we have the DLC coming up very, very soon, but in terms of competitiveness between these players as well.
Marine Lord versus B, that's a set that I am very, very excited for and very much anticipation of. And that's going to be also one that we'll be getting in this weekend. Was it today? I think it was.
The Marine Lord B series, you mean?
Yes, it was today. Was it? Yes. All right. I believe it is now time for. Okay, never mind. Maybe. Yes? Okay, there we go. It's a little bit of a back and forth, but I believe that it is time for us now to jump into our interview with Louis MT. So, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of our first set of today, here is Louis MT. Right, Louis MT, congratulations. How are you feeling after that victory?
恭喜你路 EMT 获得了这次的胜利。Yep.
Thank you.
All right, that one was a very, very strong victory there for you. Are you happy with your preparation for this tournament? I want to ask you.
他说
Yeah,
这是
very happy.
非常厉害的一次胜利。我问你是否开心 ？Yeah, he's very happy about that.
Overall, like looking at the opponents that you have in this tournament, is there anybody that you're feeling could counter you in your current form?
他说就是在你接下来可能会遇到的众多选手当中，有没有人你感觉会比较克制你？
我感觉我会被我的作息克制，有可能我会很困。我不认为有选手会克制我，我觉得打所有选手我都5-5开，对的。
Okay, so I don't think any opponent would counter me, but I would probably be countered by my living schedule.
Ah, okay, I see.
Because
right.
I might feel a bit tired playing this late in China.
Yeah, obviously, it is always very difficult when you're in a different time zone. We can already see, like in the background, it is already dark outside for you. How are you typically like preparing for these tournaments in the EU that are so late for you over there in China?
他说就是你在准备这个比赛的时候，因为时区问题，你是怎样去应对的？
多睡觉，多吃饭，
Just get enough sleep, get enough food, enough stuff to eat.
All right, there's only one last question after that, Louis. I can already tell you are probably quite tired now at this point in time. So one last question for me. Obviously, there's a lot of fans of yours in China that have been started playing Age of Empires 4 because of you. Is there anything in general that you want to like tell the people that are trying to aspire to become as good as you to your fans from China?
他说就是在中国你有很多粉丝，因为你开始玩帝国时代4，你有没有什么想对他们说的？就是他们怎样才能成为像你一样特别优秀的、特别厉害的玩家？
我想想，多打游戏，多花时间，然后玩得开心，不要把胜负欲看得太重。对的，谢谢我的粉丝们，我真有粉丝们。
Yeah, just play more, spend more time to play, and have fun. Enjoy your game, and don't put too much on the winning or losing a couple of games. It is more important to have fun, to enjoy yourself in the game.
All right, thank you so much, Louis MT. Once again, congratulations on your 3-0 victory over Lucifer. And I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of you here in the EGC Masters Fall. Congratulations and have a nice rest.
恭喜你获得了这次胜利，然后好好休息，祝你接下来比赛顺利。
好，拜拜。
Hi, Louis.
Yeah.
All right, what a chat. What a chat.
Big congrats to Louis, and I mean, I have to ask, has there ever been a more innocent-looking, merciless killer than Louis MT?
Truly, like you wouldn't really like anticipate it from looking at Louis, but that guy plays like an absolute monster. He plays like I want to say the clown from It.
Well said indeed. It's just, I don't know, like you look at him, he just looks like such a sweet guy, like he wouldn't hurt a fly. You know, he just demolishes you with a smile on his face, you know, while laughing in the background and making some emote-worthy faces. It's yeah, he really puts things into perspective.
It really, really does. Next up, though, it is going to be Vortex up against Puppy Paw, and that is also a killer set that's going to be coming at us here. I mean, Puppy Paw and Vortex, these are... Can we quickly... Okay, where's the head-to-head shot? I need that right now, because I can't off the top of my head remember just exactly how even those two players are. But when I just think about it, I think, okay, I don't know off the top of my head who of these players is like historically seen favorite, because that's typically what we have, right? Like when we look at the history of pro players, like at the very, very high top, we can very often like get an immediate understanding of whose play style counters the other. And looking at this, it looks like overall, Puppy Paw has a very, very good win rate up against Vortex, but the last encounters, Vortex, he's been making a comeback.
Yeah, I think this series is going to be incredibly exciting for several reasons. So we have the stats here, just like you mentioned, Crackety. Historically, Puppy Paw has been having the edge over Vortex by a decent little margin, but recently, and we have seen this manifested firsthand, Vortex has been in monstrous form lately. Notably in the Epochas tournament from the Russian community recently, we have seen that Vortex actually taking out Marine Lord 3-1 in the, I believe it was the quarterfinals if I'm not mistaken, and then later went on to defeat Louis in the finals. So definitely playing some of the best AoE 4 he has done for a long time. Vortex has in fantastic shape. Puppy Paw, on the other hand, he has went through what I would say is a bit of a playstyle shift recently as well. Typically I've seen him be, you know, a relatively, you know, very solid, quite standard, balanced macro and aggression orientated player. I don't know how much you've played against him recently or seen him play, Crackety. He is looking feisty in his games with some relentless aggression.
Absolutely. And this is just something where I feel like the meta has forced a lot of players out of their comfort zone. I feel like it is, as you said, like Puppy Paw, he is typically one of those like very balanced players. Like he's master of none, but like very good at every little aspect in the game. But this Pro Scout Mass Cavalry meta forces a lot of players to really specialize in the timings around Pro Scout, into the aggression play, into raiding, and it's just one of those metas where you can't sit in your base, you can't 2TC and boom, you can't play around the later win conditions because those just simply don't exist with Pro Scout and Mass Knights in the game.
Exactly. Very recently the meta has been just so aggressive and really favoring those more aggressive playstyles for that meta, especially in the early parts of the game. You know, Pro Scout's still prevalent for a lot of civilizations, but not as powerful as it was, so the resources on the map are up for grabs and up for contention for most civilizations, so many players are shifting with the tides as a result, just like you mentioned, Puppy Paw being a very prime example of that. And opting for the French here in the game number 1 up against Vortex's Japan here on Gorge. This is, I think, historically a very back and forth matchup. I would, you know, if I had to predict, I would say generally it favors the French just a little bit the later the game goes. But Japanese's early timings, especially when it comes to that castle age, can be very difficult for French to deal with if they are not prepared.
I honestly think that this is like one of the matchups where it's very difficult for Japan for one reason. It's because they can't follow their own main game plan that they typically want to go for. You can't just fast castle into mass mounted samurai. You gotta respect the French having the strongest crossbows, the arguably, well, not the best knights, but like knights with a bonus as well, or having feudal age knights as well, you gotta respect that. And so I agree, like early on, that's the timing that you really have to make use of as the Japanese here in this matchup. And that's hopefully exactly what we're going to be seeing here as we do jump into our game number 1 in our second series here of the day. Vortex in the color red as the Japanese, and Dark Age Pressure is on the menu here as we do see him opening up with that early barracks. Puppy Paw in the color blue on the other side of the map here, playing as the French, opening us up immediately with that mill. So might be that we're getting that early wheelbarrow timing in as well, but this is so dangerous now, Myriad, because of that Dark Age timing push that Vortex is going to be going for. 3 villagers already out to gold. Puppy Paw realizes, and he's going to respect it, sending a lot of villagers out early to gold.
Yes, this is something you have to be very mindful of, especially as the French in this position going for the early wheelbarrow here in the Dark Age. Typically, it's not too big of a threat as long as you compensate on gold earlier on, just like Puppy Paw has done. You will be able to pretty comfortably be able to get the gold for the age up. However, if you do want to go for that initial knight, that's going to be way more difficult to be able to soak up the necessary gold to do so if you do go for that wheelbarrow especially. But I would argue the early wheelbarrow provides more value, initially at least, than the early knight will do. So Puppy Paw likely just going to get the 200 that he needs in order to age up, and then go off of gold and play from then on, likely with the archery range opening from then on. Vortex, though, he's going to go up to at least 3 spears here, we see. Typically, 2 spears are enough to push a civilization off of gold. 3, however, could be indicative potentially of a tower rush here, which on Gorge is typically more valuable than other maps, as, of course, the resources spawn projected out sideways as opposed to forward, so their location is way easier to predict and control.
Right, and looks like Vortex has now realized, okay, the gold is on the left side of Puppy Paw's base. He's moving towards, and Puppy Paw still needs a little bit of gold for the age up, but... Oh, what desperate. It's always so... Man,
Oh, no.
this hurts. This hurts. It's not in range, but actually it is in range. The TC is going to be able to protect the gold here for Puppy Paw, and this is going to be... This is always so hard to play around with, because if we look at Vortex's, come on, it's not in range, but it is. I hate that. I hate that with a passion. Yeah. That is so unfair, unfortunate, and honestly something that should have been fixed like 1.5 to 2 years ago.
Name a more tilting moment than what Vortex is going through at this very moment. I mean, for those who aren't aware, the TC range indicator can be especially deceptive for a few reasons. If you paid close attention, you will see that the line of the circle is in fact dotted as well as pronged forward with those sides, and as a result of this, the range actually varies depending on where on the range indicator you are. The parts that are projected outward have a little bit additional range as opposed to the dots. So because of this, it results in situations like this.
It's actually a little bit different than that, Marriott. Think of it like this. There's like little archers inside of this building, inside of this TC, but they're in different spots. And every single one of them has the same range. So it's not actually really a circle that you've got there, but it's like multiple circles that partially overlap around the TC here. Sort of like how Cow shows, which is why sometimes the range in one direction is further than the ring shows. And yeah, it's a square-ish circle, as Cow says. Squircle. He's very insistent on us calling it Squircle. It's a Squircle.
It seems like Squircle is going to be the name of this shape here, as we have just a bit of a pause coming up here. Bear with us as we do so. Restore on the way for Vortex, no surprise, as well as, of course, the School of Cavalry here for Puppy Paw. Awara on the way for Vortex as well. A little bit delayed than we see normally. Often we see when the Dark Age is the priority here for the Japanese, they will immediately go for that Tawara as soon as the farmhouse is placed on the berries. However, that is not the case here. Vortex opting for it later in exchange for a slightly faster feudal timing as a result. As already, we have an unpause, seems like. Mining cap is going to go down, but it only costs 25 wood for the French, so really it's more worth it to just let it burn as opposed to repairing it than it is for most other civilizations.
Yeah, and Puppy Boy's already got enough resources to, if he wants to, just rush up an outpost on the gold, right? Like, just pull 10 villagers over there, you rush the outpost up, and with that, you've immediately got gold secured again. Or, of course, you can just play it safe and probably want to make an archery range anyway, so just get the archery range in instead. Another villager goes forward, rebuilds that mining camp, and yeah, as you said, only 25 resource down the drain for Puppy Paw. No big loss at all. The only loss here, arguably, for Puppy Paw is that you can't immediately queue that knight. It's going to be a horseman instead.
You can see the value of this Dark Age rush being displayed firsthand here, however. On other maps, sometimes we see, well, at least when the tower rush is in question, the French going for a different gold in order to access it and ignoring the initial one completely, but they are so far away on EGC Gorge here. Archer is now on the field. He's going to look to pressure the spearman. One did go down already here for Vortex. Now the others are in danger and are forced to go away. As that Puppy Paw is going to forego Pro Scouts altogether, which is quite common when we do see a Dark Age rush like this, already moving out onto the day manual instead. Osman finds the gold, is going to be able to poke the villagers. No real damage done, but information has been gained. I mean, you see a tower on the gold and 7 villagers gathering for the Japanese. I mean, that's a pretty clear sign of what's to come.
Yeah, and Puppy Paw, he's saying, okay, you want to dance? I can dance with you. And he is preparing for an assault. We're getting the blacksmith in from Puppy Paw. So he is... okay. I was wondering why we're looking at it at that weird angle, but we got the little Squircle show off there.
The Squircle once again makes an appearance here. Spearman? No,
This is the kind of technology that only Cow has access to. The developers themselves couldn't even dream of being able to draw on their screen.
No, I mean, you know, especially when it comes to a Squircle, it's a complex shape that demands respect and accurate representation.
Yeah.
And few people besides our wonderful Cow can manage that.
We did have another little Squircle show off there. As they... Oh my... The Squircle!
Oh, no! Careful,
the Squircle, Puppy Paw! It's so dangerous. It's such a, like, powerful shape, truly.
Deceptive indeed it is, as Puppy Paw finds out firsthand here. The power of the Squircle is not to be underestimated. Similarly to Louis, a very innocent sounding word, but in this context presents a nightmarish threat.
Squircle is one of those many things in life that you will find yourself faced off against eventually. It's like cave diving. At one point in our lives, we all have to do it. So better be ready for the Squircle, because it's coming for you.
It's coming indeed. There's a sort of urge when you see the Squircle, both to stay away and to go closer, like a moth drawn to light.
We're gonna see the horseman go for it? Nah. Outpost has been fortified with an emplacement. The spearmen, at least the 2 surviving ones, did make it back, have been reinforced with an additional spearman. And now Vortex is going to be aging up with the floating gate. The first couple of knights are now on their way from Puppy Paw as well. The timing is going to be quite dicey though, I fear, because Vortex, he is also going to be struggling a little bit for the population space. There's one house next to the berries that could be taken down after the gold has been contested. And then he's gonna need wood again, and it's gonna be like a whole back and forth, and it's gonna hurt his timings when it comes to unit production. It's a whole thing, Ariad. It's a whole thing.
Without a doubt it is. And speaking of things, there is a very large and ominous looking thing now battering on that tower. Vortex evacuated just in time there before any real threat is put onto his economy. And he did bank himself a decent bit of gold here, so there is enough for 3 mounted samurai in queue. He could theoretically drop a market and, well, Vortex, of course, is going to go for the greedy route.
Right
moving.
nearby.
Yeah, and he was almost in position as well. Oh,
He's He's gonna go for it. He's gonna go for it. The awareness from Puppy Paw. He knows, okay, surely my opponent wants gold. Where could he be getting gold from? Oh, there's one gold spot on the other side. I'm just gonna quickly check.
This could potentially be disastrous here for Vortex. If this, oh, but the knight didn't go for the gold. He went for the deer instead. I think he might be. Yeah, he's gonna circle back towards the gold here with his units in position already.
He's gonna see it. Okay, so he is gonna see it, but could have potentially killed a couple more villagers.
Yeah.
Potentially. Oh, but now the ram, it's undefended. Knight is gonna exact his Squircle's revenge.
So the ram is going to forward it inside, and the relic has been picked up by the Shinto priest. Defensive Wololo is going to come in to direct that knight away, which will escape. The ram has now fallen, and the archers that were in it are going to look to make an escape through the back of the wood line.
Maybe kill one or two villagers? Yeah. It's one villager kill. Okay, okay. Value. And now the knights circling back are going to protect the archer. Does Vortex already have an outpost on the gold? That's the most important thing right now for him. Getting an outpost. He does not have an outpost yet. But he does have enough knights potentially. Puppy Paw with an even knight count. That's not enough.
That's just not
even
enough.
Is not enough.
No, it's a
He
bit
does
of a
have pierce
worrying
damage
situation.
though, and there's no pierce armor.
That's true. So the archers actually in enough mass would still do relatively respectable damage to these knights, but the issue is those numbers. These 3 mounted samurai alone can clean up the entirety of the mass here from Puppy Paw. Oh, courtesy of that Dark Age rush, the delay on this knight count here from Puppy is significant, but evacuations are on the way. Vortex, not taking chances, was not able to get the necessary wood to go for the outpost, so instead he is going to back off. You don't want to lose these mounted samurai. They are limited in count. You have no real access to gold. One did go down, but most of Puppy Paw's archers have also fallen at this point in time.
Value is in favor of Vortex, but at the same time, idle time has been caused plentiful by Puppy Paw, and he's got a lot of food. What he doesn't have is a lot of gold, but he can still get a lot of gold inside of his base. So the knight count should still steadily rise at the moment for Puppy Paw. Has to get another villager killer potentially. He doesn't have the charge ready though. He's gonna have to wrap around a little bit, and we do have more charges coming in.
So many low HP
knights
knights here though from Puppy Paw, right? You have to be so careful not to lose them in this position.
Vortex though, he is very much food constricted. He might be getting some gold in now, but food is pretty much only available for him for like one remaining sheep, and the couple of free farms that he's been getting from his landmark.
Yorishiro has also been deployed in the TC, which is great to scale a village count, but more food needed as the Wololo comes in, right as the charge comes in from both the samurai and the knights. Three or two of the French knights fall immediately upon the charge connection. Big losses there for Puppy Paw, but he does keep it in check just again. And again, Vortex moves out onto that southern gold as the outpost is now being rushed up, learning from his previous mistake.
Yeah. Looking at his resource split right now, though, that is going to be a ton of villagers on gold. But he realizes, look at that, Vortex from the gold where he was inside of his base, now moving out to the top berries. That's what he needs right now. That's the food access that he's been striving for, that he just didn't have. Now doesn't need to be gathering the gold inside of his base. Yeah, you can tell, like, he's still very much, like, desperate for food at the moment.
Oh yeah, it's a dire situation. I mean, Japanese, of course, they have the free farms, but the symptom of Gorge here is that the woodline blocks some of the placement for the Kura, so he's missing out on a few of those farms because of the wood and the TC, so less food in for him. Clash comes in here at the front of Vortex's base yet again, charged from the Mounted Samurai as well as the Royal Knights here. Not many Royal Knights left standing here for Puppy Paw. Splitman production is underway for him, but the trade favors Vortex so much here. The destroyed value, and he can heal them.
Already with 3 Shinto priests inside of his base, that is an easy heal up. Now we're even getting sprinkle emplacements in on the outpost there from Vortex.
And the gold as well.
No longer an attractive target. Another knight goes down.
Painful losses here for Puppy Paw. These knights, although they are weaker than the Mounted Samurai here from Vortex. The price is very, very close. He needs every one he can get. Now, Vortex also has the stone necessary, courtesy of the Japanese bonus, to get stone from gold and vice versa. He's going to be able to fortify the outpost as well, which is now on the way for him. Spearmen are starting to build in count here for Puppy Ball, though, so Vortex has to be a little bit more careful and picky about his engagements. Knight is going to discover the villages on the berries, but prudently Vortex already has a tower on it, so no severe threat just yet.
Fortification is coming in on the outpost on the gold as well. These knights, they're not getting any health here at the moment. Puppy Paw, he just doesn't have chivalry yet, so hasn't really been able to heal up these knights effectively yet. Now also, the transition period. Actually, nice play from Puppy Paw, moving out to the second gold before the first one gets expired. That way he's going to have a much smoother transition to his gold income.
Nice pickup on the Mounted Samurai there.
Yeah, the army count from Puppy Paw is still looking very solid. Vortex even needing a market here, trade out some resources. Now we're seeing an archery range coming in. This is also some classic Spanish base building here. Very compact, but at the cost of not really being able to like rally around PC.
Yes, part of it does come from the necessity. In fact, looks like Puppy Paw has had enough. He dives directly under the main town center here. It is upgraded. This is a level 2 town center, so way stronger than a regular town center, but there's so many units here from Puppy Paw. Looks like he's content exchanging most of his army here in exchange for heavy economic damage, but it is a dangerous strategy with so many Mounted Samurai on the field. Looks like he's gonna look to make a retreat behind Vortex's base here. Still has most of his units intact and killed a lot of villagers in that dive there.
He killed more villagers on the berries as well. As our observer is pointing out, there's not that many villagers left. And trade out is coming in now. We do suddenly see a production of Yumi archers coming in now with the Arashiro. Those are going to be coming in very, very quickly. And looks like Puppy Paw does not quite have enough units here now at the front line. His army, it's pretty much getting cleared entirely. Barely any of the knights went down. 2 went down out of 10. So still 8 remaining here. And for it, like the entire military from Puppy Paw has been shrunk by half.
Yes, the destroyed value tells no lies. More than double ahead now in favor of Vortex. But minus Puppy Paw, you see where a lot of that money went and why the unit count is not as high as we expected. There is an age up. It is going to be the Royal Institute, which, I mean, I gotta say, I'm not too sure of with the level of knights on the field here for Puppy. There is actually a decent count still. As long as you can conserve the numbers, there might still be a lot of value to be gained from them. Puppy, once again, pushing Vortex off of the berries, but can't stay here for too long. The Yumi count uploading has so many low HP samurai.
Yes. At this point, it's worth just making additional Shinto priests just to heal them up. Wait, what more is being created? Is that from the Arashiro, or is that actually like active? It's active production.
Active,
Vortex
yeah.
is actively producing a Shinto because he knows, okay, I gotta heal. I gotta heal my guys.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of value that you can squeeze out of just a few Shinto priests here, healing all of those Mounted Samurai. Of course, it is a time-consuming process. So much health on these Mounted Samurai that the Shinto priests will be a while before they can repair them. What am I talking about? Heal them, of course. You see, notably here for Puppy, one thing, you know, the lack of economic upgrades. I mean, we have Wheelbarrow in the Dark Age, and Horticulture was picked up recently, of course, but with that initial Archer pump, as well as so many knights, not having specialized pick and double Vortex, it's really gotta hurt at this point in time.
Yeah. Now though, we are at a point in the game where Puppy Paw, he has got a lot more knights out on the field and in queue combined. And he's about to be getting a whole lot of very, very effective upgrade. We're getting veterancy in, we're getting candled sandals in, and very soon, I didn't even get the kill there, and very soon we'll also be able to get Royal Bloodlines in, which I think, I'm not sure if it's already been queued up, but it's been queued up in just a little bit. Also, nice unit split here from Puppy Paw. Has some villagers here that will most likely be going down, but on the board has some units there that can help. So satisfying when villagers all die at the same time.
Yeah, so when you pick different knights onto different villages and seeing them, the bodies fall to the floor at the same time. Okay, maybe I'll stop there. I think that's getting a little bit
Graphic.
of a serial killer situation going there. As we see Puppy Paw moving to the north, large gold raid, but there's Mounted Samurai in place. Spears will meet these Mounted Samurai in the south side, but at the same time, this raid is actually so brutal.
Puppy Paw losing a lot of his villagers there. Where's he moving? Oh, he's moving the knights back. He's just going to another gold. What is this? He knows he can't afford to take the fight there. He needs to meet up with his villagers, which he just continuously loses a lot of right now. No, where's he going?
No, it's distracting with the Mounted Samurai. The knights are not there to meet them in time. There's a few coming now, as well as Avalithria production now in for Puppy Paw as well. Wololo coming in defensively to protect that relic from additional Royal Knights here for Puppy Paw. Royal Bloodlines is only a few seconds out though. Now, Mounted Samurai are undoubtedly stronger than Royal Knights, even with the veterans in the cast stage. However, when that Bloodlines comes in, the switch is considerable.
Yeah, now at this point in time, the knights from Puppy Paw are gonna be way stronger. And Vortex, what does he have? Yumi Archers. What are Yumi Archers gonna do against Royal Bloodline Royal Knights? Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. So Vortex, the army value, it's not nearly as high as Puppy Paw's right now. He is adding in some Onimushas, but it's few and far between right now. Fights are starting to be taken now as well. Starting to push through into the main.
Yeah, the units are trickling in steadily here for Puppy Paw. More and more knights on the way. Vortex looking to distract as much as possible whilst he tries to build up this Onimusha count here. Cancelling even the Yumi and Q to build more Onimusha. Recognizing by this point, of course, seeing the Royal Bloodlines in for these knights. But you can just see how tanky and durable these Royal Knights are with those Bloodlines. Puppy Paw just doesn't care. He dives directly underneath the town center yet again. But another raid by Vortex discovers the villagers on the gold mine yet again. But this time, defenses are in place with these Royal Knights here to clear up the Mounted Samurai. But so much damage has been dealt to both sides. But these Knights, they're just not dying.
Pavisa could be used here for additional 5 armor on these Apoletria up against the Yumi Archers. Knights just not really dying here at all right now, and suddenly army value is 4,000 to 1,500. Puppy Paw, he's just continuously streaming the units across. Suddenly starts even making some horsemen instead of more knights. Does have the gold for it. In theory, to continue with the knight production. More knights coming in yet again on 2 sides as well. Chivalry has also been researched behind it, and now Puppy Paw, he wants to get a little bit of a wrench going here. A lot of villagers have been lost on his side. Now it is his turn to start killing some of these villagers, even camping up with some low HP knights out on the berries. Just waiting and regenerating in the meantime.
We do have a little bit of an issue rising here for Puppy Paw, which of course is an issue for Vortex as well, but is slightly offset by the Kura storehouse. The food is running out steadily here for Puppy Paw, and there is no guild hall behind this to start accruing it. But he did manage to get a keep up on his production, so that's a significant discount on his units. And of course, with the Royal Institute, you will have access to enlistment incentives for him as well, further boosting that discount. Technology normally only available in the Imperial Age. This Puppy, looking to raid, but is discovered here by the Onimusha, and the Mounted Samurai is going to now be forced back towards the center third of the map.
Something to keep in mind, if you want to scale your economy, you could also just make a market. Especially as the French, because you can actually set your traders to generate food as well. It's a very nice way for you to generate resources. But at the same time, Vortex, he's there again. Looking for some villager kills, is going to find at least 3 here, from the looks of it. Looks like it's only going to be 2, potentially. Puppy Paw, we do see the game plan. He is starting to wall off, and we might be soon starting to see the first couple of traders. Another thing to keep in mind is that with the Royal Institute, there's an Imperial Age trading upgrade that you can research in Castle Age as the French, and it is going to be merchant guilds. Very cheap as well. Active traders generate 1 gold every 6 seconds. That is 10 gold per minute. That's a lot of additional gold income. not as much as like a villager, but like it's like a third of a villager almost for every single trader on top of it.
It's significant, without a doubt, and it adds up rapidly as the trader count climbs, but the trader count first has to actually climb for that to be the case. Difficult thing to do against such high mobility from Vortex's army, with the Yumi, the Mounted Samurai as the Onimusha, just a faster army than Poppy Paws at this point in time, especially with the addition of the Arbaletria now for him as well. And now the most painful part in the game for any French player, the slow farm transition is beginning. As production is highlighting for us, there's just no care at all for Poppy Paw regarding for relics. Understandable, really. I mean, heavy gold cost on those priests, of course.
He sees the trader!
The trade.
It's discovered. The ruse is up. Oh man, now this is starting to become very, very tough now for Poppy Paw.
Yeah,
Trying to find some more villager kills.
I think it was the very first trader as well. The very first trader you make just gets intercepted immediately and put down. At the same time, Poppy Paw does discover the gold yet again and is going to look to raid, but Vortex, 25 villages there, sprinkled in placement and fortification, so not an easy. But Poppy behind their second TC as well, the greed.
Yeah, I mean, 25 minutes in the game after all of these engagements, but yeah, it is indeed still very greedy. Does have a keep working for him though. It does have a keep inside of his base, so all of his units are...
What?
If we don't move, he can't see it. Oh, he's breaking out.
The cheekiest villagers known to man, all crumpled there together in a containment camp there. Now looking to break out to safety once the danger has passed. Heavy farm transition still underway here for Poppy Paw, but Vortex is circling, looking for any angle to cause damage, any angle to attack, and just ripple Poppy Paw further, who is now using so much of his food just for villages at this point in time. Of course, French TC is producing faster, so not only is it the regular 2 TC cost associated in terms of food, but even more than regular civilizations now.
Man, and Vortex, he's got enough units. The Yumi are just so cheap. He can continuously afford just running them into the base of Poppy Paw now. And there we go. He's starting to find a couple more villager kills, and Poppy Paw, he just can't seem to make use of the investment at the moment to really get the use in of that second DC. He's still behind in the villager department. 38 of them have been killed so far in this game. Traders continuously being intercepted as well by Vortex.
Poppy Paw does manage to weather the storm for now, as Vortex's army is pushed back yet again. Vortex doesn't want to dive too deep, despite his way superior food income at this point in time. Part of it is, of course, there's no real fear of a Guildhall Red Palace timing here from Poppy. There's, of course, no Guildhall on the field at this point in time, so Vortex doesn't have to be too overzealous. He can be a little bit more calculated with his attacks, with his raids. Seems to be the case here. Also attacking from the north side at this point in time. So many villagers killed already. I mean, Poppy has faster villager production and is going to be... And also now has the second TC, of course. But is actually behind in villages. It's like... Archer production is heavily underway now for Poppy Paw as well behind this. We did see the veterancy come in earlier for him. Stables producing heavily Sportman. Horseman now as well will be very useful because the range mass from Vortex is really significant and climbing steadily. The mounted samurai count is also very scary at this point in time. Poppy Paw looking to raid, wanting to distract Vortex somewhat, keep him towards that center third, or even better his third, but Vortex is not going to take the bait. Just a few knights going to his base. That's something his reinforcements can deal with. But if those knights are raiding, it means they're not at home to defend, which presents a perfect opportunity for Vortex to do exactly this, which is start torching that secondary town center. Many farms now on the field for Poppy Paw, but many of those farms are also exposed at the same time. The count here from Poppy Paw is realistically just not enough to hold this. The keep is going to offer much needed respite for him, but for how long, as the farm fields are now under heavy fire from this Japanese attack. So many of them idle, so many more villages going down. Poppy Paw's own raid deals significant damage as well behind this. Most of the farms in his own base now idle, and these are bloodline knights, so they will not fall easily, but the numbers don't lie. And the army value so severely in favor of Vortex. Economy count is neck and neck as well, but the income, Vortex almost triple the income of Puppy Paw at this point in time. And now, looking to dive even under double town center and keep. A lot of damage being taken there, but can he stay?
The issue truly is just that Puppy Paw, with all of these archers and all of these Avalatria that he has there, these units just don't get any benefit from the Royal Institute. So it's like not even that there's any special units, it's all in the knights, but he just doesn't have the economy to continuously produce these knights or horsemen even.
Yeah, even with the discount, even with the farms, the cost is just too much because of the second town center. Vortex does definitely want to take it down, but it's not, there's not too much pressure for him to dive directly under the main DC or the keep. As we mentioned earlier, there's no guild hall, there's no very reliable scaling here for Puppy Paw behind this. So as long as Vortex can control the map, now with a 5th relic on the way for him as well, he's gonna be in prime position to keep getting further and further ahead in this game number 1.
I want to say though, Puppy Paw did just manage to pick off a lot of villagers. Now it's still like 5 relics on the side of Vortex, right? He hasn't taken any of the sacred sites though in this fight. There's like all of these knights right now, they're very weak. We do have +2 pierce damage in on all of the archers as well, so they are doing the full damage. I think all of these knights should be going down at the end of it. Villagers will need to get pulled to safety here as well. I think this could be a lot worse at this point in time. Like, all of these knights are going to go down as well, and suddenly there aren't any more knights with Vortex's main army here. He is remassing a lot, though. This is so difficult to say right now. Like, how is Puppy Paw going to come back from this? He needs gold, but he just doesn't even have a remote angle of where he can take gold from. It's like he needs another keep in order to secure the gold somewhere.
Yeah, another keep would indeed be nice in this situation, but affording it is easier said than done, as Puppy Paw is now relying purely on the archer defense, as really, that's all he can afford. The Mounted Samurai were on the right side of those farm fields, and now Vortex reconnects them with his main ranged mass skirted around the back of Puppy Paw's base. And this is a pretty scary Japanese army. The mass is about to connect again with the reinforcements very soon. Many units arriving now for Vortex. But even this frontal army is enough to challenge all of the mass here from Puppy Paw. It's just archers, Crackety, but he can't afford anything else.
Yeah, all he has is food and, well, doesn't even have food. That's the issue. He had wood. If it was food that he had, at least he could be making horsemen, and horsemen are just so much better for him, with the royal bloodlines at least. Like, legitimately, the horsemen would be a killer unit here for him. And just as he's moving out to the gold, I see a lot of red dots, probably the reinforcement knights moving toward that large gold vein.
That actually might be what breaks the camel's back in this game. The camel, of course, being Puppy Paw in this case. As it seems, yeah, he just knows. Even before the Mounted Samurai arrive, the pressure is just relentless. And when it comes to pressure from Vortex, we know it's not something he's gonna stop applying here. As he takes game number 1, and what a chaotic, messy game. Definitely what we expected from these two extremely aggressive players.
And looking at the military count, this definitely wasn't like a clean game, to say the least. It was very much like a back and forth game between them. Looking at the economy count as well, there were some pretty solid raids on both sides. I think, honestly, like, Puppy Paw not reacting as quickly to the one raid on the large gold mine, not having any outposts up there, I think that was the beginning of the comeback then and there from Vortex back in the game.
Yeah, it's definitely much needed for him after suffering so much idle time, so much pressure in that feudal age. And discovering all those villages, once Vortex was finally able to get a little bit of breathing room and begin moving onto Puppy Paw's side of the map, the raids were just relentless. They just kept coming, and the Mounted Samurai, few units so capable at raiding because of that additional melee damage and of course the deflective armor, making them durable and able to kill villagers in a charge and a slap of their samurai sword right afterwards. You see, the Ram did a lot of work here for Puppy Paw in the early part of the game, but the issue is, like, the spearman delay on the gold means that you're not able to scale these knights earlier. in a lot of cases as the French, you can deal quite well with Castle Age opponents as long as you have that Knight Mass to deal with the luxury units. But equal count Royal Knights in Feudal Age to equal count Samurai, that's not a position you want to be in.
Yeah, 100% not. This is like one of typically when I find myself in this situation, it is so difficult to like see the light at the end of the tunnel with like only having very few mounted samurai up against the just very much continuous stream of French Royal Knights that is coming out. And Vortex, though, he was able to persevere, able to just keep those couple of mounted samurai alive back in time, like time and time again, just with those Shinto priests able to heal him back up to full. And it's so much value that he was able to get out of those mounted samurai, probably trading like 2-1 there for the most part, mounted samurai into those Royal Knights, and then later down the line, the mass Yumi army composition. That's just such an effective way of bolstering your army count. The Yumi just being such a cheap unit here for him. And yeah, also putting a Yoroshiro inside of the TC, that is like one of the main ways that Vortex was able to come back in the economy, but then also not fall behind after that.
Yeah, the Yoroshiro in the TC is such a valuable place to put it, especially if you know that you are likely going to stick on that one town center for a long period of time. Of course, that's how you get the most value out of it, if you don't have to add a second town center because of the faster production, and you can then reinvest all the extra resources into units, of course, as Vortex has done in this case. But now we see the map that we don't see too often, do we, Krakudi? You know, as our next map of choice here. Of course, the loser does pick the next map in the series every time, and Puppy Paw opting for Excavation here, but I find his choice a little bit interesting because, you know, Excavation, a slightly civilization-locked map, I'm sure you would agree. There's a few civilizations that do really well here because of the nature of the map, and others tend to struggle. Lancaster is definitely one of them. Ottoman is definitely one of them, but I feel like generally speaking, Lancaster does very well up against Ottomans.
I think it goes kind of like both-ish ways sometimes. So what's very nice for Ottomans, of course, is their unique units. They also get some very strong bonuses in general throughout the game. Having Sipahi, the strongest horseman, against arguably, at least for their role, the weakest horseman, that is very cheap though with the Hobbler. I think overall, Ottomans, they get a lot more value, I want to say, out of the stone, because in theory you only just need a single villager inside one of those camps, and by the time that you like hit feudal age, you will already have enough stone for like all the military schools that you might ever want. So I see the vision. Both players obviously want to pick Mongols here, but having Excavation and Map Draft, both players did ban Mongols. But now it is time for us to jump into our game. Number 2 here, Myriad. Puppy Paw, point behind now on the scoreboard, is going to be using the Ottomans here. Vortex, the House of Lancaster, the demon-ish civilization. And what is he doing already in the back there of his base? Is that he placing a barrack right next to the excavation site? It is.
That must be it, right?
Yeah, must have been the wind or something. Like, this is interesting.
Yeah, quite a common little start here on, well, for some civilizations at least on this map, particularly when they do like to go for that barracks. It's not something Mongol could typically do, of course. You are reliant on the Uvu for that double production. But similarly to how we see on Enlightened Horizon, just bring the villager back here, build the barracks angled towards the Forgotten Ruins, the house next to it, and soon enough we're able to capture it, and the villager will then jump inside immediately to start gathering up that stone. But now these spearmen will be used to gain some value. Abipo, actually, interestingly, does not opt for anything of the sort. There is no military school with long-distance gathering. There is no barracks. Instead, wanting to get up to that feudal age ASAP here. So, not sure. I feel like there must be a little plan here for Puppy Boy in doing this.
Myriad, I'm gonna say that we're gonna see one very special unit here today from the Ottomans. I'm going to guess that at any one point in this game, we will see the appearance of the Akinji for the Ottomans. Don't ask me how I know. Don't ask me why I think that that's gonna happen. I just know it's gonna happen.
Honestly, I am an Inkinji Copa believer and Copa indeed. So sometimes I feel like they may be able to gain some very significant value in some matchups. Granted, I think this matchup is far from one of them. However, that would still be very, very entertaining here to see indeed as the Akinji. Notably, they actually have just superior stats in virtually every way compared to the Rus Horse Archer, but are way more expensive as a result. And of course, you cannot get them for free. You need to unlock them through that second tier Vizier point. And it does take a little while to get to that stage.
We have a couple of spearmen now, burning down that mining camp. At least going to be getting a little bit of value in there from that. As we are getting a little bit of a graphic here on what kind of Vizier points players would typically go for. I feel like ever since we've gotten the buff to the Akinji Vizier point, with you getting immediately 3 of them, I feel like that is like one of the things that immediately made the Vizier point good again.
Good is a very powerful choice of words, I would say.
I think it's
but
good. Like 3 is the perfect number because with 3 you one-shot villagers.
That's true. That's very true. But the only issue, right, is how long it takes to come in. I mean, especially if you don't start a military school like Puppy Boy, it takes so long to actually unlock it. I mean, of course, you need the first Vizier point, which is still a decent ways off here for Puppy Boy, and then you need the second Vizier point as well. But the Akinji are amazing units. Very, very powerful indeed, with virtually no counterplay. So we're going to have to see if they do come out here for Puppy Boy in this game number 2. Medres is now finished. A very, very nice injection of food income for Puppy Boy. 5 villagers able to gather boosted berries for the rest of the game, up until you get Wheelbarrow and Horticulture, after which only 4 can do so. Vortex now also aging up with the Abbey of Kings, and Crackedy, I mean, this Abbey of Kings play from House of Lancaster has become notorious.
Impressive. Yeah, it's
disgusting even.
It very much is like just one of those plays where you see it coming, you want to react to it, you want to make the units that, you know, are good against it, and then you still end up failing. You're like, okay, so this exists apparently, because there's just very little that most civilizations can do against a flood of Hobbler, Spearmen, Yeomen with a 20% health increase.
It's just the sheer audacity, the fact that you know it's coming. You know exactly that they're most likely going to go Hobblars afterwards. And a lot of them are that. But they still do it, knowing that you know that they're going to do it. And then, you know, what can you really do in response? I mean, sure, you can make spears. I mean, they're not going to last long against the lords or the yeomen that are likely to follow afterwards. I mean, if you have knights, you can deal with the Hobblars, but then spears will come out. You could try to go horsemen against the Hobblars, but guess what? The Hobblars are cheaper, faster, and with the lords, they quite handily beat the horsemen. So really, Puppy Paw has very limited options here, but Ottomans, I mean, especially as it goes later and later in the game, they'll be able to deal with this, but initially it'll be a little bit of a struggle. The archers, however, will be able to push away and deny the spears. Yeah, you need a great bomber to deal with it, that's for sure.
Just gotta quickly, like, go into the, you know, content creator and change the bomber to be the feudal age Vizier point for the Ottomans. That's how you're gonna work that one. First Vizier point.
I mean, JD was able to do it with the cannons in the past, right? To get in the feudal age, so...
Wonder where she pulled the cannon from, but yeah.
Yeah.
Or the horse, for that matter, that suddenly appears out of nowhere.
It's kind of like, you know, in some games like RPGs, what is it, Elden Ring, for example, just blow the whistle and the horse comes. I'm sure it's a similar situation for JD.
You know, it's people talk about like ancient technology that's just been lost through the ages, and I think phasing technology probably one of those.
It's true. It's true without a doubt. it's just been lost to time at this stage. Maybe we'll rediscover it soon. Interestingly, Papipor not opting to actually pick a Vizier. I don't think he picked one just yet. He's probably, I'm not sure if he is trying to decide or if there's something in particular he's looking for before deciding. The thing with the first tier is that all three of them are very valuable, so it's not always an easy choice to make. Well, the Mecca,
yes and
you
no.
know.
Yeah, the meta one is so-so because, like, it doesn't work most of the time. So it's like, yeah, don't go for that. The thing is, with Anatolian Hills, because it also increases your gold gathering, if you're gonna go for Anatolian Hills, the sooner the better. The sooner you benefit from the gold gathering, the better. But here we go now, we got the first couple of Hobolas in. Papipor, he doesn't have that much in terms of the army count, and that's gonna be one villager now that is gonna be going down, just jumping out of the ruin at the worst possible point in time. Outpost is going to get an emplacement up on it. Definitely is going to need it as well. We do have the first couple of Sipahi in the queue now. Next up is going to be the Yemen. Good call from Papipor to go for the Sipahi straight away rather than the Spearman here, as the Spearman would immediately get counted out by this. And now we do have the move in from Vortex. Sure, the Outpost has an emplacement. Sure, most of the units aren't armored. Does it matter? Not really.
I mean, he doesn't have undermesh, but again, doesn't matter.
It's
not really.
It's House of Lancaster. They got the manners, they get the economy there, and yeah, this is.
Well, people did get punished for his greed, though, right? Opting for that forward Forgotten Ruins there, exposed in the center of the map, and loses the villager for it, and instead of going for the safe one in the back. Of course, the outpost was there in position, offering a bit of a staging ground for his army to protect, but, I mean, against this kind of a play from Lancaster, something you have to be so careful about doing, and pays an even heavier price for it as the outpost goes down, and in turn, an additional villager. Now 2 villagers down, Papipor is. I don't think we have any military schools, if I saw correctly. Oh, Relic has now
There's one military school.
Oh, yes,
The issue at the moment for Papipor is that now he is very, very far behind. The question is, what's he gonna do now that he's behind? Is he gonna try and get a tech up in order to get some better units out in the field? Not really feasible at all, because we know House of Lancaster are notorious for, just right-clicking once with, like, select all military, and suddenly you're in the endgame screen and the victories, or rather in the loss screen when you're playing up against them. So age up definitely not on the menu for him, and Papipor does recognize that, and he is making additional Sipahi. The question is, like, how quickly can he get them out there? Sipahi are actually great here right now for what Vortex has got out on the field. He just needs a lot more of them.
He does need a lot more of them. He does also have the mech there, and of course the additional attack speed, melee armor, or ranged armor for that matter, will be crucial in these fights for him. Looks like we did have Anatolian Hills being picked up for Papipor. And that secondary... Oh, actually, no, excuse me, no. It is the field work for the two imams, my mistake. But the secondary Vizier point is creeping in. As I say that, though, Vortex, with a cheeky little move, the Yeoman, with additional move speed, find the villagers on the gold and snipe one quickly there in turn. But with the second Vizier point coming in, are we going to see those coveted elite Akinji warriors? Well,
I think at this point in time, the window for Akinji hasn't really existed in this game. We do see a little raiding attempt here at the moment from multiple Sipahi, actually, coming in from Papipor. Look at that, he's idling out Vortex's entire economy at the moment. A little bit, of course, is still working, courtesy of just having the manners here. But also, with the matter, these Sipahi just aren't dying. They're just not killable. He's getting so many villager kills here, Myriad.
Yeah, the value is getting a bit exceedingly in favor of Papipor here. 5 villagers dead, the Mechter, as well as the Iron Undermesh, providing so much resistance to the Sipahi, and of course, with no melee units, notably spears to defend, that fortitude attack speed allows them to just melt through those villagers. Papipor finding some much needed damage and now taking a firm Vil lead here with 3. Sacrifices a lot of the Sipahi, but feeling confident enough to remove out towards the center of this map, reclaim the day. As Vortex's army is actually, most of it is out of position behind his base. This could be very dangerous.
That must have been a misclick. Matter drums instead of Anatolian Hills or the Akinji point? I would have expected a lot, just not that one. That is
You
the
know
last
something we
Vizier point
don't.
that I expected. Yeah, extensive fortification also could have been a play, but now he's got 3 matter out on the field. And Vortex is going to go for a dive on the wood line at the same time. Fight could be taken here by Puppy Paw's army. And I think he
counter-raid.
is going to take the fight. That's the first villager going down here, but most should be able to make it out alive. Imam hasn't been sniped out quite yet. They're still alive. Well, thanks.
The fact that the yeomen, I think they take, what, 3 or 4 hits with these 4 lords to die to the Sabahi is just incredible to me. As the Hopalars did find the wood line, as you mentioned, 3 of the villagers do go down again. The villager count is neck and neck. Just a little bit of idle time from Vortex, putting him a further villager behind. Fight has been taken by Puppy Paw, clearing out a good chunk
Villagers!
of Vortex's mass, but the villagers, there's not enough spots.
The Lord's just not going down, and now the speed-up army from Vortex is just gonna march all the way back to the Abbey of Kings to get healed back up to full.
As if
Although
nothing
maybe he could.
even happened.
Yeah, Villager's just gonna run away from the wood line. Couple barracks now getting added to the one that's already there out on the field. Vortex, no, Puppy Paw's only real play here back into this game was gonna be like higher value units with the Sapahi. That window now sadly seems to be closing as well.
And losing the Imams on top of it, all these low HP injured Sabahi just cannot get healed anymore. Meanwhile, the Abbey for Vortex can always work overtime to heal his units. Of course, the mobility advantage here for Puppy Paw is notable. He's able to keep Vortex on edge here in his base. Vortex has to respect this amount of Sabahi, especially after what happened last time he left his base unattended just a few minutes prior in this game. Vortex healing most of his units. The Lords will be gaining speed rapidly. 2 Sabahi finding the gold here. Might be able to get a villager, but not quite.
That villager is right next to the Abbey of Kings, is eventually just gonna get healed back up again. Spears here now also plentiful in numbers. Puppy Paw, he just doesn't really have an angle now for engagement, and the archers, they're moving forward. Puppy Paw is gonna have to hurry all the way back into his base again, and that is so much idle time on the food income for him yet again. The buildings are now just gonna get burned down.
Yes, once again, these outposts, there's not much there left, so Puppy Paw not too displeased to let this position go. The main thing that hurts really is that house that he's going to lose the pop from. Food is starting to become more of an issue here for Puppy Paw as well. The sheep are out, now having to move out onto his berries. Way too risky to go onto that goal, but the surround from the behind, the flank attack with the Sabahi coming in here from Puppy Paw. There's not too many spears here to protect Vortex's mass. As the Sabahi dive directly on top, there's a massive surround here on top of the Yeoman, but they're just not dying fast enough. The health as Vortex takes game number 2 here with Lancaster on excavation against Puppy Paw, taking a firm lead in this series.
Yeah, that means that Vortex now is already on match point, and you know what? This could be the second set of the day that could end up as a quick 3-0 here. Not something that I expected, honestly. Between Puppy Paw and Vortex, looking at the historic stats, it looked like Puppy Paw had a firm lead there. But Vortex seems to be quite in shape at the moment. Next up as well. Oh, okay. Delhi up against the Byzantines. This is some. How do you rate this matchup, Miriam? Because I'm very interested in what you, with your playstyle, how do you rate those two civilizations against each other?
I think it is pretty close, honestly. It's quite close. I would give the edge a little bit to Byzantines if they do play it optimally. You can get some pretty nice timings with Byzantines when it comes to the tri-composition with the longbows in that early part of the feudal age. And it comes down to some key details, I think, where if you actually forego mining any gold after going for the age up as Byzantines, you are able to have your batch of longbows, the first one, with a good number of limitane and some horsemen just in time as the Delhi moves out to get the sacred site, and you're able to fully and effectively contest them, as we have seen other players do in the past. But you know, the timings are so tight for Byzantines to be able to do that. But if Delhi manages to get the sides uncontested, it gets a little bit more complex from then on for Byzantines, as the gold income, of course, gets out of control very, very quickly. But it's a pretty complex and exciting matchup, I would say. What do you think?
I think typically the way I look at this matchup is whichever civilization I don't play wins.
That's quite accurate.
Yeah, it's typically how I look at many matchups. And but yeah, this is I typically think, I feel like whenever I play as Delhi in this matchup, now the sample size is quite low just because I don't really play Delhi or Byzantines a lot. But I feel like Byzantines always has the better units just to make. The issue is typically the quantity of the units that you have. Like, you got the better army, the issue is just getting enough of them out there. Delhi, they need a little bit of time. They need a little bit of time to mass up their units. They do also have like some really good units, the Ghazi Raiders, for example. They're just not quite as good. Of course, you do always have that healing, which is just something that Byzantines straight up don't have access to. If you're Byzantines, you want to take continuous, decisive engagements. If you're Delhi, you want to raid, you want to avoid long, drawn-out fights. You want to just like do hit-and-run strategies. You want to like contest the sacred side. If your opponent goes for that, you want to run away from that, go to another sacred side. Because your opponent's army, the Byzantine army, also isn't as fast. They're not that fast. They're mostly just infantry. And it always depends on if you're able to give your opponent the runaround. If you're able to give your opponent the runaround, I do see Delhi as the favorite civilization. And a lot of it ultimately comes down to how the map spawns as well. I'm totally with you there, Myriad. I think the matchup overall is pretty even between the two. One thing where I do see Delhi as a little bit favored is in a long drawn-out feudal game towards the mid-end, is where Delhi suddenly starts getting pro scouts in for free and just starts shoveling all of the deer underneath their TC.
Yeah, the pro scouts timing is pretty significant here, of course. I mean, because then you have a choice to make as Delhi, right? You reinvest your bucket loads of additional food that you suddenly now have into just remassing significantly and looking to dwindle the mass from Byzantines, notably the mercenaries, of course, longbows normally. Or do you then go for a castle timing and look to get out what has become a notorious composition from the Delhi, which is, of course, the war elephants in combination with the additional range archers, courtesy of, what is it, Peaks? I think it's called the technology, I'm not too sure, in the House of Learning. But I will say, though, as we load into game number 3 here between Vortex, spawning the south side of the map in the color red as the Delhi Sultanate, facing Puppy Paw in the color blue as the Byzantines, finding his back against the wall here, being 2 locked down, needs a win to survive in this setup against Vortex. What I was gonna say is that Puppy Paw, I have seen him play this matchup before, and I gotta say, he plays it to perfection from the Byzantine perspective.
He does. Like, Puppy Paw's Byzantines in general tends to be incredibly, incredibly clean. I don't think he plays it the same way Vortex does, or Lucifer does, and indeed he does only, quotation marks, only send 2 villagers out to stone instead of 3.
And I think that's kind of all you need here, I would say, as Byzantines. That will allow you to get your 3rd cistern up and running before you get up to that feudal age, or the landmark finishes, that is, which is a great boost to your income. But can we just talk a little bit about this spawn here from Vortex? Isn't this just insane?
I feel like Delhi doesn't really care about their spawns a lot of the time. Right? Because, like, what really matters for them is, do I have wood? Do I have food? And the gold just comes in from the sacred sites. Sure, the berries are in the back, that's nice, but is that really something that you would really move out early on, like within the first 7 to 8 minutes as Byzantines anyways?
Typically
Probably
not. It's the deer as well, however, right? Both projected relatively safely towards the sides means when that Pro Scouts does come in, you'll be able to get them pretty freely. However, you know, it's not exactly unfair because if we look at Papipo's side, the backberries allows for a pretty easy winery here, defensible. Of course, Delhi doesn't normally begin spears, so the winery is pretty free for the Byzantines. But the second berry is also really nice and safe behind that initial wood line all the way in the corner. So, and even the third one, I mean, sure, it's quite exposed, of course, being very far, but it's still sideways, not really all the way forward, next to some deer as well as the second gold. So that's going to be a big hotspot as well.
Yeah, I think this is overall a pretty good map for Byzantines. I also like the positioning here of the deer for Papipo overall. Like having the deer on two like separate sides means that depending, of course, how Vortex shifts around, it might be easier for him to maneuver villagers around in case of raids. Go from one deer pack to the other, spreading out the sister network as well. Overall, definitely not a bad spawn here, I would say. Fave now also coming in for Vortex. Vortex is one of those players that I want to say like has a really good Doodle Age Deli. But I think he's one of the players as well that severely underestimates how grand Deli scaling is past Feudal Age as well. So many times we kind of see Vortex all-inning in Feudal Age with Delhi, or all-inning early on in Castle Age with like a forward keep drop into Mass Trebuchets and just trying to go for Landmark Snipe. When I feel like just like mid-Castle Age is when Delhi scaling really hits peak, when all of those upgrades come in for free and you just, you know, potentially even go up to Imperial Age and suddenly have access to probably on paper the best landmarks in the game value-wise, I want to say. Like, how much value is one of those Sultan elephants that you get there? A normal elephant, like tower elephants, like 1,000 resource, but those have hand cans on top of it, so it's more like 1.5k-ish? Maybe more than that with all the HP?
I think the actual listed price, if I'm not mistaken, is 600 food and 500 gold. So that is the, you know, value on the price tag per se. Of course, they are free at the end of the day, the Sultan's Tower elephants, but I think that is what the game considers the value, which, of course, is incredibly expensive, but at the end of the day, they are, of course, free.
Hey, they have so much more value, I feel like.
Oh, yeah, I think so.
It's a unit with like 700, 800 HP, almost infinite range armor, like 13 ranged armor in Imperial Age.
It's insane.
And it does like double hand cannoneer DPS. Considering the value of a normal tower elephant, I think it's safe to assume that like the hand cannon Sultan elephant is like double that. I want to safely say. So let's say it's like 2,000 resource and you get one in for like every 1.5 minutes with 4 scholars inside. That's a pretty solid, like more than 1,000 resource per minute from a landmark. There is no other landmark that gives you that much value.
It's true. It's true. Even Karganet Palace, the most they can get up to is, I think, 800 or 850.
700 to 800, yeah.
Yeah, if you get sort of the optimal rolls with Military Academy, of course, from the blacksmith. Yeah, well, that's always a possibility. You'll definitely be able to take down buildings quick, of course. But at the end of the day here, we have the resume. Looks like, people.
Yes.
There
Not
we
just
go.
that, but he can put a cistern here as well. Double boost up the build speed on that.
This is an easy
put another
thing to...
cistern here?
He must do, right? I'm pretty sure it's on the way very soon. He does have the stone for it now. He's just looking for the space to do so. But notably here, an easy thing to forget, not many people know this, but the neutral trade posts, not only are they value-wise cheaper overall than the mercenaries that are regular from the contract, as we see the displayed now, but they also produce faster. So as a result, it's actually, if you can get such a good trade post, especially with such valuable units, it would be a bit of a slip up not to use it. And people recognize this. It is going to be the Royal Knights in combination with the Limitane here. And Vortex, I'm not sure if this is something he expects. I believe the scout is in position. He might have seen it. Yeah.
Oh, what is this sister? And this one's in Narnia. Huh. Okay, so It's a lot of food there. Like, you want that. You really want that.
Yeah, he's trying to get maximal value, I guess, cover as much as he possibly can. But, you know, one of the caveats when you do this is you see not all of the berries are covered, not all of the deer are covered. Both the golds are covered, but at the same time, the trade post is not covered. So, I mean, personally, I would have liked to see first the system being placed next to the trade post, and then you extend it down south towards that hotspot there. Of course, I'm not as good as Puppy Paw, so I will stop my judgment there.
Now we do have the veteran Royal Knight, not the veteran, but just the normal Royal Knights out there from Puppy Paw. Quite good value. Is now even adding in the Longbowman. And the interesting thing, I do believe, is that the plus 50% production speed extends to the normal mercenaries that you make as well from the mercenary house, not just the unique mercenaries. Though it seems like we can't really see it. The tooltip says it doesn't, but I'm quite certain that it does.
Remains to be seen. Oh, we do have it here. Plus 50 protection production speed by placing it near a trade post. That is
Never
really,
trust a
really
tooltip.
That is quite significant indeed. Now we have the caps starting here for Vortex. Center cap without too much issues here for Vortex. The right side is also now being captured. Looks like Puppy Paw doesn't have any units in position to deal with that. It does appear like the Royal Knights, no, actually it's two Limitane heading that way, but I don't think they'll be there in time to stop the capture.
Yeah, so the first Sacred Site has been taken up, and look at the research that's also coming in now. Pro Scouts about to finish up. Archers from Vortex. He went a little bit too far out of position here, but the shield wall means that the Limitani are not going to be able to catch up.
Yeah, you can see what a severe decrease in speed they have. But this is, I want to say, this is so interesting from Puppy Paw. We have the... This is something that you don't typically do often as Byzantine split your mercenaries between different kinds here. Different units completely, but the clash does come in over this relic of all things, angling towards the sacred site, of course. Puppy has to be very careful here. The Limitane are in position to block the charge from the Ghazis, but there's many archers behind said Ghazi, so you can't linger here for very long. Reinforcements do come in. Horsemen on the field here for Puppy Paw now. The Tricon position is in full effect for him as well at this point in time.
We do now have a couple of Knight raids coming in around the wood line. That's one Spearman down. He's gonna find the villagers now, but he's gonna lose a Knight for it. He should at least kill the villagers, right? But it's their textiles. Ooh, Vortex did get textiles then.
Yeah, that
Makes a lot of sense when you don't have to pay anything for it.
Yeah, that is always a nice incentive for it. I guess at the end of the day, you still pay a whole villager for it, which is a hefty price tag at the end of the day, but if it saves you villagers down the line, more than worth it, of course. Puppy now feeling confident enough in his mass to start contesting the center side. Takes a good little engagement here to start off with. A few of the archers from Vortex do fall without trading too many other units except Spearmen. Always a worth it trade in this case for him.
Did Vortex put up a market? Here. Typically Vortex, he's like one of those players that would, yeah, he does have a market that would, instead of looking for a potential age up, just trade out resources in order to keep investing into the feudal age. And looking at the army value, he does have a pretty big lead there, even though considering like a lot of the army value, of course, scholars does get counted in towards that. But even accounting for that, it is a lot of army value that he has right now.
Yeah, it's very significant. Of course, scholars do count in towards that, I believe, but at the end of the day, they are more than capable fighting units, serving as support, healing behind the back, which is one of the reasons that he is so powerful when it comes to smaller engagements, especially skirmishes around the map. Vortex looking to make some space with the Ghazis here towards this northern sacred side, trying to find either a raid or some out of position units.
Oh, villagers getting found?
Ooh, that's so painful.
Like there's no Expelatoris in there though. No gold gained here for Puppy Paw, but a lot of idle time achieved, and maybe some more villagers going down. Exiles just paying dividends here.
So good, yeah, that could have been disastrous there for Vortex, but instead, doesn't look too bad here. Of course, the main damage here caused is the idle time, but Puppy is losing most of his cavalry for it. Not too sure who that was better for in the end. Maybe
Ooh.
still better for him in the end. Ooh, Gazis.
The Ghazi
What a
Raiders got
position.
killed as well.
They're all dead? Only one left on the field.
They're all dead. And now the horsemen, they're running past. They're running past the
Oh, no.
spearmen. Vortex got distracted too much by these raids and pays a heavy price for it.
Oh, that could have been also so much worse there for Vortex, but Papito playing it safe, playing it calculated, just decaps the site, is happy with the favorable trade and the idle time that he has found. Now also moving out onto those southern berries there, building up an outpost, not risking anything. Of course, he doesn't know that he just massacred all of Vortex's Ghazi Raiders, but he now reinvests into more of them.
A lot of additional resources now being gathered up here now by Papito. Puts up an outpost, gets the cistern in, and with that, like, his economy is super set now for the meantime. And these are starting to become fights that Papito can in theory take. He now has 10 longbows, so he has enough to essentially one-shot the spearmen that Vortex has 13 of. Meanwhile, Papito also has 16 horsemen. He can easily go for these raids. In fact, he's also looking for these scholars that are trying to recapture sacred sites. Not going to let that happen. Fight is now being taken in the middle. Not all of Papito's army is here. There's only 4 out of the 16 horsemen. Just like that, a couple of the longbowmen do go down. Suddenly no longer going to be able to one-shot these spearmen, at least not easily. But, right out in the end, still benefiting Papito here.
Yeah, as the front line is so much sturdier here for Papito, but behind this, bad news here for Vortex. It is again, he gets discovered on the berries. Outpost is up this time round, but it's... Yeah, he killed another one here, but I mean, Textile's value cannot be understated in the end, right?
Crazy. Do we have Expelatoris at this point in time is what I'm really asking, because like these raids without Expelatoris, he does have it. He does have it.
Did lose a decent bunch of the longbows though, right? 3 of them did go down there. And
Yeah.
there's going to be another batch on the way soon. He almost has the olive oil for it. He might instead opt for another batch of a pair of knights instead, for that matter. But we'll have to see.
We'll get the
No, it
longbows.
is going to be the longbows, yeah. Scholar gets discovered.
Ooh, horsemen need to be so careful. Longbows getting traded out here. Spearmen being sniped. Oh, longbows, expensive losses there. Oh, rushes forward. Horsemen are gonna connect. He's gonna pick up
dear.
all of these archers. Okay, Vortex, he's now going to be in a really rough spot. Longbowmen hovering around as well, gonna be picking off the spearmen there now. Vortex
Yeah, the
just
spearmen
lost
were
so
just-
many units.
They just weren't in position, right? He was split on too many angles, and as a result, a lack of mobility. A lot of it stemming from just losing those Ghazis earlier on. The mobility advantage that he had initially is just completely gone here for Vortex. And Puppy now with renewed vigor, 17 horsemen on the field. I mean, with longbows on the field as well, it feels so bad here for Vortex to make spearmen. It's never a decision you really, you know... I mean, spearmen always find value against cavalry, but against longbows, it's so hard to keep them alive and maximize the value. And Puppy, trending towards that castle age now. Vortex, he has a mountain to climb in this game.
Does he definitely does. I mean, he probably still has a couple of gear remaining underneath his TC. He's so far away from an age up on his side. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw, he's definitely flirting with the idea. There's a ton of food income as well, and we're getting to the point, right, with cataphracts and mass longbows thanks to the Golden Horn Tower. It's gonna be really difficult, but now the fight is happening. The horsemen just completely surrounding the archers. Meanwhile, the longbowmen just picking apart these spearmen bit by bit, and the horseman count just isn't going down. A couple of Ghazi Raiders now, though, getting some good hits up against the longbows. A couple of them do go down. But it's not a fight that Vortex can win long term. No scholars have been told yet. Villagers here, a couple go down, but Outpost is going to save the majority of them.
Vortex has been doing a great job of keeping his spearmen alive, though. He's able to pull them back towards the berries, but the mass does not lie. With the longbows as well, picking them off viciously whenever Puppy Paw gets the chance. People did reinvest, however, and is now floating a little bit of res, looking to make a decision here as to how to proceed. But earlier on, he did spend his resources instead to remass and deal even more damage to Vortex. Keep his army in check, get him to reinvest, and behind this, now the Golden Horn Tower is on the way. And I mean, Delhi, if they do get Castle Age in a position of power against the Byzantines, can certainly command the tempo, but this is not one of those cases, as Vortex finding himself in a really tough position and kind of on his last legs in this game here.
Yeah, for sure. Just continuously has to reinvest into those Spearmen, into those Ghazi Raiders, else Puppy Paw will just run over him. Looks like Vortex realized, okay, maybe my opponent is now aging up. This could be a window of opportunity for him. Maybe he were to pull all of the scholars with him. Go for the mass healing approach. Oh,
Can pay dividends for him.
Lumber camp.
That's close enough, right?
Oh, will it? That's a lot of gold. That's a lot of gold. 30. Make that 60. Oh no. Ray is happening. Could have been worse though, but 60 gold is getting traded over.
At the end of the day, it really hurts for Vortex here, and of course the extra gold just being so much more painful, knowing every villager you lose gives so much even additional value to your opponent. Side getting decapped by a single Limitane behind this as well. Vortex looking to combine his mass here and potentially make a push to try to find some semblance of damage, but this double Cataphract production on the way here for Puppy Paw. Varangians in queue now as well. Horseman upgrade on the way too. Veteran longbows are probably already now on the field, most likely. Has enough olive oil for another batch, and Vortex looking to make a grand final push here, trying to do as much damage as he possibly can, but Puppy Paw about to surround from all sides.
Woman are going to be one-shot though by the army here from Vortex. Enough archers to do so. Cataphracts are doing a great job at the front line. Reinforcements all getting picked off by the horsemen. Veterancy on the horsemen already, or just about to be able to hit here now as well. The army mass from Vortex, it's going down steadily. Now the veterancy upgrade from the horsemen should hit right about now. There we go. Remaining archers now completely surrounded by the cavalry. And even though Vortex has just regained control of one of the sacred sites, having to reinvest into military now, it's just not feasible. And he knows GG gets called, and just like that, Puppy Paw now also with a point on the scoreboard.
Much needed indeed, as losing this game would mean that the set is over for Puppy Paw, at least for today, of course. But instead, showing exemplary Byzantine gameplay in this game number 4 here, game number 3, excuse me, and picks up the win. Looking to tie the series and then hopefully win it afterwards. Very well played here from Puppy Paw especially. But Vortex has also done a fantastic job of keeping himself in that game for a long old while there. Definitely not an easy game here for Puppy Paw, but in the end he closes it out very well.
Yeah. We can already see the upcoming series here. It is going to be the Malians up against the Rus. That is one of the more interesting Rus matchups, I want to say, because you can't play it the normal way Rus likes with like fast castle and mass cavalry archers. Just not possible up against a civilization that has ranged spearman attack with the Donzos, on top of also getting access to the javelin thrower. So you definitely have to play this one a little bit more infantry focused. I want to say like mass archer, men-at-arms, and then some knights maybe, but you cannot make cavalry archers.
So to give a quick shout out to Johan Buck for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you very much. Always appreciated here, of course, helping the scene out. But you're more than right, Krakody. It's a situation where Rus has to adapt, right? I mean, the Fulani, the food income is just something that will purely exceed what Rus can output in those initial stages, even with the deer, and naturally Malians have a fantastic answer to those horse archers in the form of the javelin thrower. So not a unit we often see in this matchup, especially on this kind of a map where mobility is limited and cavalry loses a significant bit of value, especially as the game goes on. I'm quite curious to see, especially how Puppy Paw will look to play this as the Rus.
Yeah, indeed. Myriad, you did mention it. Thank you guys so much for the support here on EGC. We do have a little bit of a perfect storm brewing here at the moment on Twitch, as it's not just September at the moment, where you're getting a hefty discount on your subscription here on twitch.tv, but also Valorant at the moment with their little action going on, increasing the subscriptions that are being gifted out there. So, you know, if you want to support EGC, now is probably the best time ever to do so. So if you guys are sick and tired of watching ads, right now is probably the best time here on Twitch TV to, you know, spread the love, gift a sub, buy a sub yourself. You'll be heavily rewarded by not only not having to watch ads, but also being able to take advantage of the new rewind feature here on Twitch, where subscribers and Twitch Turbo users are able to, just similarly to YouTube, be able to immediately like go back through the VOD without actually having to like reopen the channel side.
Indeed. And of course, any donations will directly go towards the scene, towards EGC, to help keep putting on these fantastic tournaments, grow the scene even further, and keep competition fierce here at the top level for us. We, of course, all only benefit from the support. So thank you so much if you do decide to help. Again, Johan back with another 10. We appreciate it immensely. So thank you very much to Johan, as well as anyone else who subscribes. It goes a very long way for us.
Yeah, it definitely does, but looks like we're immediately going to be jumping in to our game number 4, as JDAE also comes in with an additional 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much, very much appreciated there as well. But now it is time. We're here on Coastal Cliffs. We're looking at Vortex playing as the Malians up against Puppy Paw in the color blue as the Ruse. And this one's going to be interesting. Look at the gold spawns here for the Ruse right next to each other on the left-hand side. Not that that's a resource that Ruse actually wants to gather at all. It's just nice to look at.
It is nice to look at, indeed. Almost perfect for a value mining camp there in between.
Maybe a value TC?
Oh, now you're really sweet-talking me, Crackety. That would be... I mean, thing is, it's actually genuinely, I believe, a good idea against Malians to do so as
yeah,
Rus.
I think
even
TC here is good, yeah.
Of course, it's a little bit difficult. The stone is naturally far away on Coastal Cliffs. There is no starting stone per se. There's only a secondary and a third stone here, and then a fifth one that is shared in the center of the map for both players. First come, first served, of course. But with the golden gate that Rus has access to, you can of course exchange your gold very favorably. 100 gold for 150 stone. So theoretically, you just get 2 pumps with the tickets for a total of 300 stone. Gather 50 long distance with villagers, and right now you can afford a TC without even building a mining camp on that stone quite comfortably. But the issue is, although it might be a very effective strat for the Rus here, on this kind of a map, it is also way easier to punish, right? There's less food, there's less space, there's less time for that DC to pay off at the end of the day. So, and a player like Vortex will not let that DC go away scot-free.
Look at what Puppy Paw did here. He actually went out to gold with a single villager. Instead of building a second hunting cabin, he instead just sends a single villager out to gold in order to make up for the lost income from that second hunting cabin. It's definitely an interesting play coming out here from him. Typically, like, the second hunting cabin still makes a lot of sense, purely because of Pro Scout. So it's going to be interesting to see whether he's still going to be opting for a Pro Scout play, or whether this could even be something like an old-fashioned Ruse mass archer rush. I said it, and I immediately was like, nah, that's not right.
Is that one of
Still
those
the
things?
Pro Scout meta.
Yeah, it's true. It's one of those things, like, you know, as you say it or as you think it, there's a feeling of instant regret, right? But honestly, it's not really impossible to see here. I mean, typically that's the case with Kremlin, right? That used to be very common, saving so much on the wooden fortress, allowing the archer pump to come out way earlier. But still very doable with the wooden fortress. But this build is without a doubt interesting here from Puppy Paw. I mean, sometimes it's good to send 1 or 2 villagers, even with a double cabin, to get that gold in for an even faster timing on the Pro Scouts. But that is not going to be the case here. As we mentioned, opting for the mining camp instead. I'm really curious to see what Puppypaw has in mind here with this build. Might still be just the regular Pro Scouts, as a fourth one is now in production for him. And this is very good up against the Malians here. Very annoying these scouts are. The houses, of course, for Malians cheaper, but also provide less housing. And I believe they're more vulnerable as well. They're squishier, right? If I'm not mistaken.
They are, but they recently increased the health. I want to say
did.
from 500 to 550, so they're no longer like that squishy. Like when it comes to cost to health relation, they're actually much more efficient than normal houses now.
Yeah, it's true. However, the pressure is going to be put on, and the houses, if not repaired, will begin falling here for Vortex. And you know, timings are very tight in these in this early feudal age part. Every piece of stone, gold, wood, and food is pretty much accounted for and serves a very clear purpose. So having to dedicate some wood to repair, which seems like is not on Vortex's priority, is going to be costly, but instead he's just going to ignore it for now. Double Vortex on the way, mill as well, and Warrior Scout upgrade is coming in for him as well.
Those scouts. I find it interesting how he went for like 4 scouts at a very like early timing, and then immediately goes for Pro Scout after. I like the build idea behind this because realistically, like, you're not gonna need a lot more than 4 scouts. 4 scouts are enough to pick up a deer pack in 2 trips. Like, making any more than that in terms of scouts is kind of like, okay, you're getting them a little bit faster, but not that much faster. Now we're also getting some early spearmen in here for Puppypaw, so it's gonna have the perfect response to the warrior scouts as well.
Yes, early spearman is not only, of course, fantastic against these Pro Scouts, but generally is a great idea up against the Malians. Malians typically, they don't really want to go into archers early on because of the heavy wood investment they need to make. Courtesy of that pit mine, of course, wanting to get their second one ASAP. But also later on, building those ranches is pretty costly, as well as production building, so making archers definitely really strains their economy early on. And although javelin throwers, of course, will do great up against spearmen, especially as numbers start climbing, initially it's not the easiest thing because of how long they take to produce as well compared to regular archers. Well, people, looks like the timing for the Pro Scouts is pretty comparable to the regular double cap-in build. So, I mean, frankly, it's a cool little build, but I don't quite see the value just yet, as opposed to at this point you would just have an extra hunting cabin pumping gold as well, but maybe I'm blind.
Yeah, it would have paid off itself already, right? Like,
Yeah.
if you're typically at like 20 gold per minute, at this point it would have already paid off. Little scout for a scout trade here. And now it's like harder for Puppypaw to rebuild the scouts a little bit as well in that way. Vortex, he's already like just fully cattle booming behind this as well. Already on 6 cattle ranches coming up, and yeah, he's not really... There's nothing that he really needs to be afraid of at the moment at all.
Yeah, he did recognize, of course, I mean, when you do invest in that Pro Scouts as the Rus and you go for the deer as well as the additional scouts, it does slow down your early timings a bit and gives Malians the space to either get up a second pit mine earlier or to begin a very early cow boom. So Vortex did make this choice, of course. It's still just on 1 pit mine for now, but does have 7 cows now and an 8th already going to be deposited in those ranches. Specialized pick finishing for him as well. Vortex is going to opt for the classic composition from Malians that we typically see in Castle Age, but is preparing it in Feudal now instead. Which, of course, if you can get a good mass of archers and sofas together, especially because sofas somewhat recently did get buffed in Feudal Age, then it's great. However, Rus does have access to knights in Feudal Age, so makes it a little bit more complicated.
Ooh, nice little ball pull there from one of the villagers as well. Going to put on some additional hurt here on these spearmen, but they do just run past. Only 1 horseman, 1 knight here, but that is going to be enough in combination with the spearmen to continuously chase Vortex all the way back into his base and be able to pick off these archers bit by bit here on the way back. Although the sofas, now in mass, also able to take down one of those horsemen. This isn't really something that Puppypaw can continuously chase now for the time being. But he is going to have to soon look into some sort of alternative here, like a tech window, because at the moment, like, Vortex is very far ahead economy-wise, thanks to having like 10 cattle already in cattle ranches. He's got the Manza quarry. He's about to be building his second pit mine. That's just a lot of passive income here for him. That just propels him far and far ahead. And we've seen how well Sofas do at the moment after their most recent buff. Like, they are actually like a very, very fearsome mass feudal age knight replacement now.
They really are indeed, especially courtesy of that +2 additional damage against all infantry that they do have innately. An easy thing to underestimate, but very useful up against, of course, archers and even spearmen for that matter, as Vortex does indeed have the cows going for him, providing a significant eco boost. However, Puppy does have that deer manifested in that food income, close to double Vortex's at this point in time still. But there's a notable lack of economic upgrades here for Puppy Paw, which I have to question a little bit, especially playing an aggressive extended feudal age like this. There's so much value being missed out here. I mean, there's no wheelbarrow, no double broadaxe. There's, of course, survival techniques for the deer, but...
Wheelbarrow, I can, like, definitely forgive, just because what walking are the villagers from Puppy Paw really doing at the moment? The deer's right next to the TC. At most, it would help him with the wood gathering, where he does already get, like, a pretty nice benefit from already. It's not the most important thing, and we can tell that right now Puppy Paw, he is trying to go for his own little additional scaling window now, which is going to be Castle Age. It just makes a lot of sense for him now to go into Castle Age, and here we go, trades out a little bit of wood, and able to hit Cage up very, very soon-ish. Now he doesn't have any villagers in gold, so he's just reliant on the passive bounty generation right now from the drop-offs of the villagers.
Yes, has been effectively using his tickets as well. None left on the Golden Gate, so don't rely on that just yet here. But the gold does come in, so should be High Trade House coming in. And this is a very nice little timing for him. Get for the High Trade House rushing it at this point with 16 villages. But the issue, right, is historically, I mean, castle timings can be very effective against the Marlians, especially if they're heavily invested and unprepared. Of course, getting value out of those stronger units early on and trading them out against the Mali, even though they do have the answers necessary against armored units with the Musafadi warrior in the feudal age, they still struggle against castle age units if the masses are similar, of course. But here for Vortex, the cows are in, right? And the archer numbers are climbing, the sofa numbers are climbing. Puppy Paw has to be very, very precise with his aggression here and his unit choices, as well as his upgrades, to really get the most out of this timing, because Vortex is not far behind and has pretty much full ranches almost at this point in time.
Quick wall off. Not going to be able to jump inside, and here's the power of the sofas. Not only are they cheaper, but they're also a good bit quicker than normal knights, so these knights from Puppy Paw are not going to be able to make it out alive.
We do have a
follow-up.
Yeah, quick turnaround time here for Vortex. This is what we mean, right? Just a little bit of pressure alleviation from going for that castle age for Puppy Paw gives Vortex the space necessary, as the sofas overextend maybe just a little bit and get caught by the space. Two of them do go down pretty quickly in turn. Heavy damage suffered by the others as well. We have veterancy coming in for the knights, all two of them on the field, as well as, I think that's the horseman veterancy if I'm not mistaken. Even horse archers being queued up here for Puppy.
Getting some ruse horse archers here up against the Malians. That honestly feels quite dangerous. We do have 100 gold per minute at the moment from the High Trade House, but Puppy Paw, he's gonna need the relics here if he wants to get continuous passive gold income in order to keep up with the Malians. As now, from this point on, there's a window of opportunity for the ruse to win the game. It's a very, very slight window. The window is until the food runs out. Because the food's never going to run out for the Malians. It's going to run out within the next 5 minutes for the ruse.
Veterancy coming in now for the archers. Iron Undermesh on the way for Vortex as well here. He's going to have what is essentially the premium Malian army in the castle age here. Imported armor coming in for the sofas as well. Such a potent upgrade, giving them plenty of additional armor. Point where they exceed regular knights. Of course, poison arrows, the real good upgrade here for Vortex to get, but I think it is the most expensive castle age upgrade in the game, if I'm not mistaken. So not an easy thing to afford.
Rolls a lot, yeah. It is quite expensive, but the payout is huge as well, as we do have a raid going on underneath the high trade house. Villagers actually do go down here quite a bit. Yeah, the sofas are gonna find a lot of villager kills here.
Yeah, cutting off the reinforcements as well. This does force Puppy Paw to respond to this raid. The reinforcements are held in reserve to deal with this, so not as much aggression on the front line. And a lot of idle time being caused. So many villagers going down here.
Yeah, it does truly hurt a lot.
Like here, Puppy Paw still scaling these Roost Horse Archers behind this as well, quite surprisingly.
And arms now too. He's got a lot of food, right? It's just difficult right now, gold-wise. He does have a couple more villagers out on gold as well. Vortex, he's got a pretty good mass of archers and sofas. But looking at the income, Vortex right now, he's sitting at roughly 2,500. Puppy Paw more on like 1,500 resource per minute right now.
Realistically, this is only going to get harder and harder for Puppy Paw in this case. As the day starts running out, the Fulani will not run out. Now, poison arrows on the way as well for Vortex behind this. You can see the sofa keep climbing, the archer numbers keep climbing. Army value still in favor here for Puppy Paw for now, but for how long really? The Horse Archers, I still have to question this decision. I mean, it will do great up against the sofa, of course, but once the archers are fully upgraded here, which is very, very soon at this point in time, it'll get quite difficult. Pickle coming in here for Puppy. Ooh. Oh no, it's still open!
He's running past!
Oh no.
It's so many more villagers going down yet again. That's still not closed up. And more villager! Oh my god, Puppy Paw is losing everything this game. So many more villagers going down.
These sofa rates. This few units so good at raiding, and this few players so good as raiding as Vortex in this game, really showing the strength of these Malians when they are not punished enough. Similarly, in dynamic to Byzantines, if you just let them relax for a little bit, it all gets out of control so quickly here. Puppy looking to intercept these sofa, but these three sofa are a mere fraction of Vortex's full mass. You can see starting to close the gap in army value, but the economy count, it is even more severe than it looks on paper, as the Fulani close to about 20 villages or so in terms of value, all on food, never idle, never having to drop off, fully efficient. So Vortex at this point nearly double in economy.
And we're about to have one last big fight here, I feel like. Puppy Paw ideally will also want to pull his warrior monk with it as well. He could really use the aura here. Needs to be careful though, some of the spearmen a little bit overzealous, not the rest of the army isn't quite there yet. And now the fight is getting taken. Sophus here as the front line, but Vortex, he's also hiding behind all of this. Makes it a lot more difficult for Puppy Paw and his infantry mass to catch up to this. Fighting is going to be very difficult for him to deal with at the moment. So many of the knights already went down behind this for Puppy Paw. He's only got 3 knights remaining here at the front line. And now military mass, Vortex, he has taken the lead. Army value, he's taken the lead. Income, he's had the lead now for quite a while. And there's just no way back into it. Suddenly the front line disappears and Vortex now able to dive onto it with the sofas. Runs through, and just like that, Vortex able to win here with the Malians up against the Ruse from Puppy Paw. He's going to be able to win this set 3-1.
Good fight put up by Puppy Paw. Definitely making it difficult here for Vortex, but in the end, a 3-1 victory is pretty decisive here for Vortex and closing it out with the Malians. Well played indeed to both players, but Vortex especially showing his good form lately. And in practice, paying off immensely for him. Taking out Puppy Paw, who, as we saw previously, historically, has had his number, but recently Vortex, well, not only in this tournament, but before as well, has been winning the series up against Puppy Paw. I mean, the idea from Puppy Paw, right? This is typically how you see for example, Jushi or China playing up against Malians, right? You pump out a good bunch of units in that early feudal, you put on the pressure, you get Mali to invest, and then there's a very quick turnaround time for that castle age when you can get your upgrades and hopefully start trading out whilst you still have a deer advantage and, you know, still have a great economy that can somewhat match the cows. Initially, at least, you can start trading out castle against feudal and the trades will favor you. But so quick on the turnaround, Vortex was as well, and once the sofa cross into that puppy post third of the map and the raids start coming in, 1 villager, 2, 3, and 4 adds up so quickly, and when you're dealing with the cows as well, knowing that is behind Vortex's economy too, it only goes one way.
It really does. The wall of fear as well. Losing so many villagers against a civilization that is already like ahead of you baseline without you investing into a second TC. We talked about it a little bit, just a second TC potentially like being a really, really good option here for Ruse. I really do see the vision of the second TC play now after watching this game especially. I feel like it just would help you so much with the overall economy. And I do quite like the play that we had there initially with like the only single hunting cabin play. I do see the vision behind that as well, but only on the condition of adding more hunting cabins later on down the line. I like the timing that he got out of it there at the beginning. In the end, wasn't quite enough there, so Vortex, he is going to be taking those points in the group stage there, and that is going it for this set, but we do still have an interview ahead of us, so ladies and gentlemen, I do give you Vortex winner of this year. All right, Vortex, congratulations on winning up against Puppy Paw 3-1. A pretty clean set overall. How are you feeling after this one?
Thank you. Well, I started feeling a little bit sick on game 1, and I think it was a bit sloppier than usual lately, but obviously really happy to go through as first as well. Right?
You played these like you said you were a little bit sick, but I think overall like you played these games really solid, just especially looking back at the Japan versus French game, right? Like coming back in that one with the raids and whatnot. It was a really messy game overall between you and Puppy Paw, but it worked out well in the end. And I wanna quickly like get your take on the current meta, right? Because at the moment it all feels very cavalry focused. What's your take on the meta? Is that a meta where you feel confident in? Because you certainly were looking quite strong here today.
Yeah, if I had to define the meta, I would just say Louis MT, right? I think the meta is pretty much his style, where you basically just try to sit on your resources and sit at base while raiding a lot, right? And then obviously cavalry is really strong right now, so the strongest cavalry ships are really good, right? And it's basically, yeah, I think it's mainly Archer Knight, except for some ships like Lancaster, right, where you want to play feudal, or like Delhi even, where you play elephants after that. But other than that, it's basically Louis style, where you just sit on base and raid with knights and then play Knight Archer.
Overall, how well do you think you're prepared for this tournament? You're obviously also like practicing a lot. You're a player that is very well known for practicing a lot throughout. How well do you think you're over prepared for the competition? Because competition is quite fierce at the moment, I want to say.
Yeah, I think it's probably the most competitive we've ever had, right? It feels like the level in some players is crazy. Like Louis, Marino, for example, I think their level right now is sick. I've prepared quite a lot, but it's also true that in the last 2 weeks I'm already started to feel, the burnout that you feel after you practice a lot for a while. So I don't think my level is as high as it was 2 or 3 weeks ago, but I'm still feeling really well. And like you said, I think this meta suits me, so I'm feeling good.
All right, nice to hear. All right, thank you one so much for the interview, Vortex, and I'm gonna let you sleep now, or maybe even watch the ongoing games, as we do still have a lot of sets going on here today. Congratulations once again for winning up against Puppy Paw, and we'll be seeing a lot more of you in the future.
Thank you. Goodbye.
All right, that course, Vortex here. We're now going to be switching, I believe, into a quick little break here at the half, pretty much like the half mark here of the series for today, of the program for today, because next up, this is the set that I personally have been looking forward to the most. I don't know about you, Myriad, but next up we're going to be looking against for Marine Lord versus B. And after that, it's also going to be another banger, Anat versus Wham as a last set to close out the day. I'm so hyped for those sets. These are some amazing sets ahead of us here.
They are indeed. I mean, both of them plenty to look forward to, but the next one in particular, right? Because we have such a complete clash, don't we, of styles as well. I mean, Marine Lord, of course, known for just his incredible, near robotic efficiency and calculated plays, right? I mean, he's just a master of what you would call the standard playstyle, so to say. Just incredibly balanced, very well versed in his timings and understanding exactly what the right thing is to do at any instance. And then you have B, who completely flips the meta on its head and has his own style unique to him that no one can really match or understand for that matter, but he makes it work with laser precision, I would say, and that's quite a clash.
Yeah, B is definitely one of the most exciting players I feel like to watch, because it's just different. Whenever he plays, it's like a strategy that you don't typically see, something that's been cooked to perfection in the past. We do have a little head-to-head count here between Marine Lord and B, and yeah, Marine Lord, he is definitely favored, but I think there's few and far players between that can like have so many sets that they still win against Marine Lord, right? Like it's a 65% win rate. That is like having a 35% win rate against Marine Lord. You can like frame that and put it on the wall. That's a pretty good solid trophy to take home as well. But don't go anywhere, fellas. We're gonna be taking just the shortest of breaks, and we'll be right back with a lot more Age of Empires 4 tournament goodness. So grab yourself a snack, and we'll be back in just a moment. See you then. right, we're back in full blast, ladies and gentlemen. It is time. The set that you have all been waiting for is here, and we have got Marine Lord versus B. And the starting map is actually a water map, Myriad. We're gonna be starting off on Archipelago here.
We are indeed, and neither of these players are strangers to water maps. Both of them enjoying it quite a bit. Marine himself actually really enjoying Holy Island from what I've seen. Seems to pick it in virtually every draft that he can. Probably quite confident in his multitasking skills because the map is known for being notoriously difficult to play, even at the top level. Of course, you simply cannot be 100% on both land and water. Something will give a little bit. But Marine Lord, known for not only his speed but also his accuracy, is quite comfortable there. Archipelago, though, is the first map. Definitely a bigger focus on water, but there have been plenty of shenanigans with transport ships, and I mean, B is likely to employ such tactics, but Marine Lord very well could as well. It is French, after all, for B here, so get value from that school of cavalry. You will need a transport ship.
Absolutely, and you do, of course, have these types of options. That much is for sure. Something that you probably won't be seeing here is the Chamber of Commerce. Because why? And yeah, so it's gonna be. Wait a second. I was thinking for a second it's B, right? What if he dropped the age up on Marine Lord's side? Would he do that?
I wouldn't.
I feel
put
like
it
that's a
past
little
him.
bit much.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past him. You know, in fact, I think if it was the case that traders that go towards a trade post, let's say that's inaccessible except by water, let's say, if you could put them in transport ships and deliver them to the trade post that way and then bring them back to the transport ship, he would 100% do that. He would 100% do that, as turns out that maybe it actually could be possible. Who knows? We might see it here.
We don't have a market. Maybe you put them,
we
like, use the opponent's docks as a market, because docks actually do act as a market.
That is 100 head right there. Whether that's the case, we'll have to see. But it is B of Clan 3D here in the color green, spawning in the western side of the map, facing Marine Lord of Gentlemates in his favorite color pink, as the Holy Roman Empire spawning on that southern island there. And indeed, as you mentioned, Crackety, what a matchup here indeed. Two very opposing styles going to clash here between these two. The opening here is going to be pretty standard, of course, for Archipelago. It's going to be a good investment into fishing ships here from either player. French get the nice little bonus. Of course, each one of their docks is also a house. So theoretically, they are 50 wood cheaper than regular docks. Meanwhile, the Marine Lord, the prelate-inspired economy is going to give him a significant gathering rate boost as well.
It's very interesting, like, you mentioned it earlier, how Marine Lord is just a very, I want to say, like, basic player when it comes to the strategies. Like, a very much meta player. He doesn't really do anything out of the ordinary, but he does the ordinary with extraordinary precision. And that's typically why he's considered one of, if not the best player in Age of Empires 4 at the moment. He picks HRE here on Archipelago, and I feel like HRE has kind of lost their crown a little bit when it comes to like being the de facto one of the best water civilizations in the game, just because of a lot of other civilizations that have come out, or a lot of other playstyles that have emerged that seem a lot stronger, like Juji on water. You get like English with Admiralty on water, or Order of the Dragon, which always has the bonus on their villagers, not just when the Prelate Inspiration is nearby. This is interesting to see that he's picking the HRE here instead, but obviously, like, still a very, very strong civilization overall. It's just that with the way Archipelago as a map has evolved overall, at most you're going to get one woodline in range of the Archon. Even then, probably not all of the woodline is going to be in range of the Archon.
Yeah, you're undoubtedly right. I mean, in the past, Holy Roman Empire was one of the big three on water, right up there with Rus and China. I mean, Rus was a cut above the rest, of course, but they were one to fare. Nowadays, I would say they're still in the upper echelon, right? Outside of, naturally, KT has taken the undeniable #1 spot on water. The HRE is still very, very solid, right? As you mentioned, plenty of new civilizations and deviations in map design have caused them to lose a little bit of value. The Archon nerf as well, being now 35% instead of the previous 40, hurts them a little bit. And of course, when that Archon does run out, really the only bonus they have is the Predator Inspiration, if they do decide to produce them, and the extra carry capacity that is innate to their civilization. Not significant bonuses, but that early injection of economy with the Archon Chapel still results in some very brutal timings when it comes to ship production, which will undoubtedly be exploited by him here. But I've noticed that he does really still enjoy HRE on Archipelago in particular, but also Holy Island. I've seen him play them, so it's a prudent choice still, I think. I mean, I can't quite remember the draft yet. We'll have a look after the game to theorize about it, but although it's not the best pick anymore, it will do well.
Yeah, for sure. We do take a little look here at the draft as well. Other civilization. I mean, Marine Lord did have Order of the Dragon as a choice for him. Wait, is that intentional that we see the draft here right now?
I'm not too sure. It is in fact a little bit. I think it might be just revert. No, actually it is. Yeah, so he does have.
You can never be sure.
Well. Yeah, I mean, Order of the Dragon, theoretically speaking, is actually better than HRE nowadays on water maps, right? I mean, I'm not sure of the maths exactly, but there is it 15 or 20%. I can't remember what their Archon is, but it works out to be pretty much the same as the 35% for the HRE in terms of the bonus to their stronger villages, if I'm not mistaken.
It's actually more nowadays because it's a full 15% bonus on them, and with 28%, you're looking at 43 compared to 35% bonus gather speed.
And on top of it, right, once the Archon does run out, they are still really strong villages, right? So once the Archon does run out for both civs, Order of the Dragon is just superior in terms of HRE economically speaking from then on out, unless there's been a decent bit of Predator production behind it for the HRE as well. But then they sacrifice villages if they're not yet in the Castle Age. It looks like B has prioritized slightly heavier investment into fishing ships. Although as I say that, I remember that they have faster villager production, so that might not be the case. Marine Lord, however, will be up first, and yeah, looks like we do have the Chamber of Commerce on a map with no trading posts whatsoever, by the way.
You know, you say that now, but we talked about it. There's only one way for those traders to, you know, collect something, and that is by transporting them over to your opponent's side and trading with their dog. Okay, never mind.
Okay, well, so much for that, I guess. It's
just a market.
It's a psychological power move. Okay. I'm pretty sure if B could give like Marine Lord just like, you know, just like a second of map hack just to see him delete that trader, he would. He undoubtedly would. That is the kind of player B is, I would say. But Marine Lord does have the galley out now. Sprinkled ship about to finish as well. Second in production now. Does seem to be a little bit behind here and is going to get pushed off of that left and deep sea fish. Is forced to idle half of his fishing eco as a result of it. Decent damage as a result of this 4B.
Marine Lord, look at that. He's immediately getting the water upgrade. So is B though. And you know what he's going to get with that? More traders that he could delete or maybe transport over. Maybe. I think he only deleted the first one because it was pop capped and he needed to get the ship out. I don't think... Never mind, I just heard another deletion sound.
He's actually just
he's actually just deleting them. Yeah. Another one.
You have to question this, right? Like, I mean, sure, it's not easy to afford a transport ship and a knight to bring across the island, but surely there's more value than this.
B is just saying no to capitalism right there.
That's true indeed. As we see B with the triple sprinkled ship out now, but so does Marine Lord, who now has his first demo in queue. Surprising to see B not prioritizing the demos yet, as demos on this map in particular compared to Holy Island hold way more value due to the short distance between the players. And of course the stealth brushes on the water can be very, very scary if you push into or out of.
Oh, B, he's trying to push in a little bit further forward. Hasn't lost the Springle chip yet. Now we're also seeing some demos on his side in production. I mean, it's always still nice having that market because you're constantly able to trade out resources. That is something that Marine Lord just straight up doesn't really have the option of doing. He could, in theory, make his own market and trade out resources. But it's not that great. Yeah, we do see the worker kills here, just courtesy of the deleting some traders every now and then. It does get counted by the UI as a kill for reasons. Yeah, at the moment, he actually has a reasonably large military lead on war at the moment.
Yes,
I mean, this is the great
the,
thing.
Yeah, I think how the fishing ships there from Marine Lord pays real dividends so early on. And I mean, the French eco on water nowadays is not to be underestimated, right? You save so much wood with the docks. Of course, Wheelbarrow we saw coming in during the age up 4B. And now specialized pick on the way for him as well. All of these upgrades are cheaper. Of course, the extended fishing lines for the fishing ships is also cheaper for the French here. Looks like B is being very aggressive, but there's a demo there from Marine Lord. Going to connect and deal significant damage.
It's a connection. That is so big. Yeah. B though, he also is saving quite a lot of food because these aren't Springle chips. These aren't Hulks that he's making. He is making Warhawks instead. It's difficult to pronounce sometimes, but yeah, the Warhawk does cost less food overall. Now a fight is being taken. I don't think Marine Lord has enough of a lead yet, though. And indeed, he does realize, okay, he's overstepped here just a little bit. Only one archer ship for him at the moment. And now B has got plenty of demo ships to play with.
Yeah, you do have to be so careful in these positions as Marine Lord. Sure, you have a bit of a lead here in Springle chips, which is always very, very good to have on water maps. But the demo count from B is building steadily, and there's still only one archer ship, like you mentioned, for Marine Lord. You have to be very careful in this position. Another Springle ship there falls for B, so Marine Lord only extending his lead further here. He's going to get now more demos of his own, more archer ships of his own as well.
Behind this, it feels like he's kind of playing with the thought of potentially going for an age up soon. Or maybe he just doesn't have enough wood income at the moment, as Marine Lord does have 300 more wood per minute than he does. But maybe he could actually go for an age up. Guildhall is a fearsome landmark, to say the least. And if he goes for like an age up with this much military force, I don't think Marine Lord could immediately punish it. And without punishing it, as soon as he gets like one upgrade in, this could be quite big. Wraparound though from the demo ships on both sides. And he's getting a lot of damage in! Massive, massive connections here from B. He loses a lot of his own ships as well though. But the damage has been done. It's not that much. It's fine. It's fine. He lost the archer ships. If he didn't like throw away the archer ships, it would have been a lot better. But it was still good. Still good.
Yeah. He closed the destroyed value a decent bit there. I mean, of course, the demos as they detonate, they immediately count for the destroyed value of the opponent. So that can be a little bit deceptive on these water maps. But overall, definitely a favorable trade there for B by a little bit. But as you mentioned, those archer ships going forward that way did feel just a little bit wasteful. Might have been a slight misclick there from B potentially. But now, for the first time in this game, he has taken the lead in terms of Springle ships, or Warcogs in his case. And as you mentioned, they are a little bit cheaper for him. So definitely significant to have a lead here in this case. Now Marine Lord consolidating his navy further. More galleys, more Springle ships. Typically Marine Lord is...
massive amount of food that you save on those Warcogs.
It's big, isn't it? It's pretty significant.
Yeah. 35 food per.
Quite interesting, because Marine Lord is one of those players... I've heard about him speak about this before. There's essentially two real styles to playing water maps. You either go demo heavy or Springle ship heavy, and he does favor the Springles himself, as we can see that manifested here. But B has the extra demos and the additional Springle ships in this case, so not looking great for Marine Lord in that regard, as his left-hand dock is under threat now. He did send some galleys in anticipation of the demo ships, which now creep in from behind. Very forced to look at all sides here. This choke point is good for him, however. It makes it way easier to control the pathing of B's demos.
demo ship. There's a lot of trade outs happening here at the moment. The fight in the end wasn't that great though for B. Lost a lot of value there. But he does still have that market. In theory, he could sell food and get a lot more demo ships out as well. We're now at the point as well where players are going to have to start thinking about transitioning to the other islands.
Yeah, that's always a difficult point in the game here. We see how quickly Marine Lord mined out his wood line. That's that Arkan Chapel, of course, and the innate boosted economy for the HRE. Now forced to move out, and this could be a pivotal time to move out. He has a decent bit of a bank saved up behind this. The demos move in from B, but Marine Lord does a great job in kiting so far.
Oh, it's a turnaround though. It's a pincer. It's a pincer move.
From the back.
Oh, it's sprinkled chips.
Yeah.
Unexpected. More demos coming in potentially as well.
He was looking potentially to pick off the galleys from Marine Lord behind that he was keeping safe. Of course, 4 sprinkled ships are able to one-shot a galley. And Rengi's Cathedral on the way for Marine Lord whilst fighting on water. How does he do it?
And B, it doesn't feel like he's got enough units here in order to close this out now. He is continuously reinvesting into the demo ship. It's getting taken down so quickly. The destruction value is just not even remotely close here at the moment. There's no demos at the front line at all. He can't keep trading out like this.
No.
It's so difficult as well. Next to the docks, if there's a demo popping out, you got barely any reaction time.
Exactly. He managed to take out that leftmost dock, but Marine Lord did reconsolidate soon afterwards with additional docks, and he still hasn't moved out onto an additional island. B hasn't. See, the villagers are now chopping the straggler little forests that are also on the home islands for the players, and B gets the dire news as the age up is in for Marine Lord. Springald crews in immediately for him. That will give his Springald ships an additional little Springald attack. Does less damage than the main one. Oh, excuse me.
It's the one, yeah. It's you were thinking of the cannon one.
Yes, I was, yeah. Yeah, that's the one.
So more range, more attack speed as well. Basically, at that point in time, it's impossible to win the trades with the Springle ships, and we're also getting the AoE upgrade for the demo ships right behind as well. Once that comes in, it's so difficult to take these fights. He's definitely forced into it now. He's trading out demo ships for fishing ships. That's not what you want to do. Demo ships here, also potentially finding prey as well.
Maybe the
Transport ship, just as a tank at the front line. This is not good at the moment for B. He's losing control.
It's slipping out of control, right? I mean, normally demos for fishing ships can be worth it, but trading out 3, I mean, you only need 2 to actually destroy the fishing ships. But he's split on all sides here, B. A lot of his Springald ships are low HP, and now Marine Lord not only has the tech advantage, but also the count advantage in ships. And it is slowly slipping away here from B. He has one good push in him left. Few demos trying to wrap around the back, I think. Looks like they are in position. Yeah, there's one demo, but it gets sniped out instantly by Marine Lord. He's not going to allow any kind of flanking maneuvers, and B, it's just a matter of time, really. Marine Lord fully producing. He's also secured on the secondary island. He's just ahead in every way.
Relics put inside of the dock now as well. It's gonna be even more attack speed. It's the last death throws here now that are coming in from him. There's still 3 archer ships here, enough to take care of all of these demo ships that he is sending forward. Is maybe getting 1 or 2 slight connects in. It doesn't feel like it's enough. The Springle ship count is even, but you need to be ahead.
Yeah, that was a pretty significant connection there on the demo, but as you mentioned, it's just a little bit too little too late. And you can see, I mean, the villagers, they don't even have space to gather from these singular trees. Finally, the move out is happening at a critical point, and B almost has enough to age up here, but is he going to even have the eco to really get any upgrades after this? I don't think so.
Should have enough. Like, it's not expensive for him. Long guns doesn't. Wait a second. There's still hope. There's a special ship. Don't look at long guns. Look at the ship. look at the Gallia. Or Gale-S, or however you want to pronounce it. It does have a double S there at the end. This ship, pretty insane. It's pretty strong. It is genuinely pretty strong.
It's true.
Is it enough? Oh my god. Landsknechte drop.
Oh no. Not the Landsknecht drop. It looks like that's on the cooking table here for Marine Lord in the kitchen. The galley is indeed a very potent ship in the Castle Age. I mean, French, besides Ottomans being the only ones with a unique ship in the Castle Age that they can employ here. And of course they are way stronger than those Springboard ships, but way more expensive as well. Ordering them is going to be a tough task here for B. He has his own Springboard crews coming in here, giving his ships additional damage and range. Now also placing a tower on that island. Only a bit suspicious of a counterattack here from Marine Lord on land. That Spearman also in production for him.
Looks like he is gonna go with Prelate as well as the Landsknechte there. So not just wants to do some damage, but also secure the relic from B there. But B, he wasn't born yesterday. He's sending his entire naval fleet over there, so as soon as that ship's getting dropped there, he's gonna be ready for it. Marine Lord, 1700 wood per minute right now. That'd be quite healthy.
Yeah, that's very significant for him. 2 prelates. He's going to be able to essentially heal that Landsknecht, right?
Oh. Yeah, he just wants to steal the relics here. He can heal him. He can just heal the Landsknechte.
Oh no. Can he like out-heal these crossbows?
Yeah, he heals.
He can,
He can out-heal one. Not sure about the rest. Docks going down. Some upgrades are being researched there as well. Let's get the drift nets in though. Warhawk is getting denied.
It's a lot of docks to give over here as well for B. I mean, losing that position, he's going to launch a significant counter-attack on the right side of the map here. The demos are going to get intercepted by Marine Lord's own demos. The fishing ship...
Not quite!
It's actually a
Not quite!
Marine Lord!
My god!
Oh my god!
Wow! Okay.
And we're back.
Just like, okay. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just docks that Marine Lord's killing right now.
So we indeed have even more of a... Oh, and the demo at the last second, taking a big chunk out of those ships. No incendiaries just yet, so even without it dealing significant damage here for B. B picking off more and more of these reinforcements here from Marine Lord. B is actually playing this really well, consolidating his position. Still behind in that destroyed value, but taking out all those fishing ships is massive. Marine Lord's food economy still looking healthy at this point in time. You can see he reconsolidated his food, transferring from wood onto food, and recognizing that he's gonna need more food now, going onto the boar as well.
Aye. This is quite the situation that we've got going on here, but B is still struggling when it comes to the numbers game here. When it comes to the amount of Springle ships out on the field, it's 13 to 22 at the moment. So he's gonna need to take significant wins when it comes to the trade out with the demo ships. I would really love to see some Gallias action sometime in this game. I'm not sure if it's gonna come in though. I would love to see just 1 to 2 of them in, just to do a significant amount of additional damage against the Springle ships here. Because they do tank, they do massive damage.
They are so potent, especially if you get in that long guns technology for them as well. However, the price tag is so hefty for him. Marine Lord did lose that dock there. He's gonna replace the relic in another one. I'm a bit surprised to not see any emplacements for him. Of course, they'll get significantly boosted by the relic, but it's quite tough to shift onto the stone. But Marine Lord has different plans, as the Swabia is on the way now. I swear, I see Marine Lord's res, the res he has banked up, and I think, okay, he's macroing pretty well, he doesn't have much in the bank. And then half a minute later, now he's going Swabia. I don't know how he does it.
This guy macros. Now, with Pulse Swabia, he's gonna have access to the Carrack. Now, B, in theory, also isn't too far off of a potential age up here. But he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to. He's got a lot of Springles. He's got a Guildhall on wood. That's interesting. I like the idea.
Yeah, it makes a lot
Now
of sense.
it's time to trade out. Ooh, demo ships. Oh, some are being snuck out from Marine Lord as well, though.
From all sides, be striking here. He has a fantastic concave and is pushing Marine Lord all the way to the edge of the map here. Marine Lord has still a very healthy navy left, but can't quite, doesn't have any Carracks in production or anything of the sort. Does have a lot of the Imperial upgrades coming in here for him, so his ships are going to be way superior. Yeah, Swivel cannon coming in.
There we go. Look at these shots that are coming out there. You have to be so careful up against that. He's got a lot of stone. Is he going to go for a keep drop? On his side or his opponent's side?
That is the question, right? I mean, the keep will do great on the defense here, of course, but at the end of the day, it can only cover so much distance, and once the Carracks are out...
Does Marine Lord have an outpost on his side? Like on his pond? Where the gold is? The right pond?
No, it doesn't seem like it, but I guess the docks will give additional vision, especially with the relic garrisoned inside them, right? Yeah, but he's still riding a little bit blind in that northern part. There could be demos hiding there that he's unaware of. Doesn't seem too concerned
about it. Fight to take now. Fight isn't just trickling at the moment.
Marine Lord looking to further push the advantage he has here, but B continuously, heavily reinvests in so many demos, so many Springboard ships. Still no Galleasses, surprisingly, but of course he is. They lose a lot of value now with Marine Lord being in Imperial Age. 2 Carracks are now on the water, preparing to move across here for Marine Lord, but losing a lot of his military ships here. But of course, he's happy to trade them out. The trades are effective for him at the end of the day, courtesy of the Swivel Cannon, as well as the other upgrades.
Oh, he is starting to take down some more of these ships now. Also trying to run ahead, trying to cut him off. Oh, additional demos though from Marine Lord. I don't think B is quite able to thread the needle here at this point in time.
No.
That's so difficult. Look at how much resources Marine Lord still has. He could go Imperial again.
We go for that Swabia dynasty potentially if he decides to go for it. Of course, that's not much of an option, but the bank is significant for him, as well as the economic count. He actually still ahead by this point in time, but the Swabia will close that out very, very quickly for him. But it is slowly slipping away from B, isn't it? Behind now in ships and behind an age. He's so close to being able to age up, but you can't help but feel that him aging up here might potentially cost him the game, because all of his bank will be depleted. He has a good bit of wood, and the income is solid as well behind this. Marine Lord actually is going to back off for a little bit, reconsolidate his navy, and then likely look to push again.
Man, what a game. Looks like the Spearmen are now going to try and go for an engagement on the other island. He's gonna find a Red Palace, though. And also a couple of crossbows with Gamberson upgrade.
Do we have incendiaries in yet for B is what I'm wondering about, because with so many demos, I mean, demos can be the great equalizer. It's just the one above. Yeah, we do indeed have it. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, he got that one. He got that one way ahead.
Yeah, in Castle Age, yeah. It's, you know, in these cases, when you're behind a navy, the demos can be the great equalizers that close out an advantage if you just get those connections. That's easier said than done against someone with Marine Lord's ability, of course.
Oh, we don't have a keep on this side. What happened with all the stone? Did he just sell all the stone that he had? I feel like he might have just sold all the stone that he had.
Yeah, it looks like it, right? I don't think... Is 100 stone for 50 gold? That's not baseline, is it? It might be.
Definitely not. He sold it. He sold it all. But he doesn't have a keep on his main island, other than the Red Palace, of course. Doesn't protect the entire island.
No, it
You know, now has 5 archer ships, 7 archer ships again. It's gonna be enough to deal with all of these demo ships. Fights being taken now.
plenty of demos
Rushes
here
just can't
for
get the
B.
engagement.
It's so tough to maneuver around and get them all in, right? I mean, especially with so many galleys here for Marine Lord, and at this point, even the Springle chips, as well as the Carracks, do so much damage to these demos. You can see how difficult it is to close the gap. He's getting closer. Some of them are getting half connections, but it's not enough, is it?
It doesn't appear to be. Carrack now in queue for B as well, but it takes a while to get these out. And demo ships just weren't enough destruction value. 24 to 35,000.
More than 10,000 in the lead Marine Lord here is. Of course, part of it, we have to remember, it is the demos. B has made so many more demos than Marine Lord this game, but the numbers still don't lie. That's such a significant lead here for Marine Lord, and you can see that manifested in the bank that Marine Lord is now sitting on. If there was interest on the accrued resources, then Marine Lord would be a very rich man indeed, even richer than he already is in this game.
Alice is still helping B at least maintain a modicum of map control here now in and around the stocks. Actually quickly taking down 2 of the Carracks here. That's some pretty great value there. There's still 7 remaining though.
Yeah, you do have to be very careful with the Red Palace. Of course, it doesn't cover the biggest area, relatively speaking, to the size of the water on this map, but if you do get too close, your ships will get evaporated.
I'm not even sure where B has all of his fishing ships at this point in time. I feel like he's just completely off water now at this point in time. It's just a couple of fishing ships here. Yeah, only 8 total. Kind of surprising that he's still ahead in economy with Marine Lord having the Swabia now for quite a while. He's not actively producing. To be fair, he's 200 of 200 pop as well.
Yeah, exactly. At this point, I mean, with so much eco in the bank, he just doesn't really need anymore, right? You'd rather reinvest it in those ships. 7 Carracks are now on the seas compared to B's 3. More in Q4 him, but he's losing these docks very quickly, and it's reached a point now where his main island is at this point a penal colony that he can no longer escape with his villages.
And is the Guildhall in range of the shoreline?
Oh, it is.
Might just be.
Yeah, I think it is. If he gets right up to the shore with the additional range, it must be, right? Send your arrows on the ships as well. Another unique Imperial upgrade. That does stack on ships, making them burn over time.
Trying to run away. Marine also starting to take up the sacred sides here behind this.
Yeah, even additional
not gonna
golden
shoot.
come.
This little can's kind of suck against the demo ship, but it works.
Overin as well in production here for Marine Lord. He's 20 spears on the field already. I think he's preparing for a bit of a grand landing party here.
He's finally starting to get his Carrack numbers up. Takes a good amount of them now. Trying to push out a little bit.
Yeah, at this point he actually exceeded Marine Lord's Carrack count. A lot of Marine Lord's military count is on land. I mean, 25 spears, a culverin soon on the field as well.
Some resource in the bank.
Yeah, just a few, you know.
The essentials.
Even elite army tactics coming in for him. He's really preparing this this invasion.
Still difficult because there is a Red Palace, but Culverin does outrange it. Just somehow gotta get in enough inland. You actually have to win water as well.
Single demo, looking to do a little bit of scouting ahead of the main force here from B. 1 transport ship. What does it contain actually? Is that a prelate or a scout?
It was just a prelate, but now there's another transport ship coming in. Trying to make its way over. Yep, there it goes. I think it has probably one of the Culverins and a couple of spearmen inside. Just edging around the edge of the map there. Making its way over to B space.
Just gets picked off on the prelate. tries to get the site.
Goes, it's landing now. There it goes. Army's
Raiding
here.
party
He
has
does
arrived.
spot it. Oh, he's just gonna burn it. He's just gonna burn it immediately. The spearmen don't do enough damage here.
Yeah, it's a heavy price to pay though. Plenty of villages will go down here, and it's a lot of idle time. Although B does have a very healthy bank behind us himself, so he doesn't mind too much. I feel like if there was just a second transport ship here with the rest of Marino's spears, that could be a really dangerous attack. He just doesn't have enough.
Definitely have been. Once again, B, he's got so many more Carracks now. He's pretty much fully pop-capped at this point as well. We're starting to get to the point where it's time to send it again. And actually start taking engagements on water now as well. Also able to recapture the sacred sites. And this is gonna be a while, but we do have a guild hall, so 30 minutes from now, B is gonna pull ahead economy-wise, and actually might even be earlier, as Marine Lord's starting to run out of wood. Wood on the map, I should add. I should clarify.
Yeah, there is
He
still
has a little bit of wood remaining in the bank. He's actually gonna run out first, from the looks of it.
That's surprising actually, considering. I guess I think he still has a tiny wood line left. But the carrot, so many demos for one carrot. It does go down in the end. Anat leads still in favor of B, actually just now equalized by Marine Lord with 5 more demos in queue. Bit of a rough engagement here for B as the demo does come in, does detonate, dealing decent damage to those front 2 Carracks. Meanwhile, his own demos will look to try to wrap around the flank here. Has to be careful, he's stuck in a slight choke point, and that stealth brush there might be quite dangerous for him.
Does B have the bonus upgrade on his gunpowder ship? He does have the unique Civ upgrade. Yeah, he does have it. So B's Carracks are actually going to do a lot more damage here than Marine Lord's Carracks.
That's true. The long guns, very significant upgrade here. The demos are going to come in. You detonate and take out one of the springboard ships and chunk the Carrack behind it. Against these spearmen, just causing a bit of havoc, but realistically it won't be too much damage done here. Marine Lord did delete a lot of his economy though. With the bank he has, there's no wonder. He's looking to remass into even more ships here. 14 Carracks on the seas now. More galleys
The lead in that regard. Carracks are kind of low health here from B, the ones that are remaining at least.
Yes, as you mentioned, he does have the better Carracks, but of course count is also important, and that definitely is in favor of Marine Lord at this point in time. So if he looks to press the issue, which certainly seems in the works here for him, B might be stretched a bit thin.
Good. From the looks of it, could also be running out first, but he doesn't have that much in the bank. He does, of course, have the guild hall still working for him. Really not something that he wants to lose anytime soon. Over 2,000 wood at the moment.
Not often do you see a Carrack raid, but here we witnessed it indeed on the dock.
They're just massing a lot of Carracks now. We're also seeing Marine Lord now heavily investing into mass demo ships.
And Marine Lord recognizing the fact that his Carracks are in fact weaker, and the longer these trades just stalemate out like this, eventually he will be behind in these trades, so needs one big decisive push with these demos, and there's a lot of them indeed. 16, 5 more in queue for him. If he's able to get an engage with his free pop space, this could be it for B potentially. B is somewhat isolated.
Red Palace.
There is the Red Palace, that's true.
Back and forth here between them on water. Food is starting to become a little bit of a limiting factor here at the moment for B, as he is dropping a lot more farms now as well. Demos are going to connect here. And the hand cannon is trying to help out.
It's like the demos didn't quite get the damage that Marine Lord needed yet, but he's still holding most of them in reserve here. Might look to go for a full wrap around that northern sacred site island.
Oh man, this is gonna be such a technical game. This is why water maps can be very...
Polarizing?
I don't... Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. That's a great way, actually, of putting it. Very polarizing.
Yeah, some players love him, some players hate him. Just like Marmite. I mean, the wood is becoming a bit of a...
Bit of
an issue here, for sure. Less so for B, though. I mean, I don't think the guild hall was cashed out yet. I don't remember seeing it.
Yeah, you shouldn't cash out it. You shouldn't cash it out for a while. Like, you should really wait with that.
Yeah. But Marino still has a very healthy bank. I mean, if you combine guild hall and B's bank now, it equals the Marine Lords would.
Yeah.
Well, so Marine Lord is not in too deep trouble just yet regarding that, of course.
Looks like we might have a landing on the main island. Yeah. Inside this one, probably just a whole lot of...
That
was sad. That could have been incredible. But then again, I don't think it would have done enough damage before.
No, yeah.
Especially with the lead army tactic.
Yeah, exactly.
More dogs going down.
I wonder, do the Carracks, because of all the range upgrade, do they outrange the Red Palace? I think so, right? But I might be wrong.
They don't.
Oh,
they don't.
No.
I think they go up to like 9 miles range. Oh no.
Not quite enough. Emergency keep being attempted by B.
Need to repair, protect the guild hall. But Marine Lord just now saw the guild hall, right? Is it similar to... Actually, I don't know off the top of my head if you can actually see how much is in the... You can see how much...
I don't think so, can you? I might be wrong, but...
Cow's nodding the camera.
Oh, you can? Oh, okay. That's interesting. But the 18 demos is something to really keep an eye on here. There's so many. If Lord is able to just get a good little spread on them, maybe hit from multiple sides. There's a good amount of galleys from B, and he does, of course, have the incendiary arrows on them. So the demos will die very, very quickly if they're all bunched up. But that could be a very decisive move if they do connect. Okay, the keep should be up in time here.
Yeah, it should. Even pulling some builds to repair, counter-repair. Both shots being exchanged now. Marine Lord, he's pretty much deleted all of his economy. Very little remaining of it. B also having a lot of demo ships out now, though. The engagement that's taking place now. Demo ships coming in from all sides.
Is it enough though? B has such a great spread on most of his navy, but the ones on the right really get through, and a lot of the Carracks do go down for him. Marino taking a massive lead in navy here, actually.
It's
20
8
Carracks
to 20
7.
Carracks. With 12 more in queue. He just cashed out, but he's got no gold left to queue up anything else at the moment.
There's zero
He
gold
needs to
left
sell.
on the map. Oh, wait, he just got some. He just sold a lot of it.
Yeah, he sold.
Yep.
Sell moment. It's not enough. Every single dock gets taken down. And that should be it. Water maps, they're okay. But I think hybrid maps is where I draw the line.
Hybrid maps is where you draw the line. Well, we have, I mean, Holy Island is technically a hybrid map.
Yeah, Holy Island's great. Holy Island
is good. But would you say it's a water map or a...
No, I'd say it's a hybrid map, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too.
Like, whenever you connect it, it's an immediate hybrid map. Like, Boulder Bay is a hybrid map.
Yeah, exactly. Speaking of maps, though, this one is looking firmly in control.
It's one of them.
As we're essentially back down to the start of feudal age now for B, with one Springboard ship on the seas.
It's one of the maps of all time, and now the guild hall in the end is still gonna get taken down. Oh, come on. I mean, without the guild hall, surely B doesn't see a way to come back in this one anymore. Right?
Might be a case of trying to tire out Marino today, get him wondering and suspicious.
I'm getting the blanket.
But Marino doesn't strike me as the type of player to get tired early on in these sets, of course, as he often makes those best of 7s and best of 9s.
Yes.
I think maybe here... Yeah, we do have the Red Palace being fully garrisoned here. Or B in this case, and seems like... I mean, let's be honest, if Marine Lord's Navy gets close to that Red Palace, there's a chance that B is still in this game because of the sheer amount of damage that the Red Palace is going to dish out. But that's not a move I think Marine Lord will make. But exactly, how do you close out this game with that Red Palace? I mean, if it comes down to a landmark victory, you kind of have to make a landing and rely on the culverins.
I think so too. At this point, I feel like Marine Lord needs to start land more. Like, go up 5 culverins and just start landfall. You gotta start somewhere. You already have 20 to just 5 barracks at the moment. And B knows he cannot take any direct engagement. He just needs to play around Red Palace.
Yeah, precisely. But the issue is, it's just a matter of time, right? I mean, you can hold up next to the Red Palace, but at the end of the day, a transport ship with 16 culverins will turn up. Maybe that's a bit much, but...
At the latest, this game should, in theory, end 10 minutes. Right?
In theory. The left one on the left, of course, is still controlled by B. The one in the north is not yet taken. Does have 3 prelates, but they have yet to move out. I guess he's just focused on making sure B doesn't regain a presence on water at this point in time.
With 25 Carracks, do you think... Like, I think Marino could probably just snipe it. It's like the one way to lose the game or to win the game all in one move.
If it's ungarrisoned, undoubtedly so, but... I mean, I think it is garrisoned, right? With the hand cannonades, at least he can pull the rest. And he's got those villas next to it. I do wonder though.
I think you can
like,
do it. I think you can do it.
I think you can do it as well. And the thing is, it's right on the shore, right? So even the demos can actually detonate. If we can just have a look, see how close it is. Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh, he's gonna cut him off. He's gonna cut him off. He can't go back to Red Palace anymore.
Yeah.
Oh.
And the Red Palace, though, the damage is actually insane.
It is a pretty decent landmark, but there it is. GG comes in.
Yeah, the realization after a long and bloody battle. I mean, I'm surprised that the water is not red by the end of that one.
It definitely would have been if we had the technology to display it, but not quite there yet.
And 48 APM. I mean,
on water. It's tough to say what he spent the APM on. I think it's one of the typical StarCraft player APM where they just click repeatedly the same thing over and over and over again.
But that's the thing, right? It doesn't actually count that. That's what makes it insane to me. This is drawn directly from AU forward, right? And
it does count as long as it's a game command. What it doesn't count is if you spam click H to select your PC, but if you give the unit movement command.
Right.
Yeah.
I see what you mean.
Selection doesn't count, but commands do count.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's still pretty ludicrous, I can't lie. That's well, certainly was put to good use here, taking this game. 46-minute opening game here between these two players. I mean, Archipelago, it is one of those maps where quite often it results in this case where games are either over in virtually under 10 minutes, or they can often slog over into a very drawn-out late game here.
We all know Archipelago is one of the maps of all time. So next up, though, it's going to be Kurlogger, and we're going to be looking at Japan versus Ottomans. Honestly, this matchup feels doomed to me for Japan. Like it's so difficult making your units work against Ottomans, right? Like if you go for like mass infantry, you're gonna have to deal with +2 matter armor. If you go for ranged units, the enemy archers are way quicker with the attack speed with the matter, or there's the Pahi that you gotta face off against. If you go for mass cavalry, Janissaries are pretty good against mass cavalry, so you have to play like a Cav and Yumi archer combo, and even then, Sapahi are like really hard to dodge by archers.
I completely agree. I feel like Japan really, really struggles against Ottomans. Really, the only window I see for them is with the early cast stage, getting a lot of damage done with those mounted samurais, because the answers are, the answers to the mounted samurai are a bit problematic to field early on in good numbers, right? I mean, crossbows, spears, janissaries, all of these units are very weak and vulnerable in isolation, and you need a good amount of them to really challenge the mounted samurais. But, getting the numbers needed can be tough. But that's kind of the only real window man has, right? Feels like to me as well.
It is. Yeah. Alright, just 30 seconds remaining now until we're jumping into that game number 2. Kalaga is a really interesting map. Do you think that we're gonna see, like, both of these civilizations have bonuses to, like, persuade them to go a little bit on water? Ottomans pay a little bit less for their dock, Japan pays a little bit less for their fishing ship. I think both players, in theory, do have value points for going for water early on, so I think we'll most likely be seeing, like, a dock play for both players. At least that's what I would assume.
It's true, right? There's bonuses to both. The way I find this normally unfolding, maps like Lauga or Canal or these kind of maps, right, where both civs can go for docks, is generally the civilization with the stronger Dark Age tends to seem to dictate the tempo, which in this case, I think that would be Ottomans. So, yeah, when we see here, Marine Lord does opt for his own barracks here. A little bit surprising, actually. I would have thought maybe he just goes straight for an age up, but, you just end up so behind if the Ottoman just goes docks. He's going to look to challenge directly here, as we load into game number 2 here. Marine Lord, the color pink as the Japanese, holding the north side of Kurlauga here, facing 3DB in the color green as one of his favorite civilizations, the Ottomans.
And we're actually getting an early military school opening here from B. So not opting for the early dock. Interesting, but he is still on wood. He's not actually moving off of wood, so maybe this is just the early military school into the dock after all.
Very potent build for sure for the Ottomans. The barracks being so much cheaper means that you can, of course, get the military school out, get the pump of spearmen started nice and early, and go straight into a barracks afterwards, and it becomes very easy to outmass even Mongols the longer Dark Age goes in terms of spearmen. And eventually, once that vizier point comes in, and the imams are out, any hope you have of contesting Ottomans in the Dark Age is from then on gone.
Remo already has his spearman out. So both players haven't gone for their early dock play at all yet. He is going to delay his dock play.
I think it makes a lot of
Marine Lord
sense.
also scouted it. Yeah, but Marine Lord also scouted it.
It indeed. This might be, this is a little bit greedy here from
Wait, is
B.
he has still been so heavy on wood though. I think maybe now he's just gonna add in the barracks as well. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, there
Barracks
we go.
comes up.
Yeah, this
Now
could
we're
be
at
really
military
good.
school and barracks. This is where, like, this reminds me of the old school Mongol versus Ottoman matchup, right? Where they go both military school and barracks.
Exactly. Eventually that will lead to outmassing the Mongols, right? Especially in their home turf, on their side of the map. Marine Lord probably recognizes this though, he's going to look to reinvest. This is actually a very interesting test here. We'll see how these timings work out here for B. He does actually queue up a fishing ship as well, which, you kind of have to do, right? If you actually go and greed for this
It's
dock,
never going to
you
pay
need-
off else.
Yeah, you need at least one.
Feels like burn down is pretty inevitable. And Marine Lord behind this, he has invested quite quite a lot into all of these spearmen. He also invested some gold. What did he invest gold into? Marino's on 25 gold.
Yeah, he didn't get the upgrade yet. Oh, it must have been Tawara, right? No, he doesn't have it.
Yeah, but Tawara isn't that expensive.
You're right. What did he use?
Did he queue up Samurai that just aren't like just not their turn yet to come out?
Maybe so.
Doesn't. No, he didn't. Oh wait.
Oh, survival techniques, right? It has
yes,
to be.
yes, survival techniques. He got a very early survival technique. Yes, he did. Okay.
Case closed.
Hey, dear.
We got to the bottom of it.
I mean, it's interesting. Wait, is it 3 or 5 deer at the start?
I think it is actually. Oh, yeah, it's 5. I'm pretty
5.
sure, right? Yeah,
it's 5. Okay, so it's worth it. It's worth it.
And it also applies to the shoreline fish, right? Do go for it,
No.
so it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Oh, I thought it does.
The normal food upgrades apply to shoreline fish.
Oh, right, yeah, of course.
We're getting close to a point in time where he could also get a Vizier point in, potentially.
The dock is going to go down, which begs the question, is that worth it? I'm not actually sure.
Only
I think it is,
100
right?
wood. Yeah, I mean, it's only 100 wood, and he's kept Marine Lord like quite invested in Dark Age here, right? So that is quite nice. And because he gets the Vizier point in, long term, he should definitely like benefit a lot more. The question is, which Vizier point are you going to go for? I think, like, with this many low HP spearmen, kind of has to be Imams, right?
Oh, yeah,
But I think he's going to have to pull off of gold for a little bit.
Yeah, you
Oh my god,
ideally
he
don't...
pulled back! You gotta heal him up!
Oh my god, the value you can squeeze out of those imams. You have to be so careful. The samurai is there as well, which, I mean, the samurai is technically worse than just massing spearmen, but if you have a few of them with many spearmen, they serve as such an effective meat shield ahead of the spearmen.
Ah, he's lost so much value. It takes forever to get that one Vizier point in. Poor B. There we go. Has it now. And there's the Imams, finally. He still needs to be careful. The Imams aren't there yet. They're not there yet. Move forward. Move forward.
David! I don't think
I'm
he
getting
can,
angry. And now the mining camp's going down. Okay, he needs to do a long distance drop off. Or maybe he can repair. Maybe he can repair. He only has 4 wood though.
Oh, okay,
that
he
enough?
gets it. He gets it. He gets it.
He can't fully repair it though. He needs to drop
yeah.
off quickly.
And he can't chop the wood in time, I don't think either, unless he force drops it off early, but then it would just be perpetually burning and he's essentially wasting. Well, yeah, look, he's gonna do it now. There we go. But the real bad news here is B is gonna start aging up, yeah, pretty much as Marine Lord is about to finish his age up.
And it's Coca Township as well. So we're gonna be looking at some Shinobi hitting the field very, very soon. Looks like he's getting the Samurai down, actually. That's good value there. Archer range now coming as well, so Yumi Archers will be on the menu.
The Shinobi are going to do fantastic work up against these spearmen, but they are incredibly squishy. They will die very fast if surrounded.
Yeah.
And we know that, yeah, he's not going to invest in anymore. That makes sense. The 1 for 3 is going to help out here, and double archery range full up. Makes complete sense here. Get those Yumi out quickly, and those Imams will not be as big of a worry. The water coming in as well. Double broad axe to Marine Lord. Very quick on the upgrades here.
First Shinobi now. Hasn't queued any additional ones though. Archership now also in queue. Scout is going to be on that dock though, so he will see once that comes in. There we go. Dust gets spotted out. Spearman with the AoE heal and a spread formation. Can maybe take the fight, but there's also the army coming in now from Marine Lord.
Yeah, this
Probably
is
not a fight that you want to take.
Yeah, as much as B would like it, I don't think this dock is ever going to go down at this rate. He's forced to back off. The Imams, of course, perpetually providing value with the healing, even whilst they are not directly healing, passively. Mech, they're on the way from the military school. This is quite good to do, I think. The Mech, they're pretty expensive early in Feudal Age, so getting a free one from the military school It's very nice value.
Good value, yeah. There's about to be a sprinkled ship. Nope, never mind. That's gonna be forced now for the next 30 seconds, so B is kind of forced into taking a fight now.
And forced in a very difficult position as well as the galleys. The archer ship, the archer ship's gonna do so much damage. Shinobi going on to the imams. One of them is very low. The Shinobi does an immense amount of damage.
Looks to be good enough though, so we'll survive, but this was not a good trade out at the end of the... Oh, he's on the gold! He's on the gold! He's killing builds on the gold!
The Shinobi's distracted! Oh, two of them go down.
But there's the ship at long last.
Oh, eventually it comes out. The galley should fall. Oh no, the Springald went onto the Spearman instead. He's now attacking the Yumi. Probably just wants to focus them instead of the galley at this point in time. Marine Lord queuing up his own Springald ship behind this as well.
Wild Villager also going for the attack. He's chasing him along the entire stream of water. He's actually gonna get the archer ship, I think.
Yeah,
if he keeps chasing, he's gonna... Never mind, he doesn't.
Yeah, the fishing ship as well is gonna repair that there. Could be a good bait, but B doesn't fall for it. But it's interesting to see the map play out this way, right? We spoke how we think Ottoman is favored beforehand, but maps like this definitely muddy the waters a little bit.
Yeah, this game has been anything but normal so far.
Indeed. But then, you know, on this map, can you really have a normal game? I mean, sometimes you do, actually.
Sometimes, yeah. There can be like gentleman agreements when it comes to like not Dark Age rushing, but both players in this game have decided to play it like the old Canal days, when Canal was first introduced to tournaments, where we even had like a meta point with English spamming Dark Age men-at-arms to control water.
That's true. Those were the days until they lost, one melee armor in the Dark Age, and now they're way worse than Spearmen, for that matter, which is kind of funny to think about.
They double nerf fishing ships to the point that now it's like not that worthwhile contest.
Exactly. He, however, does have two Sipahi on the field now, and this is what he needs, right? I mean, the Sipahi is really, at least in Feudal Age, what makes Ottomans really potent, especially getting them for free from the military school. So this increase in mobility is going to allow B some breathing room already, running Marine Lord's army around a little bit, keeping him distracted, buying himself some space, much needed space here as well. Second Vizier point does come in. What's it going to be? It's going to be the sheep.
Anatolian Hills? Yeah. This is like one of the best Vizier points to have on this map in particular, just because there is so little food that you have like safely inside of your base. He does now see that Marine Lord's already out on the second clock, and with the 2 villager kills, Marine Lord's got a really, really strong eco lead now at this point in time. Putting B in quite the dicey spot now. He does have 1 military school. Probably might want to add in a second one sometime soon, just because like this is already like a pretty massive economy lead here for Marine Lord. He needs to keep up.
So tough though, isn't it? I mean, 150 wood, 100 stone. That is not cheap. Finding the space to do so is easier said than done, especially when you're also massing archers, very wood-heavy units behind it. But you're right, it does have to. There's Marine Lord fishing now on the northern river as well. Galley there in time to stop and push away the Sipahi.
It was activated, so will be on cooldown now for a little bit. He does have his archers well positioned in the wood line, but they aren't quite there yet, at least not all of them. Still a hard fight to take, but yeah, this is where the imams really, really start to pay off.
Yumi Bannerman is on the way now as well.
Oh, but there's no more spearmen left. Spy are gonna chase.
It'll be very scary here for Marine Lord.
Gonna be a very, very good trade out. B, he's...
Oh,
the demo ship!
Oh no! Oh,
doesn't get the connection in though. He's killing all of the Yumi archers. all the Yumi archers go down. That was a really good trade at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's exactly what B needed in this position. Essentially halving the Yumi mass that Marine Lord had, but now of course production is fully underway yet again. But this is the point where Ottomans start to become really dangerous. One of the military schools is pumping. Oh, the demo again connects. Marine Lord slipping a little bit in this game.
Getting his own demo ship out now. Starting to reach the point now where Ottoman suddenly starts feeling quite comfortable again. Realization.
Exactly. I mean, the value from the Imams, like you mentioned, the Mehter as well. Oh, he's gonna die. Ooh, one more arrow. And it goes down.
Ah, one Imam survives. Don't let the other one go down. You cannot afford that. It is so important to keep those alive.
Demo connecting with the spring gold, but it's not enough to destroy it. Yep. As, again, Marine Lord's front line is cleared. Another demo coming in. Is it gonna be no? Ah, it's gonna
be enough.
Yep.
Aye, what a fight here so far. This is just like one big continuous fight, and man, I'm being kept on the edge here right now. This is quite aggressive on both sides. B, though, he's catching up in the archer count, does have stronger archers in theory, or at least archers with a lot more health. But they do cost a little bit more. The archer ship does get taken down here. B has taken full control pretty much over the spawn tier now at this point in time, I want to say. Marine Lord doesn't quite want to give this one up. Once again, we do see him run forward here with the Yumi archers.
You have to be so careful here as Marine Lord, though. I mean, 6 spears. You know, normally having equal number spearmen to horsemen is fine, but these are not just any horsemen. These are arguably...
Any enjoyers in chat?
Oh, can we bring them up?
He got Meteor Drums again! Okay, sure.
Did I miss a memo or something, Crackly?
I don't know! I feel like I heard Boltune the other day say that Meteor Drums is good.
Oh, no.
And that he was able to make it work for him, like, plenty of times. But the thing is, the formation is bugged so many times, and I didn't see any patch notes about it, and I'm... Honestly, this is a personal affront here at this point in time. This is,
Yeah, I feel like there's some information being withheld or something, because, oh, the demo doing so much damage to the Sipahi, and B is actually cornered up against the river here. If any more ships do come out here from Reno, that could be disastrous if B is out of position.
Crazy. And Marine Lord's actually thinking about aging up to Castle Age. And so is B. They're just gonna age up. What is this? It's so crazy that they're actually like aging up behind all of this aggression now. Like they're not even like fully investing. They're just like investing, but also like aging up behind it. That's kind of crazy.
Somehow there's a way. 20 villages at that. Marine Lord looking to really get a timing here. It could pay a lot of fruit. But B has a significant army lead here, without a doubt. I mean, having more archers than Yumi is definitely advantageous, and more Sipahi than spears, that's pretty scary. But this timing from Marine Lord is very significant. But I just don't know if he actually has the mass to really capitalize on that timing.
Doesn't have the gold really to like suddenly pump out a lot of units. Food-wise, he also doesn't have that much. I think he's got enough to like be able to secure a relic, like moving out onto the map. But B is definitely not far behind in his own age up. Like, you can give him like half a minute, and he's gonna be aging up as well.
We're looking to press the issue, however. Seeing Marine Lord's army in the south opens up a doorway towards this gold mine as 5 villagers seek shelter inside the outpost, which is now under heavy siege here from B. Might want to move the archers a little bit closer to catch the villagers as they try to escape, which Marine Lord will definitely try to do right now as his army connects. Veterancy is in on the Yumi, and he does have a flank engagement here. B is now on the run, knowing that although he might have the bigger army, trading this out, even if he somehow wins the fight, would mean it will cost most of his troops. So, actually the speed, look at that, the speed coming in handy here.
That is... Okay, that's kind of crazy. Can we see? Does it actually affect the archers right now? Select an archer. Select an archer. It doesn't
Nope.
affect them right now. It's bugged. It doesn't work. I mean, it's also because... Yeah, also with the supply, it also doesn't work right now, and they're in the formation.
That's what I mean. Like, this can't be predicted.
Yeah, like sometimes it works if it's in the formation, and sometimes even if it's in the formation, it just doesn't work.
Well said indeed. But the Mechmed Imperial Armory is about to finish for him. Decent gold in the bank here for B. He can afford one of the upgrades for Veterancy here. He's gonna have to pick. Okay, that's not the upgrade I expected. But then we see the Veterancy for
on
the Sipahi.
He does have a market that he did use. Just ring the bell. Ooh, that's fast mom that just went down. More villagers have to evacuate here. Some idle time being forced. Unavoidable. Is he actually gonna take the fight now? That's a little bit too early. Also getting textiles in. Villagers able to jump through one of the gaps there in the wood line. I mean, he doesn't have to worry about losing the archers because he's not getting veterancy in on the archers. But as long as he kills the spearmen, it's like, okay. He's losing a lot of the villagers now, so he does have to pull those away now as well. Lose a lot of them.
Yeah, it's slipping away a bit here.
It's too much.
The
Not
veteran
producing any more
samurai
units as well.
There's
no knights coming in.
Nah, there's no knights. I mean, he could afford them in theory, but it's not really going to be enough at this stage as both ranged upgrades in for Marine Lord now. And yeah, the timing is too much. GG is cold and Marine Lord secures himself a 2-0 lead in this set. Only one more needed to sweep B here.
And this was quite the game. I feel like he had the potential to also age up at a similar timing there to Marine Lord. Didn't find the window. Marine Lord did, and there were some really, really great engagements between the two, though. That was some epic trade out there with the military time and time again in the mid-game.
A super action-packed game. That's one of the very interesting dynamics that often happens in these kind of games, right? One opponent invests just a little bit less, goes up earlier. The other player who's still feudal age has a bigger army, which is not necessarily a disadvantage if you're behind the age, but you have to use that army to actually gain some value from your further investment in feudal age. Either force a fight earlier before upgrades while you have the mass, or maybe do a dive or a raid to pick up a good bit of an eco lead. But that's difficult, right? It's easier said than done. B just quite wasn't able to make that materialize for him. So as a result, just being behind in upgrades means that he crumbles this game, unfortunately. But he put up a fantastic fight here. Marine Lord definitely looked in a bit of a scary position towards that mid-feudal age.
The mid-feudal age, I feel like B, like at this point in time, right here, I feel like B could have definitely pushed the issue and just done a whole lot of damage, kill a lot more of the Yumi archers. At this point in time, it kind of felt like, okay, until Marine Lord added in the samurai, I was like, okay, this is something that B could, in theory, like still fight, still deal with. But the play from Marine Lord to actually have the follow-up into samurai, just a unit that none of the units from B could really, like, ever really deal with. Such a good play from Marine Lord to close out the game with that. Next up, though, on the chopping block, we do have Gorge coming up, and China, once again, made it through here. It's going to be picked up against the House of Lancaster. So, classic House of Lancaster versus China game coming up here. Wonder if we're going to be seeing Pro Scout. I mean, we're still in the Pro Scout meta, so I'm just going to say it's probably still just going to be the classic no IO opener into Fast Pro Scout. And then try and take it from there. B, I think he's going to opt for... We talked about it earlier, like the House of Lancaster, Abbey of Kings, into some Hobbler, Spearmen, just the full feudal age.
It's a build. It's definitely a build. And
has it been given a name yet?
Maybe we should be the first to give it an official name. The Abbey of Death
What do we
build?
name it? A and Prey?
Yeah, that's good. That's good. That sums it up, right? At the end of the day, you know, the saves that can deal with it. There are a few saves that can deal with it, but the problem is that I think the civs that can deal with it have a very specific answer to either the lords or, you know, they have knights in the feudal age. These are answers that are potent. And in China's case, the answer, I think, is the Zhuge-Nu, but the Zhuge-Nu, it requires quite an investment to even unlock.
I think the investment is fine. Like, you can still get a very, very quick Song Dynasty in. But now it's time to see what exactly the play is here, as we're jumping into potential match point now for Marine Lord here, as he is leading 2-0 up against 3DB. We're seeing him play in the color pink as the Chinese, 3B in the color green playing as the House of Lancaster, and is indeed that no IO opening that Marine Lord chooses here.
But standard here by now for China, indeed, the no IO allowing slightly faster feudal age and then a very rapid pro-scout timing. Either the fastest or the second fastest in the game, but that does depend a little bit on the intricacies of the build. Everyone's build is just a little bit different. Of course, the other fast civilization being Jushi for that matter, all courtesy of that supervision. On the other hand, I mean, when Lancaster was at their peak, China was also very potent then, but Lancaster was genuinely very strong against China and Jushi in particular, I would say, because they'd be able to survive the pro-scout timing without too many issues, and then suddenly they already have 6 manas pumping when China and Jushi run out of food, and China and Jushi become extremely vulnerable in that phase as they need to make the granary transitions. Now, Lancaster's power has been shaved significantly since then, but as we see now, there's a new strategy on the block for them. Quite curious to see how China does against that. In theory, they should be okay, but that's only because of Zhuge-Nu, I would say, and getting the Zhuge-Nu out early on is not something China ever really likes to do.
Not anymore, at least.
Yeah, they always do it out of necessity, more so than willingness.
Yeah, it used to be that before Pro Scout, like, you would want to go for Fast Song Dynasty because you would place the Barbican in a spot to protect the deer. And from there on out, you would, like, have a safe food income source there with the deer. Now that you want to pick the deer up and put them next to your mill, next to the DC, the Barbican just doesn't really bring you what it used to.
Exactly right. Seems like there's kind of two ways to execute this Abbey build here, I found. You either stay on gold, delay your manas and look to pump out all 4 lords ASAP to put on pressure, or you have what B is doing now, which is cut off gold completely, age up with 3, and just look to have the 1 lord, doing a bit of poking, a bit of delaying, get the manas in, and then you begin pumping fully.
There's Imperial Academy coming in, 5 villagers building away at that one. It is going to be that Abbey of Kings. It's nice that you get an immediate, like, Lord of Lancaster out of it, or at least a rather quick one for free. That way you immediately have some early pressure that you can apply to your opponent, and that means that Marine Lord isn't going to be able to just immediately click Pro Scout. He's going to have to at least invest a little bit into some military units before.
Yeah, I mean, he can click Pro Scout most likely fine and start bringing the deer in, but it does demand an early unit investment earlier than he'd like, right? Either with some horsemen or potentially some archers for that matter. Units that he doesn't really want to make unless he has to, but the Lord makes it so that he has to, right? So certainly value to be gained there.
Trust in the Lord.
Believe in the Lord.
Oh Lord, he coming just a little bit. Abbey of Kings about to complete. It already has a lot of Texas food inside, so that's already a lot of gold that Marine Lord will be able to pick there in just a little bit. There we go, first manor also coming in immediately. I mean, this is just the power of House of Lancaster as well, right? Just being able to get these 3 manors out very, very quickly. We're getting an immediate
oh, that's interesting.
Build as well. Okay, wasn't on the bingo card for the day, but we'll take it. The power of House of Lancaster just, like, building up 3 manors so you have continuous income the entire time. Because 3 manors, that's enough to like already like have your TC working the entire time. Like getting enough food from 3 manors to continuously build villagers. That's so massive already.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I'm not sure. B potentially expected spear response here early from Marine Lord just to poke the Lords. I mean, what am I talking about? That'll be a terrible decision, right? Nah, the Pro Scouts is going to be on the way for him, being supervised on the mill. There is 3 officials out, so this is interesting. Marine Lord's timing on the Pro Scout is intentionally delayed here, specifically to get out additional officials. So this is in contrast to the build we saw earlier.
From Louis.
Yep.
He's already positioned one of his scouts next to the deer from B. Because if we look at the map spawn here from Marine Lord, all of his deer are on the same side. That makes it super easy for B to keep tabs on where Marine Lord's getting the deer from.
Yeah, it's actually...
Marine Lord realizing that he's already like positioned to take the deer from B first.
That might be why we see this early stable. B might have seen that and realized I can maybe potentially cut off the day completely here if I get these Hobbelars out ASAP. Milo's going to go for the Horseman as a response in for the Hobbelar initially, and followed up by a Barracks. But the issue is, like, sure, maybe you can take some of B's deer away here, but the amount of time it takes for those scouts to reach back and for you to actually start gathering from that deer, it really makes a difference.
Yeah, and B, he actually paid attention. He saw that one of his deer just disappeared off the map. And he's sending the Hobblers over there to pick off that scout. Oh, never mind. Control all military. Sends him back to the front line. That Lord of Lancaster just pulling his weight there. He does so much damage. The baseline damage on a house of on a Lord of Lancaster there, it's 16 myriad.
Yeah.
It's so much. Crazy how much damage he does.
It is massive damage indeed. He does have very low attack speed though, so I guess that helps keep it in check just a little bit. But nice little space spot here by Marine Lord. He draws away the Hobbelar by picking up the deer from B's side, then in turn is able to nab himself at least one deer from this deer pack, so he can get that boosted gather rate in ASAP. Meanwhile here, the Lord is likely to fall.
He's getting poked down further and further. Yet, Lord is going down.
Yeah, they're so slow at the end of the day, right? Like a man-at-arm. So once they get out of position and caught, they fall quite easily if you're able to get a few units around them. So many Hobbler on the field though. Spearman count not looking too bad. A bit surprising to see archers added in now from Marine Lord. I guess he'd maybe expect Spearman, but I guess it's good for the Lords, right?
Yeah, I mean, not just against the Lords, but just in general, like you're expecting your opponent to add in some other type of unit, and Archers is really like the only unit that Marine Lord's missing for a triple unit competition. So he's gonna be ready for anything that he could possibly throw at him. And we also know Marine Lord as the Archer Lord, right? So it wouldn't be Marine Lord if he wouldn't make Archers.
Wise words indeed. Triple Lord on the field now, the fourth one is in queue, but they're not quite here on the front line yet, so B's apprehensive to take an engagement here. I mean, not only because of the spears, but you don't have the maximal value from the health just yet. But Marine Lord has access to these deer now, right? There's plenty of deer now underneath that TC to last a good while, so the pump is fully underway now. That oppressive Chinese unit pump that we're very much used to seeing by now, when they get through, that is. Looks like secondary village being added now, extending the pop here for Marine Lord village. Fantastic value to be gained from it.
You know what? Still got so much food to play with here behind this. Got a lot of the deer right now. He just needs to somehow keep controlling this area. It's difficult. Getting the yeoman in now will be
Yeoman
going to be enough that 3 lords in the dream.
Fourth one about to arrive now as well for him. The Yeoman definitely stronger than normal archers, but significantly with the Yeoman is they are the most expensive archer unit in the game. And affording them in Feudal Age, easier said than done here. B looking to wrap around, he's going to trap the scouts, but the Lords are under heavy fire here from the archers and the spearmen surrounding them as well. Greenlord is going to protect the scouts. The spearmen are there to meet the Hobblears and get a few of them down. One of the Lord's falls, two of the Hobblears falls. But Greenlord's mass is also dwindling behind this. Not enough yeomen here on the front line just yet to really control this spearman mass. Meanwhile, Greenlord doing a great job of focus firing the yeomen here. Not really focused on the Lords. One of them is also... the second one is going to go down here, 100%. Just one more volley needed. There it goes.
So many Hobblears and not nearly enough yeomen.
Yeah, the yeomen...
The Hobblears just aren't able to fight at all into this many spearmen.
It did feel like the yeoman came in just a little bit late here for B potentially. I mean, again, like we don't have economic upgrades from him, right? So the turnaround time just wasn't really there as he needed it. Really focusing on just getting as many units out ASAP and getting the timing on the upgrades, but didn't quite pay off for him. He's got to look for a dive instead. Greenlord does notice in time. Now the Hobblears, they don't do that much damage here, so it's not really easy to kill villages in this position, especially when a supervised barracks is producing spearmen at this point in time. Yeah, looks like all the Hobblears will fall and no economic damage is dealt.
At most it's some idle time, but that's not really
not quite enough
at all. Yeah. The 3 manners are still nice, right, to have, but they're kind of losing the win condition, and now Marine Lord, he's just going to be able to age up. Imperial Palace is going to be coming in B. He's so far away from Castle Age. There's just no way for him to hit Castle Age even within the next, like, 2 minutes if he was, like, completely untouched.
It's a real problem, right? I mean, not only is he behind in army, significantly at that, but now he's going to be behind the whole age, and, you know, I'm always an optimist, or I try to be, at least, but I fail to see the path to victory here for B in this game. Warlords are on the field again, but Greenlord has reached the Castle Age. Upgrades coming in quick time already. The veterancy on the archers normally taking so long, but with the supervision is halfway complete.
Running in forward again. First one is going to be going down. He finally starting to be able to like take some better trades, but it's just so late. If only he had gone for the Yeoman a little bit earlier.
Yeah, that's what we'd have loved to see. Not quite. The Grand Theft Venison is on the way here, and the short bows will prevent that from happening in the short term, but, you know, to what end, really? Flash comes in at the front, veterancy is in on the archers. There's a good mass here from B, courtesy of the Marine Lord age up, but really, I mean, it's just further and further investment here from B. He kind of has to, really, to keep Marine Lord in his base, but it's a ticking time bomb at the end of the day.
Once again, first lord goes down, second one follows. Now with the veterancy in on the archers, they just dropped like flies. That's all the lord's gone now. Hobblears still remaining. There aren't that many spearmen though anymore. Suddenly the Hobblears, for the first time in the game, are able to connect to the archers. And suddenly B has more military out, but there's still units that he just doesn't really have an answer to. Mainly the Lancers now that are going to be coming in. These have just only been afforded with tactics, by the way. He wasn't on gold for like the last minute, and yeah, the Lancers came out just only with tactics.
And you can see there, I mean, 300 gold per minute purely through taxes is definitely quite interesting, but the writing has been on the wall for several minutes now, and B taps out, gives over. Greenlord takes the sweep here with a 3-0 victory up against B. Some very close games here, especially that game number 1 and game number 2. This one started decently for B as well, controlling the deer, but I mean, at the end of the day, we talk about how strong Lancaster is now. That's undeniable. China, however, we can probably all agree still it reigns supreme.
China, it's definitely one of the assists in the game. Honestly, though, I want to say, like, House of Lancaster did look normal there in this one. Like, it's definitely still a very, very strong civilization, House of Lancaster, and they can fight toe-to-toe up against China. I'm just surprised that we went to, like, 20 Hobblears before seeing the first Yeoman. That was, like, one of the things where it's like, okay, he's tried something, he had it figured out in practice, he tried to implement a tier. It did not end up working out this time around. Maybe the next time, maybe never. We'll have to wait and see how this one's gonna evolve. I think this strategy needs to maybe cook a little bit longer.
Yeah, for sure. It's quite matchup dependent, a little bit map dependent as well. And there's quite a bit of variance in the ways you can play it. It's always based around those lords and the Hobblear, but quite often you need a secondary unit quite early on, which was the case here, but just not fast enough here for B.
Marine Lord, he played this quite clever, right? Like with a lot of spearmen very early on, and just not underestimating the Lords of Lancaster, not underestimating the Lords of Lancaster and the Hobblear. So yeah, in the end, worked out quite well.
It did indeed. I mean, once these Hobblears get surrounded, the Lords get surrounded. Interesting note here, I think, that we haven't talked about, which is actually, I think, really smart here from Marine Lord, is that Blue Marine. I mean, with so many spearmen, right? I mean, you know, it doesn't make a real big difference against the Hobblear. So much bonus damage anyway. 1 damage is not much, but against these Lords, I think, as you surround them with the spears, it really, really adds up quickly.
It does. It does. All right, I believe that we should also be working on getting in an interview here with Marine Lord. Just a little bit. I was told to be bringing my cat. I have brought my cat with me.
There he is. The one and only.
Ryan. The one and only. We're going to be doing like a cat interview here from cat to cat. Because Marine Lord does have his cat there as well, I've been told.
2 super villains petting their cats.
What's the cat's opinion on the game here so far? He says he was very confused by the Archipelago game, but he was overall entertained.
How could you not? He looks pretty content right now. Oh, speaking of cats.
EGC's just getting invaded by cats here. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the winner of this set, Marine Lord. There he is, Marine Lord and Potato. Congratulations on your victory. How are you feeling after that one? It was an interesting set, to say the least. Do we have audio? I think we're missing audio.
He's pretty good at that, I think. Sorry?
There we go. Okay, now I can hear you.
Okay. That should be fine normally. I was saying, yeah, pretty hard matchups, and I think B is pretty good. So when you have some crazy maps against B, it's always a tough fight, I think. So I'm pretty happy about it. Like,
yeah.
I mean, I won 3-0, right? So it's all good, but maybe the games were a little bit too close, especially the first one, I think.
Yeah, that was an incredible game, I want to say. It was definitely one of those situations where we definitely did feel the fatigue that can set in on water maps towards the end, right? Like, it's also a very interesting dynamic because it's so much unlike normal maps when the wood suddenly starts running out and you're getting put into these kind of situations that you just don't typically get on normal land maps, and suddenly civilizations get a whole new set of win conditions, and we're looking at the guild one, we're like, is there maybe a chance that B could still come back in this one? And water was a crazy back and forth. Definitely an interesting one. Marine Lord, I already asked this Vortex from the last set, but I do want to get your opinion in on this as well. What do you make of the current meta, and how well do you think that you can do in this one? Because Vortex said that this one is like, this meta at the moment screams Louis MT. How do you think you do in this one?
I don't really care about the meta, I just play my way, and I win most of the time. But I don't think that's necessarily good for Louis. I think it's more good for Vortex. I think it's just aggressive overall. I don't think cavalry civs are that good. I think you have a lot of tough matchup. But maybe it means because like Ottoman is pretty good. Most civs that Louis plays are pretty good. So maybe it's decent for him, but I don't think it's like insanely good for him. And we have some water maps too. So Louis doesn't really like them, so I'm not sure. But he played well today, so we will see, right? We'll see.
Interesting. I want to get your opinion quickly on the second game that you played versus B here today. That was the Japan-Ottoman game. That was quite an interesting one. Like, you immediately went for the Dark Age pressure. We used to have a lot of like these kind of like Dark Age hybrid map, Dark Age engagements before on Canal. Is that something that you think is like returning? Because I feel like for the longest time, players were just not like investing into Dark Age in order to deny like shoreline fish.
I think we used to not focus as much on spear civs, because like obviously now we played Ottoman and Japanese, so you have bonus on barracks for, bonus on barracks for both of them, and then you have, you can just make spears easier, right? It's the same with HRE, you have a very good economy at the start, so you can go for spears very easily. I think back in the day we weren't going for only spears civs on this kind of map. I still think we can can see China and Zushi here, for example, that don't really play spears. But yeah, I feel like we didn't choose to play the meta like that, and it was probably a mistake. But at the same time, you have some tricky civs, like Ayubit, for example. You can probably go dock into the advancement wing on this map if you want to counter a spear rush. So you still have a lot of options to defend the dock. So it depends what's the matchup, but same for Delhi, right? You go Delhi, you can go fish and you can't really lose your dock. But yeah, I think on this kind of map you will mostly see a lot of spears, civs, just like on Frisian March, because you tend to go like dock rush, and if you have nothing to punish a dock rush, it's pretty bad. So you either play something like, as I said, Japanese, Ottoman, HRE, and then you obviously have the strong civs like Malians that are very good overall. Templar is pretty good on hybrid map, but Templar is mostly banned because we pick water maps, obviously, and it's very broken on those maps. But yeah.
This question about the last game. That was obviously like a bit of a weird implementation, I want to say, from B on the House of Lancaster, like Abbey all-in aggression build. Have you seen like the Abbey of Kings, House of Lancaster all-in aggression build like in your practice game so far? And what do you make of it at the moment? Because I've encountered it personally like on ladder quite a bunch of times, and I think at the moment it's probably like the strongest feudal age build in the game.
We don't have any feudal all-in except for French, so I would agree, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's really dependent on matchups. I think some very strong civs can deal with it. But I think if you go for like the lower half of the civ pool, I think they just stand no chance because it's just too strong of a push. But yeah, if you have like broken civs like China, Byzantine can deal with it, maybe. Rus, Zushi, maybe even HRE, I'm not sure. But you have a few civs that can actually deal against this push. But it's obviously like very, very strong. You have so many variations of it. You can go like 3 manors or 0 manors. You can go mass king instantly. You can go mass oblar instantly. You can go for fast spears yeoman. So you have to scout properly and you just make the counter pretty much. So this time I saw he was very light on gold. So I knew it was the version where he would make most likely spears and oblars. But I guess when I left his base, he went for more on gold because he only made oblars in the end. But I was not expecting a lot of kings with this plan, like with this economy. And I could have been wrong, obviously, since it looked like it changed the way the economy worked when I left with my scouts. But yeah, you just have to scout. If you see a lot of oblars, you produce a lot of spears, which is very easy with China. Very easy to do because you can double produce. And if you make king, you can go more into horseman and archer. If you make yeoman, you can go more into horseman. So you just have to really counter what's coming while you go pro scouts. And then if you play very, very well, you have a 50-50 game kind of, which is why I think it's broken. Because it's not really an all-in. You can just pressure a lot And if you want to go castle, you go castle, and
Transition,
you're
yeah.
all good. Yeah.
It is quite strong. Okay, wrapping this up, I just have one last question for you, Marine Lord, before I release you into the night. And that is, from all the players, and of course from all your practice, at the moment, you are probably by far the uncontested #1 in Age of Empires 4. Do you think, for this tournament, from your practice games, is there somebody that you have to really respect, that you have to be afraid of in these oncoming games that are coming on?
I mean, not more than usually, but it's the same as usual, right? You have a lot of names like Wham, people are good. Anat is pretty good, but I think Anat, he looked pretty bad 2 weeks ago, and now he's looking decent again. So good for him. And yeah, obviously, who did I forget? Louis, Lucifer, Vortex. I mean, everyone is pretty good. But I'm not really worried because it's double elim. So I don't really stress when there is double elim. If I lose, it's just that I'm terrible. If I lose twice. If I lose only once and you're out, it's kinda scary. But when you have a double elim, it's very chill for me. I can just play and have fun.
I see. All right, thank you, Marine Lord. Once again, congratulations for your victory over B today, and we'll be seeing plenty more of you in the future. Have a good night.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
All right, that was Marine Lord. I mean, the dude just exudes confidence, doesn't he?
Humble as ever is Marine Lord, indeed. And, I mean, let's be honest, the guy is able, without a doubt. So it is not misplaced, indeed. There is an incredible amount of ability there. And we can witness it firsthand here in EGC, as we have just done, indeed.
Oh, that's a very hairy cow.
My God, she is gorgeous. Look at that.
Speechless.
Oh, there we go.
Just let
It's
her
the twist.
do. Oh, that's a stretch. That's a stretch there.
That's the twist. She wants some belly rubs, I think. Most likely.
Will he dare? Will he dare go for the belly rubs?
She can be quite feisty. Oh,
Going for
there
it.
we go.
He's
there
letting
we
him.
go.
Okay, no mind. He's. All right, but fellas, it is not over yet. We still have one more set for you guys here today. We just had Marine Lord up against B, but next up it is nothing less than we're going to be looking at Wham versus Anat. So that's definitely a very, very exciting one. And Cal, he just not Cal, Marine Lord, he just said it himself. Anat 2 weeks ago was looking a little bit shaky. Now he's looking good again. So good for him, and we'll be the judges of that, as now it is Wham that is gonna be facing off against him. And Wham, he is also a player that I would consider as very, very, very strong, in general, in peak shape at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Masters of Steel with Cena, right? That was one of his best performances ever, and it's almost like something clicked in him, right? Because after that, he started going way more hardcore than ever before. Not only, of course, with content creation, but with competing as well. He's been doing incredibly well in of course, the weekly tournaments. So I'm very excited to see how he's going to do up against Anat. And I mean, both players, they're very close in age, right? They're very similar level, I would say. Slightly different play styles. Anat taking a lot of inspiration from B, right? I'd say he's a slightly more controlled B, right? He has some very unique strategies up his sleeve, and at the same time he can also play very, very standard when the need calls for it. But saying that, I mean, B played quite standard and very solid today, right? Talking of that, whereas Wham is just a slightly defensively orientated player that just, I mean, is incredibly solid in his execution as well. Just very, very precise. So should be a very interesting matchup as well. I can't wait for it, really.
But until then, we're just going to be taking a quick 2-minute break. So it is now time for you to go grab some snacks, but don't go anywhere, because we'll be back here on EGC with Wham versus Anat in just a little bit. See you then. And it was indeed just a very short break, because here we are already back again, bringing you guys Wham versus Anat here in the EGC Masters Fall. First off, right away, we're jumping into Coastal Cliffs, and we've just seen House of Lancaster, but it is time to see them again, as they're going to be facing off against the Delhi Sultanate. House of Lancaster here, Mariette. On a map like Coastal Cliffs, the villagers are going to have to travel the extra mile at the beginning for that stone.
It's not a pick I think I've actually seen before on this map at all. I'm sure it's been played, I just haven't had the chance to see it yet, but I mean, it's a bit akin to picking Byzantines here, right? Which we have seen in the past a fair few times with varying degrees of success. The issue is that stone at the end of the day. So I would say that obviously Lancaster is even less reliant on the stone than Biz, at least initially, right? They only need 300, whereas Biz ideally wants to get up to that level 5 system, which demands quite a bit more stone than that. But they do get some passively from buildings, which helps out. But I mean, in theory, it should be pretty good, right? I mean, the map is a third of Dry Arabia, really. The crossing distance is shorter, courtesy of that more narrower spawn. So quite good for the Lords. And moving out onto the stone, you know, it's far away, but it's often not too difficult, especially because Lancaster often has the map control in these matchups. Might be a bit different against Delhi, though, because of how rapidly the turnaround time is from Feudal Age into having suddenly 10 Ghazis on the field.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I wonder, we got like two extremes here as well, with the Hobbler, like one of the lower end horsemen up against the Ghazi Raider, one of the higher end horsemen. We're going to be able to find out just exactly how this one's going to play out as we're jumping into our game number 1 now. We've got Delhi here being played by VS Anat in the color yellow. The other side of the map playing in the color blue. We've got Wham 01 playing as the House of Lancaster, and he's actually going to be going for a Dark Age rush here up against the Delhi Sultanate, and what a good map was spawn for him here for the strategy, as Anat, both his berries and his gold is forward.
Exactly right. Typically, spear rushing against the Delhi Sultanate can have mixed results, right? They do have the scholar that's going to be able to heal the villagers on the gold, so that loses value. Which means that you will need 3 spears to outdamage the healing as opposed to 2. But it's still value to be gained, because nowadays we always see Delhi going for Dome of the Faith, like 99% of the time. There's just so much value to be gained there. But if they push off of gold, then suddenly you don't have nearly as many scholars as really you need to justify the Dome. Even with the discount, you will be unable to afford them, so... And I mean, with a spawn like this, I don't think we'll see it, but a tower wouldn't be really a terrible idea here, right? You can deny the berries, you can deny the gold, or you can deny the gold and the initial top portion of the woodline.
The issue with that always is, like, Delhi is not an easy civilization to tower rush in the first place, like, at all, because they do have the early scholar, and even though it's just one, just having one early scholar, the healing means that you can reliably like pull villagers for outpost burns before the outpost gets finished up. And here as well we can see just it just takes one scholar, and yeah, at least the scholar can't heal himself, so that's always something to keep in mind. But I doubt Anaton's just gonna let that scholar go down.
Yeah,
I get enough
sure.
at least for the age up.
And the gold is pretty far out, right? We can see the range. These spears have a lot of room to maneuver here, even all around in front of the mining camp. We do have just enough. Oh, do we? Yeah, we have just enough there to age up here for Anat. So he's not gonna do anything crazy. He's gonna pull off 3 spears was the investment here from Wham, and there is no further wood gathering on the way. So no tower. It's just gonna be straight towards that age up.
Are just going to be burning down the mining camp here. Some value gained.
Dome actually being rushed up with 6 here from Anat. I guess it makes sense, right? Because you're not gathering gold, it means you have additional villagers gathering either food or wood instead. So you'll be able to afford archers earlier, meaning that he can push away the spears earlier as well and get right back on that gold. Wait. Lancaster Castle?
In to secure gear? Okay. And a boar. Deer, boar, gold. Okay. He's cooking.
They're
And he's going
triple
out to the
gold.
stone in the back.
Yeah, that's actually all of his golds, except the neutral ones in the middle being secured. I mean, and the stone at the back, right? This is actually an incredibly high-value Lancaster castle. But it's a bit strange because Lancaster Castle, out of all feudal outpost landmarks in the game, is by far the weakest one.
The damage is better, but you can't garrison into that.
It's true, you can't garrison, and the attack speed is relatively slow as well. Actually, no, it might be standardized, I believe, across them. I'm not too sure. I mean, it is undoubtedly very high value. There's a lot of res there to secure, but I mean, where are we going to drop the mana is my question. Do we drop them right there at the front of the Lancaster Castle for the additional health and arrow slits, or...?
It would make sense to fortify the position, especially since there's a boar there as well that you'll definitely be interested in taking. I mean, the wood line is close as well, so you can like have like all of your most of your economy can be pretty secured there.
It's true indeed. You can really lean that side. I mean, you don't need anything on the left here, really, if you're Wham here. You can just easily throw up a wall, cut off completely the left side of the map, and you just play in that top square, and it's a very, very cozy square at that.
We now have the first couple of Ghazi Raiders coming in, which is somewhat interesting considering that Wham has opened up with the Spearman. So no Archer opening. The Spearman, though, is already very low health, so even the Ghazi Raider could pick that one off. Looks like he's going for it. Let's take that one down. Yeah, it's just gonna get healed up again.
I do like the Ghazi opener here, though. It reminds me a little bit of the Delhi up against French or JD matchup, even where you know they're going to have knights, and you know they're going to have knights earlier than you have Ghazis, but you still want to open Ghazi Raiders for that tempo, right? To be able to actually challenge the knights. You can heal the Ghazis, but you cannot heal the knights, at least initially, so you don't give away so much of your map control. So it's a similar case here, right? At the end of the day, these spearmen, they cannot really heal, at least, well... Anat thinks they might heal with the Abbey, but it is Lancaster Castle at the end of the day. Yeah, we see. With a bit of micro, these spears can be cleared quite effectively by the Ghazi, so well played here by Anat, taking out the spears. Ooh, oh, that was close.
Close indeed, but we do already have the first manor coming up now. Actually, second manor about to be coming up for Wham. So already well underway with this economy. There we go, Boar is now starting to get aggroed onto. And, I mean, kind of tough for Boar up against the big old castle. Boar isn't really gonna be in the best of spots here when it comes to taking this fight. No! He's actually gonna take it! He's gonna kill it! And the Boar is gone! It disappeared!
Oh no, Wham!
That's crazy value right there.
That is painful here for Wham. I mean, at the end of the day...
I still don't understand why that's a thing in the game.
Yeah,
like
well...
it's been said that it's an intended mechanic. And I don't believe it. I think the developers are gaslighting us when they say that that's an intended mechanic. I think they just don't know how to fix it. So they're like, okay, it's a feature.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good way to spin the narrative, right? At the end of the day, so it wouldn't surprise me too much. I mean, at the end of the day, right? There's still the deer here, triple gold, second berries behind it, the wood line. So you know,
still a good spot, but you suddenly lost 2.2k food.
That's a lot of food to lose, without a doubt. 10 Ghazis on the field already for Anat, whereas Wham's spear numbers pale in comparison here, losing so many early on. That's definitely something that doesn't feel good if you're Wham in this position. He does have the stone needed for the triple mana. The third one is now completed as well, as I speak. And, oh, this is so greedy. He's just going to go straight for Castle Age.
Yeah, it was going to be kind of hard for Wham to pull off, though. Villagers do evacuate in time, and they do have the short bows, which they can't always pull.
This here, like the Ghazis, yeah, from both sides trying to strike. Anat is. I was out the gold, but now catches these villagers.
The spear can't be everywhere.
There's no wheelbarrow either.
The Spearmen, they weren't even hardened yet. These are still Dark Age Spearmen. They look the same as... They don't have a model for hardened upgrade.
Yes, they're actually hardened, but they don't have a model. You're completely correct.
There we go. They just...
no, it's
still,
coming.
they just T-posed for a second. That's when the hardened upgrade came in.
Exactly right. 2 villages going down, though. That's pretty painful. Double sight lock in here for Anat, who's gonna now pivot into archers just to prevent any kind of remassing from Wham. But that was such a good strike by Anat. Not only does he find villager kills despite the presence of spearmen, but at the same time, it's not like Wham used his spearmen to delay the sacred sites either. So maximal value gained here from Anat for the price of only 1 Ghazi Raider.
Now it's time for the Age Up to come in. Is he gonna... He's not gonna go King's College, is he?
Oh, he is. That's crazy. I mean, that's just crazy. Like,
Greedy. Are we gonna get mass Hobblers? I mean, right now it would work.
it definitely would work. I mean, you know, it's easy to forget because of how popular White Tower has become, or Lancaster as well, but King's College honestly has some insane upgrades in it. Some really, really potent upgrades. I mean, we have the Collars of Esses, of course, as well as the Hobbler, but the... Ooh, as we say, another dive has come in. But the... I forget the name of it, but the bonus damage upgrade as well is also so potent, especially later in the game.
Oh, yeah, I know which one you mean.
It's really,
where all bonus
strong.
damage gets increased.
Yeah. Could pay big dividends
It
here
is.
in theory. We go Hobblers and
It's
Spearmen.
expensive, though.
Yeah, very pricey. Even with the discount.
Probably not something you can go immediately into. And he's just gonna start burning down the manners here at the front line. Very interesting. I do believe that we might be getting hill training in. We do not have the... We're actually getting veterancy on Spearman now. First manor is just gonna get burned down.
Just like that. And the Scholars are pulled. Like, I think the Scholars can just blatantly outdamage the Manors as well as the Lancaster Castle here. Scholars were centered on the different guards than the one focus, so one will fall here. But these Manors, like, there's just nothing really Wham could do. I'm trying to go Knights here, but... I mean, it's so easy for Anatan to pivot into Spears, and with so many Ghazis on the field already, it's not like he can really contest this mass just yet.
Yeah, 2 manors down, and behind this Anatan, he's just gonna be able to age up himself. While he's massively decreased the scaling from Wham now by taking down 2 villagers and 2 manors.
Nose Guard now in
Hobblers
queue
now
as
coming
well.
in.
The Hobblers, we did... I don't think we saw hill training yet, if I'm not mistaken, but we do
He
have the...
did like immediately queue it.
Ah, yeah, did, okay. But we do have veterancy coming in for them as well. Decap attempt from one Spearman is going to get intercepted. There's less sacred sites here, only 2 as opposed to 3 like on most maps, so then it doesn't get as much value, but in turn they are easier to protect for them at the same time, so... Pros and cons.
Now that we do get Hobblers in, the issue is that Anatan, at this point in time, he's already prepped with Spearman now as well. There we go, charge damage is coming in, is quite nice now from the Hobblers.
The Hobblers, you blink and already there's 10 on the field here for Wham. And Anatan was trying to go for that age up, but is now forced to reinvest. This never feels good, but the Hobbler do get surrounded here and the Ghazis just butchered them.
Yeah, they have to be very, very careful here, but as you said, Anton, the reinvestment has just pulled him quite far away from the age up now. Wham, yeah, that is not a fight that he can take at all. He does have an Earthguard here, and, you know, men-at-arms, they tend to beat horsemen, but Ghazi is the exception to the rule.
Exactly right. This is an interesting little bait and switch for both players. I mean, Wham was pushing out with not much of a mass, probably expecting Anatan to go for that age up. And Anatan, I'm not sure if the reinvestment was an active choice to punish that move out, or whether it was a bit of a slightly scared decision, right? Thinking he might lose map control completely. It's always a very interesting dynamic, I find. But now, after taking that good fight, he pulls the trigger. Also learning on the way for him.
It's funny every time you see the Hobblers just without the charge, and they do like no damage without the charge. Charge is massive, but anything after that is anything but.
Exactly right. Similarly to Camo Lances from the Ayubids, of course, weaker stat-wise in almost every way compared to regular Knights, in this case Horsemen. But if you're able to use the charge maximally, they become very, very potent units. As Wham is looking to do now. Hobblers and Spears is the choice. It's like Wham has stopped unit production for now, having a few food struggles at this point in time. No monastery yet either, so no monks to collect any relics here for him. Archery range as well.
Reinvested into one of the manors. Ooh, that I don't like the spot of the manor though. It's very far forward. Not even sure if that's still inside of the influence of the Lancaster castle. Yeah, it's not in the influence, but just a normal manor.
Yeah, probably realizing that the influence didn't do too much for him earlier, so probably doesn't bother with it now. Condensed land practice is coming in as well, so looking to go up to 6 potentially, Wham is, but he actually went off of stone at this point in time. It seems a little bit messy here from Wham, I have to say, in this game number 1.
Man,
Slow down the unit.
Pretty solid here.
Yeah.
There it is. Pikes is coming in now as well, so the range upgrade. And the archers will be there. Makes it much better for them to contest the yeomen.
You see the swath of Delhi upgrades now in queue for Anat, and of course every single one of them is completely free. Main Delhi bonus in this case. Plenty of scholars on the field as well. Relics are next on the menu for Anat here. Wham. Now making a scout as well. Definitely needs that vision. More Hobblers have been made, and now looking to go pivot into crossbows as well. Third mana has been completed too, and is now back on stone yet again. So looking to go up to 6. But the military count is tells a very telling story.
As though the Hobblers are starting to take some better and better engagement. Been trading out quite nicely, but I think Anat... Okay, for a second, before that elephant was cute, I was like, is Anaton thinking about Imperial Age? And he could still be thinking about it.
That's a nice thing with Delhi. You tend to often get away with that Imperial Age. A bit more difficult on this map, of course, especially with no keep to help out. The elephant is coming out, and the elephant, I mean, that's a unit.
We're just looking at Wham's economy and like his army composition right now, and the question truly is, what is he doing? What is his game plan? What are his goals right now? One goal right now.
This is risky.
Oh my god, okay. Gets the relic denial in, at least for the time being. But it's not really something that you can like keep up with, I feel like. There is a knight now also about to find villagers out on the berries. Those are gonna have to get pulled inside the outpost. Wham, he's doing his best, just trying to be active, raiding on the map. Well, that's in mass, like with the charge, actually able to take down the knight there.
Hobblers en masse, they're so cheap and they produce so quickly with the King's College. Hill training upgrade that just running around like this is really effective, but I have to say, this type of strategy would be so much more potent on, you know, a dry Arabia or another kind of open map. There's a bit of value here, but I'm still looking to make it work, but the elephant is on the field, and I mean, that's certainly going to be a stopping stone here for these Hobbler and will demand a lot of respect. The Ghazis are also upgraded at this point in time. Spearmen now also veterancy just clicked in for them. I mean, this is such a fully encompassing composition here from Anat. He's able to answer everything.
Wham is now on 6 out of 6. These manors for the time being. He hasn't used the levying yet. Maybe that's a way that he can get enough units in to muster a defense. It is expensive though, and yeah, he would need to mine up a lot of gold for that. The Shire levy could be getting 14 yeomen in with that. That would actually be enough for him to contest the archer count from Anaton. It would also give him an answer to the spearmen.
It would indeed. Big investment necessary though. Not only do you need the blacksmith upgrades, which are still to be gotten, even the tier 1 here from Wham. We also need the veterancy for the yeoman, as well as ideally was the arrow volley.
Great once again. Still 2 sacred sets kicking behind us, and Anat, I mean, he's on 70 military right now compared to just 35 from Wham. Value looking a lot stronger as well. And now we're truly at the point in time where Anat can just go up into Imperial Age, and there's nothing that Wham can really do at the moment to deny that.
Yeah,
He is heavily on gold at the moment. That makes me think that he's trying to go for the levying.
Makes sense, right? And Anatan, I think you're right about the aim. He did get a second elephant now, but he's only producing scholars and playing pretty conservative with his army, just controlling the sites. This must be Imperial Age, and I feel like once that's in, I mean, Wham is starting to get a really scary army together here, but I just don't think the timing is there to really punish this Imperial Age if Anatan just falls back defensively, especially because of the elephants and the choke points will just absolutely brutalize this Hobbler.
Isar Academy, okay. So we're not going to be getting the Sultan's Palace. Instead, the Isar Academy generates 12 food per minute for each upgrade that has been researched so far. And Anatan, he's getting an additional 4 scholars, and he's going to be on 20 scholars. He's going to be getting these Imperial Age upgrades in very, very quickly indeed.
The Isar Academy, I mean, it's not something people are used to seeing, especially nowadays, but in this kind of a position, it makes a lot of sense, really. I mean, the food is running out, and Delhi often has a very difficult time transitioning, right? So Isar will really help.
It is essentially like a fully packed up Grand Fulani Corral instant.
Yep.
And of course, you're also getting Monastery with it as well.
A university, I guess.
Only 11 scholars garrisoned at the moment out of the 18 that he has. Right now, it's still taking a while for these upgrades to come in.
And
Wham's just given the signal.
Saving the wood on the monastery is also decently significant, right? I mean, on the university, 450. Quite a lot.
You're still probably going to want to invest a little bit more into like additional monasteries. Just because with Delhi, of course, the scaling is insane.
Of course, yeah. Definitely. Even a third blacksmith now being dropped for Anatan, wanting to get those upgrades in quick time. And this is the power of Delhi in Imperial especially. I mean, we see so many upgrades queued up. Most of them take a long time, but every single one of them is free. So really, Anatan just kind of have to sit back and relax a little bit, wait for some of them to come in. Then again, he can just reassert control over the center third, only drop a keep on each side, and he's going to be in a very cozy position.
Getting an additional 6 scholars in. There's still like 6 scholars just out on the map, not garrisoned at the moment. Could be garrisoned, and I think it looks like Wham is now also trying to go for his own Imperial Age up. He is gonna get the thing with the Imperial Age up for the House of Lancaster is that you're only really getting, like with the Wind Guard, you're only really getting counters out against non-ranged units. You're getting counters out against infantry, you're getting counters out against cavalry. Ranged infantry, not so much. You do have a cavalry point there as well, but Obolas and what are they called? Like light lancers, demi-lancers?
Demi-lancers, yeah.
They're not that great. And we're getting a panic Berkshire in instead.
Yeah, this is looking a bit scary here for Wham. Incendiary is still far, far away for Anatan, but plenty of other upgrades are in for him already. We just look at the blacksmith in comparison, it's quite a telling tale. Elite archers are in? No, not quite. Actually,
they are elite.
Yeah, and the Bakshi might potentially.
Oh, the archers are on the wrong side though.
Oh, the Hobbler from the back. This could be terrible. The elephants are body blocking them as well, but they are there and they have massive AoE damage. The Hobblers cannot stay there for long. The crossbows are focus firing them as well. Berkshire will go up without paying too significant of a price. 3 free Earl's Guard as well upon completion. Not that it matters too much here.
Archers are reasonably getting cleaned up though. Crossbows are going to be able to deal with a couple of lances that are there, and the Berkshire is helping out behind all of this as well. Wham now has... I mean, this is a I don't even want to call this like a possibility for him, but with the Berkshire, there is of course a unique bonus for the House of Lancaster, where the Berkshire makes it so that the bonus damage per keep on the Earl's Guards can now go up to 6. So they can go up to 6 bonus damage.
It's true. It does result in...
It's not realistic on a map like this. There's not that much that much stone to go around.
It does turn them into one of the strongest... actually, I think they might become the strongest men-at-arms in the game. Yeah.
They are.
Yeah. Especially with the AoE dagger throw, which against a big blob like Anat has can be very significant, but the level of investment is pretty high.
It really is. Now, he's just starting up his food transition. Wham currently does actually have a very strong food income here, working for him at the moment. And gotta remember, not only is he 12 villages ahead, but with the Hussar Academy, it's more like 30. And Wham, sure, he's on like 6 manors, but a manor is more like 3 villagers. Footage hasn't been researched yet as well. And now a bombard is knocking at the gate. Probably 2.
Another understated advantage of the Hussar is, of course, because of the massive food income that essentially frees up a lot of population that you would need in villages that would be on farms otherwise, right? So, way more pop available for army as opposed to Palace of the Sultan. You do miss out, of course, on the Sultan Elephant. The double bombard, yeah, Anat, he smells blood. He's gonna slowly ram Wham to the wall with this siege.
Spearman harassing here in the back right now. Decap could be coming in, which is being researched right now, but how much value are going to get out of that now that the bombards are starting to take down your manors? Might even take them down before Skutic finishes researching. And look at that, yeah. Without the landmark, the health is lost on the manors. They go down quickly. Skutic no longer being researched now. Crossbows and the Yeomen are trying their best. Getting help from Berkshire as well. Just not enough.
Yeah, especially with incendiary arrows in as well. Just the damage output here is too significant. Wham is looking for an angle with these Hoblard, get a good charge in, maybe get those bombards, but there's so much muscle on the ground here from Anat with these elephants, with these elite Ghazi raiders, soon to have biology only seconds away now.
The crossbows are struggling with trying to kill the elephant as well. The archer's just gonna be taking them out now. Barely any crossbows remaining, barely any Hoblars remaining. Manors pretty much all gone. And there it is, GG comes in. Game number 1 will be won by Anat here with the Delhi Sultanate.
A bit of a unique game number 1 there, I gotta say. Both sides playing in new ways, let's say that.
I mean, Anat, this was just the classic, like, kind of like May. I'm just gonna, you don't kill me, I'm just gonna go up to Imperial Age type gameplay.
Yeah. That is true.
And never leave Delhi to their own devices.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, even with the Hussar, right? I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen Hussar Academy, that's for sure, but it's a great landmark at the end of the day, especially if you're able to get it very quickly. The earlier you get it, the better. Ironically, it's the exact same case with Palace of the Sultan as well. So you have choices there, but that was just filthy.
It really hurts. It does really hurt you a lot. And
why don't I think of that myself sometimes, you know?
Because you have honor. Nah, I'm just kidding. It's one of those things where it's unfortunate that it like that in the game, but the dev said that it's intended, so you can't even like call it exploit. It's tough to argue, right? Like, it's,
yeah, I mean,
it's just one of those things that it would be better if that just wasn't in the game.
It's one of those situations, right, where of course it's allowed, and that's perfectly fine, and it's an intended mechanic. I understand the motivation for the realism behind it, and you know that's one of the reasons.
Realism.
Yeah, that's the reason, right?
Yeah, it's like there is no realism.
well, I guess the realism is meant to be that Muslim civilizations would not eat pork, right?
They wouldn't. But now I'm getting it denied as well. And
Yeah, it's a bit
cultural appropriation is what I call. Nah. I'm
Yeah,
just kidding.
unfortunate there. But I mean, that's why I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's why that's the main reason a lot of the Muslim civilizations have the berry bonus, right, to compensate for it. But as to
Yeah.
it leads to strange situations like this where the boar gets killed, and yeah, it's a strange one. It's a strange one.
It is. Arguably, I just think it's an unfixed bug that's been turned into a feature. Anyways, next up, we're gonna be looking towards the next game here in the set. It's gonna be on Gorge, and we'll be taking a look at Japan versus China. China just making it through a lot today. It's like whenever there's Holy Island in, everybody's like, okay, Katie, you're out, and China just somehow makes its way through, just like that.
Just like that. Quite notably here, though, I'm not sure if the sides, I think it's pretty sure it's correct, but Wham was the higher seed, right? So he decides to opt for Lancaster as opposed to China, which I
Over
find,
China.
and ends up.
He also didn't pick Zhu. Like, it's kind of surprising to me that he didn't pick Zhu.
Yeah, I'm exactly right. He just banned them out in the last stage. Because I mean, only Byzantines was taken away from him in the second round, whereas Japanese was taken away from Anat. And looks like we have our. Oh, this is a fun matchup. This is a very, very fun matchup we have on our hands. Because I feel like China is China, right? They need no introduction.
They
we
are
all
indeed.
know how
Yeah.
potent they are. But Japan is very interesting in this case, I think, because similarly, you remember we spoke about how Lancaster, especially in their prime, was such a great pick against China and Jushi in particular, because they can punish when they run out of food so well. I think Japan has a very similar situation here, because Japan arguably has the smoothest farm transition in the game. Courtesy of that,
They do.
of course.
Yeah, the Kura is absolutely great. Just the farm transition, as you mentioned, it's incredibly smooth. Something to keep in mind. More often than not, at the moment, I see the farm transition for China and Juji both being put behind, not just Pro Scout, but Pro Scout, of course, without a doubt, is just coming in before the farm transition, but also being put behind like a Yuan dynasty transition to go for pagodas, because you're getting a lot of resources in with pagodas in general, and I see a lot of players going for that even before farm transition. We're about to find out just exactly how this one is going to be played out. One thing is for certain, we're going to be getting a lot of knights in, as we do have Anat playing as the Chinese here in the color yellow, Wham in the color blue playing as the Japanese, and I do believe that we are going to be getting a Dark Age Barrack Rush from him, which, works at the moment, mainly because China likes to go for the no IO opener, so they actually do need the gold on the map.
It's true. At the end of the day, right, you still need to rush that gold in pretty quickly here if you're Anat, specifically because you need that additional 35 gold to get your first official, and then you're fine, right? You can get even more officials. Sure, your Pro Scout is delayed, but arguably Japan, in a way, delays themselves more. I'm curious about the timing surrounding this. Obviously, it's very dependent on spawns and such as well, but do you actually delay China more in terms of their Pro Scouts than you delay yourself here as the Japanese? I think it might be the case, but I'm not sure. The timings around that, I think, are very interesting.
I mean, Japan, they're one of those civilizations that have the benefit of getting like a pretty big incentive to go for the Dark Age Barracks, getting it at like half cost. So that is quite nice for them, and I don't think you really delay yourself too much. The issue here is Anat saw this coming, and he has pulled 4 villagers over to gold, so he is gonna have enough at least for the Asia, but he still needs around 30, 35 more so that he's gonna be able to afford an Imperial official as well. Looks like he's gonna be able to get that gold in that he needs.
Yeah, as long as you
Needed.
pull. Oh, just
Oh, this is gonna be close. It's like a little bit more than 30.
you check the gold mine. We'll find out. It's still not enough. No, it's still.
It's not enough. It's 28.
Needs 3 more. Oh no. Yeah, 5 more actually. Yeah. That's.
Yeah, it's like 32, 32,
I mean,
35.
he can force this, and he's going to. Yeah.
Yeah, he's pulling the build. Spearmen, are they gonna be ready for this? He's trying to kill a Vil. Oh, let him go. 2. Oh, he's not gonna get it. He's not gonna get it. He's not gonna get it.
No. That's
He's not gonna get it. He doesn't have the gold.
Pathing around gold
And
mines.
he's sending out the weak villager.
Hello, Anatan? No.
Wham! If you realize, Wham!
No.
He's going for it.
Anatan, what are you doing?
Like
No.
legitimately, so like, yeah. He's not getting the gold. He's
There's
not
no
getting
way.
it.
There's no way.
Kill him.
Is it?
Oh
He's
my
gonna die.
God!
He's dead. He's gonna die. He's gonna catch up, I think. Oh no!
Oh!
He just barely makes it. Mid animation.
Oh my god. The spearmen were worth it though. Kill the Vil. One is now, I want to say, suffering from a slight flesh wound at this point in time.
got a
And
scratch.
mental damage. The mental damage has been done.
Yeah, it is undoubtedly worth it. 2 spearmen in the Dark Age, even if they lose their life like this for 1 villager, I think you take that any day of the week for sure.
You take that deal.
Yeah, damn good deal. However,
Damn good deal.
so we do have indeed the official here coming out. He's gonna be able to afford more. He's, you know, the painful thing here for Wham, although it's worth it getting that villager kill, the issue is that you no longer have the spearman blocking the gold. So you're not forcing an archery range out here. The bro scout timing is gonna be way faster than it would be than if your spearmen were alive. But, you know, you killed the villager, so it's good.
Yeah. I think overall, like, the value has definitely been gained at the end of the day. Would have, of course, been nicer if the spearman was still alive. Like, he forced the villager off without him actually carrying any gold. So he didn't actually need to commit to the kill. That's the unfortunate thing.
But let's be honest, you and I would have both committed for that kill.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Exactly. It was so close as well. Dying mid-animation, that's a bit of a painful one there. I bet Anatan gave himself a little smirk when that happened. As Wham probably shook his head slightly. Kurostowa is about to finish now, for Wham. Still gathering underway as well, so this is pretty telling, right? This is a good thing to do, I think, in this position as the Japanese. We're going to see a very early daimyo here from Wham, most likely.
Getting one up a geisha. I like that. Okay, never mind, he cancels it. I don't like that.
Just like that.
I like
Hot and
that.
cold instantly. Unification can have a lot of potential here in Feudal.
Such
It's just
a
a bit
fun
unfortunate. Yeah, without a doubt. Incredible DPS as well. The issue is the China pump, right? I mean, they can get so many damn archers out so quickly.
That looks like it's gonna be some horsemen potentially.
Spearman as well now from Anatan. Imperial examinations coming in ASAP for him too. Yeah, the stable has been spotted. The scout is
Wham
in
sees it.
position.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay, no. We have wheelbarrow, double broadaxe, excuse me, coming in for Wham here. Yumi follow up as well. We have a
That's good.
full trifecta
And we're
of production
getting-
buildings.
Yeah, and we're getting Daimyo in, so we'll also be able to get a bannerman in as well. Just doesn't have enough gold at the moment for pierce damage, or pierce armor, so it's gonna be difficult for him to achieve.
Already plenty of units on the field here for Anatan. He's going to look to press the issue. It looks like this might be a delayed pro scout situation here for Anatan. Quite a common and very strong build here as the Chinese. You just focus on pumping so many units out early and rely and the Pro Scout being bought purely with taxes at this point.
Could definitely be an option, and now Wham, he's been pushed off of the gold now. Fall back for a time. Bannerman's now here at the front line as well. Not enough production at the moment. This division just proved to be a little bit superior here. Now Wham's gonna have to wait until he gets enough archers up, but Anat's already on 12 archers.
It's pretty significant. The big thing here for Wham, though, is he does have the daimyo, right? So if he's able to just scale up these archer numbers, he will be able to actually fight effectively against these archers. The Yuumi with the Bannerman, of course, are just better. I mean, they have less health at the end of the day, and the damage is only compensated by the Bannerman to make it even. But the cost is the real thing, and as we mentioned, there's no Pro Scout yet for Anat, so although the pump definitely looks in his favor, this is not sustainable long term. Well, the Wham has to be careful, right? We don't want to trade too much here, too early.
Not without the upgrades. What he could do in theory, thanks to the additional movement speed of the Yuumi, is try and wrap them around, snipe off reinforcements. But it's difficult to do so.
Yeah.
Dangerous.
Dangerous indeed. High risk, high reward. Instead, he's going to opt to do that with the Horseman. Almost picks off an archer, but not quite. The scout is being completed now for Anat. Do we have a stable prepped for him just yet? I mean, there's no scouts in production, so...
Yeah, he hasn't had one yet, but yeah, he just placed it. Coming in now, yeah.
Instantly 4 scouts queued up. It appears like, yeah, Steel Darrow on the way now for Anat as well. Everything courtesy of taxes, so Anat proving that high taxes can be very effective here as China. Who would have thought? 20 archers.
Knew that if you have imperial officials supervising stuff, that you know, the economy would be flowing.
Surprise, surprise, eh? Oh, but this is what we mean, right? Now the sheep is out. Right as the first day comes in, yeah, this could be really scary here for Anat as the Yuumi count is looking healthy. Anat does have a very significant upgrade advantage. He's going to have both of his ranged upgrades before Wham even has his first. It is now in queue, but it's going to take a while. No supervision for Japan, of course.
Ooh, Scout does get picked off. Does have the movement advantage, of course, with the Yuumi archers, so could be that helps him a little bit when it comes to the 9 Pro Scouts a little bit, but... I mean, all the deer are pretty much already picked up by Anat at this point in the game.
Yeah. We do have 2 horsemen patrolling that northern deer pack, the one further away. That's going to prove a nuisance, but this spearman in position, so not too big of a problem now for him. More and more archers in QA for Anat. And yeah, I like this horseman as well. The Yuumi have to be respected. You cannot just play archer on archer against the Yuumi here if your archers are just regular. Even with Chinese economy, I don't think that's an option. So the horsemen are now on the way for Anat. Wham behind this. I think he set his mind on the next stage potentially, as more Yuumi in queue now as I say that.
He's definitely still going for it though.
Yeah.
He is amassing a lot of gold, he's amassing a lot of food. Just queuing Yuumi in the meantime, just because it's cheap and you want to use the remaining wood that you have in the bank.
And Anat, I mean, he's getting the deer in, right? Plenty of taxes coming in as well. Doesn't even need to gather any gold to go towards the castle age. Man, taxes are insane. But he's still relatively far away, right? And I think he's kind of smelling now that Wham has that idea, because there's no more units mid-map here from Wham outside of those 2 horsemen. So yeah, we have to shift out onto gold to get even more power being placed as well. I think some nice, much-needed vision, as well as protection for him. Wham. He's going to be the first on his way, but it's not like Anat's going to be that far behind, not only because of the economy, but of course, the faster build speed for China, a massively useful bonus in these tight timings especially.
Yeah. Age up is going to be coming in, similar timings from both players. Loading gate will be choice here. Wham. Anton with Imperial Palace. Both players roughly 10 villagers, so Anton's gonna finish quite quickly.
Yeah, he's actually gonna be ahead of Wham here in timing because of the rush up with the villagers. It's pretty good. China's a good civ.
They are. They are until they aren't. I feel like the second Pro Scout gets nerfed, because we just saw it here, like he was about to run out of food completely. The second Pro Scout gets nerfed, both China and Juji, they're gonna have to go back to their roots. Maybe we'll see some more 2TC and granary transitions
It's
coming in
true.
with them.
Yeah, it's true. I think they might find themselves, at least initially, they will definitely struggle a little bit to adapt, right? Until the next optimal strategy gets discovered, of course.
And he already has all the Castle Age upgrades in on these archers.
Yeah, these timings here
So
by Anat.
Ram's gonna have to activate
Been a bit scary. The
them away.
villagers are on the run. Osman intercepted here as well. Mounted Samurai in queue, but yeah, Wham really wants to avoid this.
Gonna go for the fight, and oh my god, look at how quickly even the Mounted Samurai falls. One in queue.
Yeah, the timing here from Anat is really scary. I mean, he's supervising the blacksmith upgrades as well behind this. He got some decent value, pushing Wham off of the berries, so idle time achieved, and the first Mounted Samurai was, let's just say it did not really pay for itself, that's for sure. But now Anat adding his own lancers in, which is... I gotta say, it's a bit scary, right? Because your lancers and your archers are just weaker than Japan's in this position. Now the veterancy is in for the Yumi at this point in time. Steel Darrow level 2 coming in for Wham as well, but some ways out still.
Yeah. Only Wham's able to push Anatan back again. Anatan, he's got a lot of knights there in the middle, in the mid map, just waiting.
Ah, look at
What
this.
exactly he's waiting for?
I think he's trying to bring Wham in as close as possible until he charges in with the knights, I think. Which might be the time now, but he sacrificed a lot of archers to do so, and like... I mean, the Yumi, you know, they're more vulnerable than regular archers, but they're so fast. It's not like you're really going to be able to mop up this mass here from Wham, so... Anatan pays a heavy price for this little trap. He's going to get some value here, as the Yumi have to retreat. Plenty of Mounted Samurai on the field, but most of them are not here. Where are they? Are they going raiding, or are they quite far away? I'm not sure, but suddenly looking quite scary here for Wham.
There's something happening on the deer, it looks like.
Little skirmish, maybe? Oh yeah, there's one knight.
Ooh, no, there's a night raid.
Ooh, 4 of them dead. Villagers. That's quite painful. But the archer mass from Anatan is dwindling fast here.
There's more knights, though.
That one Lancer found a lot of value with the 4 kills on the berries there. First relic secured for Wham as well, just brought under the safety of his base there. Wham.
One placement also coming in. Right, not quite going down there.
Yeah, Wham not quite, is not going yet for his secondary ranged armor. Not able to afford it yet. 250 gold is a hefty price tag at this point in time, especially when you're making as many Mounted Samurai as you can. And Anat looking to take Wham's own deer in turn. Surely he won't allow this. But they were dead, so he might not see that they were actually picked up. I think he's gonna get away with it.
Yeah. There's no way for Wham to get those deer back now. Same time, Anton also going out for the boar. He's taking all the natural food on the map.
You wonder here. Anatan, yeah, the knight count keeps climbing here. We had 1 crossbow out, but I think you'll need a little bit more than that to deal with these Mounted Samurai. Shinto Shrine coming in for him as well, just to deposit those relics, maybe get some manually produced Shinto priests as well. Massive villager Congo line towards the deer yet again, as well as the berries most likely. Plenty of food out here for
Classic
Wham.
Mio macro.
Oh, indeed.
right now behind this, I mean, the military is still looking really good for Wham. Almost evenish knight count. Anton's now adding in some crossbows as well, which is quite nice, but crossbows are still gonna get picked off by the Yumi archers.
He did manage to sneak out onto that boar on the right side, Anat has, so that's gonna really help out his food income here for the while, because I don't believe there's too many of those deer left at this point in time. 2 more on the way back, of course, but yeah, there's only 1 carcass left at this stage. 2 more soon to be under that mill as well, so Anat is going to start to go very soon into the difficult stage of China here. He still has plenty of berries, but of course the income is way lower than from the deer. And the crossbows is a prudent choice, right? Like, especially as you'll be forced on the defense here as Anat, you will need them to deal with these mounted samurai.
It looks like Wham was able to secure 3 out of 5 relics, but Anton's now starting to take their Sacred Side, and Sacred Sides do give you a lot more gold overall than a relic. Just a little bit harder to keep control of.
More and more crossbows in queue now. Wheelbarrow coming in for Anat behind this as well. Meanwhile, Wham has had his economic upgrades for a long while now. The income still looking pretty close for both players. Of course, very heavy on food Anat is, and light on wood. Compared to Wham. 2 farms being trickled in here for Wham as well. Underneath
the board.
Ooh.
Playing with a lot of knights, but there's also the army from Anat over there. Can't quite engage into that.
Double outpost as well. Makes it very difficult to find any damage here. Anat recognizing the importance of this boar. You know, Wham still has his own boar that he could take if he so chooses. Can't be killed and deleted in this game.
Not this time. Oh, Anat, he didn't have survival techniques this entire time. That's pretty massive.
That is actually really massive. That really could have hurt his... Well, it definitely did hurt his timings earlier on. But he's gonna kick himself when he sees that, win or lose.
Players just continuously massing a lot of knights. The issue is that in mass, Wham's knights are a lot better. Not just because they have the deflective arm, but also because of the Uma Bannerman just increasing the damage by a ton. You can get those knights up to +7 damage in Castle Age, which is absurd when you think that China can only get them to +2. +7 is a whole number. Is a whole nother level there. Looks like there's a raid going on, or about to be happening, on Wham's side on the gold. That yet. I hope he's got a couple of outposts there. Definitely he's gonna need them. Does have 2 there. That's gonna be enough though. And he's finding the villagers. Wham, late on the reaction. I need that village.
Yeah, that's a lot dying there. And I don't know if we have a Yorishiro inside the main TC yet, but that would definitely be very helpful in this position. Like you mentioned, Wham's knights, the mounted samurai, are just superior in so many ways to Anatan's, but the crossbow count is now definitely at critical. They can easily one-shot these mounted samurai with every volley, so this has to be respected here by Wham.
Wham, in theory, now could be going for mass on Amusha. They do have more range, and you can typically, like, snipe both crossbows and archers with them before Imperial Aid.
That's right. The Whistling Arrows upgrade will make that even easier. He does decide to go for it. He has some on the field already. Spears are going to be added as well, just to have a little bit of padding on the front line. Not that they're really that needed, though.
Big mass of knights, though, and... Oh, Anat, he's got a scout there. He sees the villagers, all the villagers there on the berries. Wham, does he even have an outpost there? Does he know about this? Wham, he saw the scout just there.
Yeah, he did just kill it. I don't know if... he actually saw the samurai killing the scout.
This is gonna be devastating in just a little bit. He sees the knights now. Wham, reaction.
He's paying attention, but
let's pull the villagers back.
His army is completely out of position. He's doing a push at the same time. This could be disastrous for either side here, actually. So many villagers will go down here for Wham. Okay, he backs off. This is a double-edged sword. He's gonna be able to clean up the raid.
A lot of villagers dying.
Yeah, at least 5 here are just dead. There's so many more in the north as well that I don't think Anat knows about. Oh yeah, he's panicking. Towers are being rushed up.
Knights in the wood line are gonna get counted out, but the knights, they've been found.
Ooh, good intercept here from Wham. So much damage dealt on those knights.
Not that much damage done though, and now Anat, he's doing the farm transition behind this granary transition, so good food income now should be coming in for him soon.
Yeah, these raids really buying Anat the space he needs to safely start getting in plenty of those farms underneath the granary. Barbican of the Sun is also all the way on that large gold vein, securing that. So innately faster villager production now for Anatan's China.
And I'm almost 20 villagers behind now. Back all of these raids. Need to find a way back into this, and I mean, this is typically it, right? Like when this farm transition is coming in. And he's on 35 crossbows right now. And Wham, though, he suddenly added in a lot of spearmen. There's still a good amount of archers from Anatan's side as well. It's gonna be a tough engagement. Judge now next up.
This is the type of point, I mean, ideally it would have been earlier, right? But the classic CSO patented on a Brigacious switch will pay a huge dividends here. But of course, it's a bit too late for that. The clash does come in. Wham had enough. He got pissed off by the raid and is looking to just close out the game outright. There's so many crossbows here, but the front line from Anat is severely lacking. Nothing but lances here, and fewer of them than Wham, who's our superior. He scored at the choke point. That's a horrible place to be caught here for Anat on the retreat. So many of his crossbows going down. Half of them left at this stage. Anat caught at the worst timing. This is what we were talking about, right? The farm transition. Not enough time for them to pay off here at the choke point. Now working against Wham somewhat as the Mounted Samurai get pinned down in place. But the crossbow count is anemic compared to where it was. It's too much.
Like that, Anat, he's got no more military left. Even though he killed so many villagers, it was not enough. And GG, Wham able to even out the set now in the second game.
What a game here in game number 2. We see China take a rare loss here at EGC Masters Fall. But as we mentioned, this is not it's not like China is cut and dry all the time. Japanese, Wham, making full use of that timing there to punish Anatan's farm transition. Very well played there, finding the perfect time and the right spot to fight. Very, very well done indeed here. Tough fought victory though. Anat did a great job with those raids. But in the end, Wham closes it out.
It looked very close there at the beginning, and very shaky as well when there were just so many villager kills coming in from Anat, and Wham just struggling, I want to say, a little bit with keeping the villagers alive. But at the end of the day, the farming economy, the farm switch had to come in. This was such a close one with the villager just barely able to escape here. 1 health remaining on that one. Just able to return there. Yeah, once again, like these raids, they have been like buying Anat so much precious leeway in this game. Even this raid here was so worthwhile. You killed 5 villagers. You only lost like 2 knights on the retreat, so it was definitely still worthwhile. I think the main issue there was Anat, like when he realized, okay, now it's my farm transition, now I gotta just hunker down a little bit. We never really had like a classic transition into siege, right? Like that's what kind of like loves to play into whenever they do have to go for the farm transition. Just add in a couple of nested bees. That way, it's gonna be super tough for your opponent to really go for any of these engagements.
Very true. That's normally what allows them to survive during that farm transition when they are most vulnerable. A part of it is, of course, the Imperial Palace as well, right? You get incredible vision and knowledge of your opponent's economy, but at the same time, you give over what later becomes an incredibly valuable defensive landmark, able to produce that plus 50% health siege, which is pivotal in these positions. Of course, you can always make a siege workshop and produce them normally, but that never feels good as China, right?
Yeah. It's, when as soon as you like see the first couple of units hitting non-clockwork nest of bees, and you're like, okay, just suddenly the health just gets chunked down so much, and you're like, this would have been like not even a problem here for clock nest of bees. But next up, we're going to be jumping into Frisian marshes. It's going to be the Malians here for Wham up against the Ottomans from Anat. It's going to be an interesting one, as we do have Anat starting us off here immediately with the Dark Age barracks coming in here for the Ottomans, and Wham in the color blue with the Malians does have a forward gold spawn. Just going to need to be extra careful here with how you react to that. We're seeing like the patented Canadian outpost mill next to the pit mine.
Certainly, the very popular way nowadays it is to defend against this Dark Age aggression for the Malians. And instead, it's going to be a third house here for him. Normally, we see it either before or after those initial 2 houses for the Malians, but I'm going for more instead. And historically, oh, looks like it might just be 3 houses into the outposts follow-up here for Wham. But you can see how the timing is just a little bit strange here, right? Because without the house, he would already be able to build the outpost, of course, but instead he has to force drop-off now to do so. Historically, this matchup, gotta say, has been looking a little bit Ottoman favored, right? As long as you survive that scary time in Castle Age, it's not too bad for them.
Look at what Anton's doing. He went for the he went for a dock, and Wham scouted out the dock, so he didn't build the outpost because he thought that Anton was just going to be playing on water. So now is he going to be making barracks instead?
I'm not sure what exactly you can do here, because yeah, it's going to be the barracks. I mean, it doesn't feel great because ideally, again, you go for that barracks after the first 2 houses to line up well with the wood drop-off timing. And even then, I mean, you need a little while to get the Donzo numbers together. You have to fully maximize the use of the spear throw. However, Anat, as you mentioned, right, invested in that dock, so it's not going to be too many spears here for Wham to handle because of that. He's going to be able to push away these eventually and secure himself the gold. But Anat is skating instead behind this, and the play for the dock kind of tells me that this is going to be a very aggressive game here from Anat.
Donzo in now. You can just kind of like keep them on stand ground, and they'll automatically throw their spear whenever it's off cooldown.
Donzo,
And then you'll get some damage in.
He did split the spears though, right? Like the first volley went onto one spearman, and then the second volley from 2 spearmen now went on a different one. It's something you want to avoid, but of course it's... The thing is, they do throw the spear automatically if they're in range and they have it, so you gotta pay attention to it if you really want to maximize it. Not always easy to do.
Isn't that... At the moment,
Seems
like Wham's in a pretty good spot, because he is getting like a ton of just passive gold income here that he can spend as soon as he reaches the next age. Looking at the dock and the pond, Anat doesn't have like a great economy lead behind this. I'm wondering why. Something that I'm missing? Like 17 to 17, but Anat has got like 2 fishing ships, doesn't he?
You're right. Something seems off here, no? Is this a missed villager production?
Oh, never mind. No. It's not. It's the classic. It's a classic. We've been bamboozled.
Oh, yes.
The fishing ships count as military. Yeah,
I remember. Yeah,
every time I fall for it.
Aye. Debated indeed. We have been yet again. Mansaquari on the way here for Wham with 6. He's gonna be way ahead of Anat here in the age up. But Anat, of course, has that extra economy behind the courtesy of those fishing ships. But, you know, as we have to mention, the fishing ships are, well, the shoreline fish themselves are limited. Once they're out, they are indeed out. So it's an economic boost that you want to leverage ASAP, really, to get the most out of it. And you can only really do that in Feudal Age. Anat actually still investing in spears, even now.
Yeah, it's a crazy amount of spearmen. You kind of need it when you're up against a Donzo. It's just that Donzos are, in theory, always going to be able to just trade more effectively because they do have that spear throw. Also send a villager out to try and repair the pit mine, but we're getting to the point where a lot of the Donzos are getting relatively low on health.
They are indeed, but the Matsukori is nearly finished. And once the Veterancy comes in, these Donzos also have one additional melee armor compared to regular spearmen. That's what the extra cost goes towards, as well as the spear throw, of course. Anat gets the dire news that he is now behind in age, and the Donzo count is looking pretty healthy. Just have to be very careful here with the micro. Going looking for a surround here. Ardent is not in yet, but Wham is taking... Yeah, he's still taking it for some reason. I guess he might be worried about the Imams coming in and healing all of these. There's so many targets for the spear throw, though.
But as you said, there's the Imams now.
The Imams? Yeah. In position now. But they're not healing for some reason. Okay, now they are. I was about to say, what's happening there?
Those are gonna fall back. But yeah, I mean, that's gonna be a lot of healing that's gonna be coming in now. Twin Madras is getting rushed up with 10 villagers.
Stopped spear production. There might be an archery range on the field. That would make sense. That would be the reason why only now being dropped. I'm surprised there's no extra Donzos being pumped here initially, but I guess he knows that with the Imams now, even though he's ahead in age, he can't really fight this anymore. Pitmine is under heavy threat here. I think it might actually go down. I mean, you can't get out enough archers here as Wham to really stop these spears, can you? They can just brute
this
force
repair is
through it.
also not gonna be enough. You can't auto-repair this many spearmen.
And the range as well. You can't even keep the villagers safe with the garrison either. The Pitmine falls, and that's a heavy loss.
It is 150 resources down, but at the end of the day, it would have been much like an investment to like outmass that with just Donzos would have been much more.
It's true. It's true.
Please be careful. You can't rebuild that too early. Cancel, cancel, cancel! Oh, this is gonna be difficult. This is gonna be difficult to hold now.
Yeah, and buildings that are being constructed do take extra damage if they're being torched during it as well. It looks like Wham. Yeah, Anat gets distracted by the Donzo raid, cutting off his reinforcements here and pushing him off of gold. So buying much needed space here actually. It works out in the end for Wham. Well played with that. Secondary dock up now for Anat as well, looking to scale his fishing even further. Looks like Anat adding now his own archers. Several on the field now already. Looking to match Wham's investment here.
Donzos get the information on what Anton has been up to, and now the question is, what's Wham's response going to be? Looks like the response is going to be going into Cattle Den immediately, which I think is the correct one. I think at this point in time, it's probably too late to try and just match the dock. Not that you're really incentivized into doing that anyway, so probably best to just immediately go for a lot of cattle and try and match your opponent's additional food income that way.
Javelins now coming in for Wham instead. Definitely an apt choice. Will deal with the archers very well, of course, but also the spearmen, really. I know some players think that the spears do very well against javelins, but I
it's good
never
to just have a
thought
couple
so.
of them in. Yeah, it's good to just have a couple in the army, because that way you start forcing archers additionally.
Yeah, but I mean, if you just kite, right? I mean, the javelins will do well. I mean, the numbers are a problem at the end of the day, because javelins take so long to produce, but if you're able to actually keep the javelins in place or push them all the way back to the base and use the torches of the spears, then definitely there's good value to be gained there.
Just reading here for the time being. Anton, he's got a lot of military out in the field right now. And a couple of those are shipped, but still has a lot of military.
Yeah, it's a big significant count.
So many spearmen.
One piece of respite here for Wham, though, is the utter lack of military schools for Anat. Ottoman's main strength, really, is not being utilized here by Anat, instead opting for the docks and just pumping units organically instead. Mechter on the field as well, and this is pretty significant for him. That's going to really boost his fighting prowess, and Wham is sticking to his guns here with the mass infantry. Scaling jabs at a good pace, as well as Donzo's. Donzo production has also resumed. Anat and
How many cattle are we on? 6 at the moment. He's still getting a good amount of income. The question I'm asking myself right now is how is Wham going to be placing these cattle ranches? Because he put a house like right next to this PC relatively early on. But it looks, yeah, he's still positioning them in a way that he would be going for Grand Fulani.
yeah.
I don't think a Farimba would make too much sense here. A lot of military units coming out right now at the moment for Anat. 16 archers now, but we got enough javelin throwers to be able to pretty much one-shot at this point in time.
Yeah, Wham. Looking to try to match the count here, but you can see that fishing really paying dividends, allowing Anatan to command a significant military mass in comparison to Wham, and it's something that can get very scary very quickly. I mean, we're talking about, well, in my opinion, the best unit in the game in the form of the Sipahi, boosted by the Mechter, as well as the archers also boosted by the Mechter in turn. So this is a really scary army here for Wham, more scarier than your average feudal army.
Yeah, and Wham, he's respecting this. He has to pull some of the cattle out. A couple of the imams are being a little bit cheeky here, a little bit too far on the front line. Archers are going to lose their life here, though. And in theory, Wham, he's focusing them out and could get a couple of imam snipes potentially. Able to commit to that in the end, though.
That would definitely be needed.
Taken. Gonna have to evacuate the villagers here. Ooh, that's a lot of them going down.
Oh, the interception. Yeah, he manages to switch directions just in time here. There's a massive amount of units here from Anatan, though. Doesn't have undermesh yet, but I think the Mechter might have been switched to ranged armor, so that will help somewhat. He's just looking to cause as much idle time as possible and just trade out these units. Looks like he's just outright winning the fight under his TC, Crackedy.
Is he? Not sure, like, the archers are all gone. Wham is still actively producing units here. He is causing a ton of villager idle time at archers for sure. Even killing, like, a good bunch of them.
A heavy bunch indeed. 8 now dead in favor for Anatan. And yeah, he is. He just straight up wins the fight under the TC. That's insane. And Wham now with barely any military to speak of. Yeah, like somehow the imams are alive throughout all that. One will die now.
Okay, one. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Anatan did lose a lot of military for that, and as we mentioned, there's no military school pump behind this, but he used that space to add an additional 2 docks as well.
It's always one of these things, though, with the Malians, isn't it? Because, sure, you just did a ton of damage. No doubt about it. A ton of damage. They're not dead. They can come back. They got cattle.
That's undoubtedly true. They just need a little bit of space to do so, which Anatan for sure doesn't want to give. So he's going to just sit back for a little moment here, remass, get another good army together and look to push the issue further. And in theory, the lead that he now gained should materialize by then, especially with the fishing ships as well behind us. Oh, it's only a blueprint actually, so there's only 1 extra dock. Now the 4th is being added.
And letting up here. Investing more and more into the military. So many supplies out on the field again. Damn, he's gonna have to really like give it his all here to reinvest yet again.
Yeah, and it's easier
Now
said
and
than
then
done.
do some good damage.
But, yeah, the secondary vizier point has been chosen, and there's going to be Anatolian hills, even more food in the bank here for Anatan. Cows did pause briefly, right? We saw it was 9 initially, but then he ate one, and now it's 9 again, depositing it in the ranch. They're not climbing as quickly as Wham would like, I'm sure, but the amount of units from Anatan also has to be respected here. Actually eating a lot of those cows, which is a nice bonus that the Malians have. They can do that, but it's not really something you want to actively do, especially in the feudal age. I mean, they cost a lot of gold, and you'd rather deposit them, but you know, on a map like this, where you're so contained in one corner, it's very risky to move out on external food against a unit like the Spa here, which is, I mean, frankly, I think it's just way too overpowered, this unit, but...
It is certainly very good. It is costly, but yeah, like, it is by far the strongest horseman in the game. Just all the bonus range. Honestly, in my opinion, Sapa is fine the way it is. It's just that horsemen, like normal horsemen, should also have that kind of range.
It is mainly the range, I would say, as well, for sure. That just allows them to win when really they shouldn't, honestly. As the maybe the Imperial Army behind this as well. Anat sneaking in the age up behind this pressure. Be very valuable, but it does give Wham some much needed space as the cow scaling continues now up to 10. And his army's looking very healthy now compared to before. The MIA could be significant now for Anat. The timing, the upgrades are going to be very significant indeed. And Wham will need to find his own age up quite quickly here. Otherwise, he's going to be in the position that we talked about before, where although he has the answers he needs and the eco he needs to sort of contest the castle age, technologically he's just down in upgrades, so he would just not be able to trade favorably despite in theory having the better economy.
Has just been reached. Wham is not too far behind with his own age up. And it's always the thing with the Cal, right? Like, once you get that age up in with the Malians, your food income is just going to be looking really, really solid. Needs a little bit more time.
We have 100 additional stone in the bank for Anat on top of his starting 50, so he could drop one of the military schools if he so chooses, but didn't do so yet. I wonder, did he buy that stone or did he gather it? I mean, getting exactly 100 seems unlikely.
He hasn't, yeah, he hasn't built any
yeah,
mining camp yet, so he actually bought it. Straight up bought it, yeah.
Interesting.
Might as well.
Why not, eh? You just need to actually use it. But it is very
It's actually
expensive, of
worthwhile
course.
if you're not gonna, like, he saved on a mining camp, right? So it actually worth it.
It's true.
Military a little bit too far out of the base at the moment for Wham, almost, I want to say. Jacob comes in now, though. Upgrade's getting clicked, and now Anat backs off a little bit, realize, okay, the timing that I thought I might potentially have is not actually there. 7 fishing ships at the moment for Anat. So he's actually more like 16, 17 eco units ahead at the moment.
We're looking to be in a somewhat similar position here to how we were in the Vortex Puppy series earlier, where Anat, as the Ottomans compared to Puppy's Roost, gets that earlier castle age timing and wants to capitalize on it, but the window isn't really there. And it only went downhill for Puppy from then on. But in this case, Wham has a much slower army, and less of it as well, compared to Anat in this case. So one military school has definitely been placed without a doubt, as we see 100 less stone here for Anat. That scaling will be useful.
He has 3. He has 3.
Oh, he has 3 already. Oh, okay, he bought more stone, and it seems, and placed them quite quickly back to back.
Sapahi out here. Gonna get found out, though. Gives Anat the information that he needs. Wham now starting to invest into the sofa. And this is where we're starting to see the classic Mali come in. Anat now also finally going for some Janissaries. That's where Ottoman army composition starts to really get into its peak shape.
Indeed, with one Mangonel on the field too, second one now being produced for free by the Mechmed Imperial Armory. And the sofa switch is quite important here for Wham, right? I mean, typically, most civilizations struggle to go cavalry against the Ottomans, being probably the best anti-cavalry civilization in the game with the Janissary. But with Wham's economy and mobility, as long as he just avoids the Janissaries or prevents the number from reaching critical mass, he can really cause a lot of hurt and damage with these Sofa. Poison arrows on the way as well, so we're shifting towards that classic premium Malian army. You know, Anat and scaling crossbows behind us.
Sofa have been spotted. We're also seeing poison arrows coming in now. There aren't even that many archers yet, but Wham is going to be scaling into them now. Still difficult because there are, of course, the mangonels that are going to be coming in.
Yeah, and the mangonels, especially against such a heavy infantry, you know, quite tight mass here from Wham, at least initially until the Sofa count really builds up. Going to be very, very scary for sure. I mean, mangonels, they also benefit from the Mechter, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Did 80% attack speed, at least on paper, is
Already
pretty
almost
significant
100
for siege
military.
engines.
Yeah. Anton, he's got such a large military here now. It's really, really scary.
Yeah.
I'm getting siege crews in, so he's going to be able to garrison... Wait, no, okay, never mind. I was just hovering over it. It's something that we haven't seen in quite a while.
Quite a decent vizier point though, right? It's just a little bit clunky to use garrisoning units inside the siege, and actually you kind of miss out on that pop in terms of army.
Yeah, that's the issue. Like, before mangonels got nerfed, that was a really good vizier point.
Yeah, undoubtedly so. But this is a very interesting strategy here from Anat. Like, he went from being extremely aggressive to now just sitting back, getting the mill schools he needs, and just not trading too much. But as I say that, the clash comes in. Plenty of Sofa, Donzo, and archers here for Wham. The mass from Anat is huge. Plenty of Mechters as well, so no easy snipe out here from Wham. This is undoubtedly a fight that Anat is going to win, but the question is about that remass. Can Anat withstand the remass here from Wham? But, I mean, with how quickly the front line here from Wham melted and how close we are to his base, I don't think so.
It was quite the fight. Wham, he just wasn't able to kill the backline that quickly enough, and Janissaries just made really, really short work of just about anything that Wham had at the front line. Now it's starting to get really dicey. Some of the villagers are actually getting killed there on the sidelines. Mass trying to fight back here, but the Spy are just pretty strong unit at this point in the game.
They are
So many of them
indeed.
still left alive.
The mangoes as well, connecting with the main army, rolling ever forward they are. And I mean, Wham is unable to deal with the normal army here from Anat. Never mind the siege engines, it's just too much. The units are too strong. The premium Ottoman army almost here on full display. And although Wham may have the stronger eco, he just can't materialize it.
It's still 70 military units remaining at the end from Anat, and Wham just cannot get the army out on the field. The last couple of military units now going down, and there's just no way to get Anat out of his base. GG comes in, and Anat now going to be the first one to reach match point.
Indeed, once again, utilizing Ottomans to its full potential. One of Anatan's best civilizations here. Really putting the pressure on Wham early on, and then the timing. Getting the military schools in good time, and just... I mean, that's the thing, like, he just sits back, right? And the army just keeps building organically, getting to a pretty critical stage where Wham's eco is better. He just can't really trade out effectively against these units, and in the end it was just a bit too much for him. Anat placing himself firmly on match point now, but it is not over, and Wham gets the pick of the map now, so curious to see if he has a little ace up his sleeve here.
Game. That was quite a struggle bus there at the beginning for Wham. He really just underestimated how much Anat would invest into that Dark Age pressure. And honestly, I kind of underestimated as well. Didn't think he would commit that much. But it did end up working out quite well for him. Next up on the list, it is going to be Altai, and we'll be seeing the Ayubids up against the Rus. That's a fairly interesting one, right? Like Ayubits in general, I feel like, especially recently, and with recently I mean like the last 2 weeks, players have been going a lot more heavily into mass Manganiques and just not even bothering switching to like rock projectiles, but just keep on the fire projectile, and the damage is so spread that it doesn't even like matter that it's not the rock projectile. You're just killing everything with them, as long as you have enough Manganiques.
Yeah, absolutely. You need about 4 or 5. I mean, the more the better, really, but 4 or 5 is sort of the breaking point where the damage starts getting severely out of control. And I mean, as you mentioned, the spread is so wide, way bigger than a nest of bees. And the damage is low, sure, but it adds up so quickly with the large AoE and big numbers to the point where they cannot be dodged, quite simply. They cannot be dodged, so when it reaches that point, it's very difficult to deal with. This matchup in particular I find quite interesting because historically, even at Russia's peak, we have seen Ayubids work. I mean, it depends on the players and the map, right? But we have seen Ayubids do really, really well against them with a very specific build, notably going for that military wing reinforcement in the castle age and just straight up playing Desert Raiders against Horse Archers and winning outright because of that. See how much of that we'll see here. I'm quite curious. I mean, Otai historically a fantastic map for Rus. But that was old school Rus.
Yeah, at the same time though, like the wood formations still allow you to just place a ton of hunting cabins relatively early on in the game and just generate a ton of wood. That's not the best payoff-wise. It takes like roughly 5 minutes for a hunting cabin to pay off. But still, you're turning like a mediocre resource like wood into a valuable resource like gold. Definitely still an option here for the Rus. Starting off with the deer as well, very nicely in your base. You don't even have to go pro scout for the fast castle age. There we go. Game number 4, match point now for Anat. Wham in the color blue, playing as the Ayubit and nothing. Playing as the Rus here. It's gonna be an interesting one. I'll die. Wondering at the moment just what kind of like plans await us from the Ayubits, as recently I feel like, especially Recon, he's been like putting up a couple of new twists on how he would play, or rather how he plays Ayubits. And for example, we've seen Master Smiths coming in every now and then, and that's obviously very interesting when you see like an old strategy being like given new life and experimented with, and suddenly we got like an old strat that actually works in a new meta.
There's a lot of potential, right, with the wing. Similarly to the Templar Commanderies, there's a lot of possibilities, a lot of combinations that I do agree, even today, are a little bit unexplored, I would say. So, plenty of potential there as we see. I mean, what am I looking at right now, Crackety?
That was Anat going for a big brain play and actually forcing Wham to go into the spot with the scout, where he's now trailing Anat's scout.
Oh yes, of course, with the wall. It's always a bit of an iffy thing to do because of the post at the end of the palisade. I think he deleted it, right, to prevent the pathing through it. Most likely, and yeah, forcing the scout to go around is pretty significant here. Wham. Does have a decent amount of sheep though still found behind, and of course he is Ayubits. He gets the berry bonus, so not as many sheep as you would have probably otherwise found, but not a big loss at the end of the day. I do wonder what we're gonna see here though. I mean, growth makes the most sense here, especially with the way Wham split his villages on berries. And then, as I say, it is logistics. Yeah.
Logistics also still just very nice, because actually in this matchup it doesn't make sense. I was about to like give it a reason for existence, but like it's Rus, they're just gonna fast cast. So maybe the reason is you want to do aggression? Look at how disgusting Anat's space spawn is though. Like the wood line, it's actually connected to the cliff.
Ah, yeah, that's pretty nasty indeed. So there's only 2 narrow entryways between the 2 wood lines, and the wood line and the cliff serving as entry points to Anat's base, besides the back 2 narrow entrances, of course. Golden Gate being rushed up with 6 actually here for Anat. Yeah, logistics. You are right that normally loses some value in these cases where you can't really be aggressive with them, or where you're not being aggressed onto. However, we have seen this in the past where Rus fast castle timings get punished by Ayubids with dives using the logistics swing. I know there's a few players that have become somewhat known for that. MSN, for instance. And that can definitely pay dividends if you migrate effectively, cause a lot of idle time in exchange for nothing but APM, really.
That's quite the quickly rushed up Golden Gate here for Anat, at least with a lot of villagers. Timing overall fairly normal. Courtesy of just opening up with the deer there. Delay you a little bit. I'm wondering if he's still gonna be going for Pro Scout immediately, because on Altai there are actually still like a ton of deer out on the map that you can pick up.
There are, exactly. It's worth it in theory, right? If you can get those deer. It's a similar case, I think, to Front Range, where there's actually way more deer than on a regular map. So in theory, it makes a lot of sense. But the issue is the distance of a lot of those deer, right? It's quite difficult to get them back safely. And you start with the whole deer pack, that's 7. You have a second smaller one, that's 10. 6 in the middle. Already, that's more than you would get on most regular maps. Only by 2 though, so... But then you have the third one as well on the back there, to make it a total of 19. So it could in theory be worth it, but... I mean, if you start on deer like Anatan did, then... Yeah, that normally doesn't make as much sense, and we see Wham. Well... It's a bit of a signature move, isn't it? For the Canadian brothers.
Dervish deer luring. What a classic. What a classic to forget.
A throwback indeed. Rip deer pushing. Gone, but not forgotten. But apparently also not gone in this case.
Not gone, nor forgotten. It still lives on. And Wham, he's getting a really, really good age up timing in behind us. Look at that. He's so quick with the age up. Like, Anaton's still far, far, far behind.
Yeah, I do wonder what Anatan's plan is. I mean, the investment into Wheelbarrow makes me think that there's some intention of feudal age play here, but the timing is just not there, right? I mean, what are you really going to achieve here? Especially with the spawn there from Wham. I mean, look at that gold. That is not an easy goal to push into.
Yeah, not at all. All the way in the back, firmly secured. Getting another stable? Got a second stable now for Anaton? Kind of wild. So, triple stable. Triple stable mass horseman. Hello? What?
Are we missing something?
I don't... Is he just like hiding that? No, he's actually sending them forward. Because there is a player that just that likes to like make like 15 horsemen and just put them inside of a TC and wait for, I don't know, something to pop them out. But yeah, this is.
But
doesn't
why?
Like not against this Sif. Like Ayubit's gonna make Camel answer. I don't know. Like look at this as well. This poor horseman is getting bullied.
Yeah, I mean,
it's so sad.
The thing is the camel lancers, right? Like, what's the horseman going to do against the camel lancers? Unless somehow he thinks that Wham would expect horse archers, so he would go for desert raiders instead to counter. But I mean, it's. I don't know. This seems like such a stretch.
It is. He's just pulling the ships now as well.
Oh,
I am Mr. Horseman.
Well, that hurts quite a bit.
Will be missed. And then he's just making more horsemen. He's getting Pierce Armor in. He's gonna dive. He's just gonna go for the dive. There's no production. Oh, is he just gonna burn the production building? The one production building that Wham's gonna have?
Oh, I've seen this
He's going
before.
for it.
Yeah. This is actually pretty significant.
It is. Oh, he didn't bring the dervishes back.
Yeah, the
Wait,
dervish
what
not
is
being
going
hit.
on?
No way. There's just no way.
There is, but also there is.
Unbelievable. He's going to lose so many villagers. Well, actually, is he, though? Because the Camel Lancer is in queue. The dervishes are here. The dervishes might be what determines whether he survives here or not. Because otherwise, he would actually be dead, I think. And it looks like, yeah, it's just too much. Actually, this is insane.
He's gonna lose his entire, like, villager advantage that he got with the age up.
At least. But this is an all-in move, isn't it? Like,
It is very much,
essentially
and, like,
has to
the
kill.
horseman, in theory, can't kill anything. He's just body blocking. The dervish has such a large, like, stature. Put it like that.
Is this enough damage, though? I mean, a couple vills... Nah, probably not.
It's such
No
a
more
big,
vills
it's
are
such a
gonna
big
die.
all-in. It's
Yeah.
such a big all-in. The villager count now is even. He killed 7 villagers. That's nice, of course, but he's an age behind. And Anat realized, oh, shit, I'm in trouble. I didn't do enough damage. Quickly walled off my map.
Yeah.
And then he walled off the map.
Maybe that buys me enough time to survive here after this. I mean, the horsemen are going to serve as a good distraction, but I mean, the best they can do is try to hunt dervishes and delay Wham here. But I mean, he completely cancels out growth. That's good, right? But there's just nothing really behind this for Anat, right? I mean, he has wheelbarrow and is now trying, looks like, to go towards the castle age. Actually bought wood.
Wood? Oh, he's going
What?
double. This is such a... This is a fever dream of a game. No, he killed a dervish! Okay, good.
Okay, that's a cook.
Yeah.
Unleash tier 1 now in as well. Nice little plus 10% boost here for the Iubids in gathering speed. Definitely significant bonus. And all the
Feels
deco
like-
upgrades in for Wham, except wheelbarrow.
Yeah, it took quite a while for Wham to get additional Camel Lancers out on the field. He's only on 3. The thing that I'm worried about, like Anat, if you look at... Can we take a look at his Golden Gate tickets right now? Because there's like... Yeah, he doesn't have any left, so he's actually gonna... 9 gold to age up.
That's insanity here. Quite rarely you see this sight as the Rus, but this would be the map where this happens. 4 walls coming in here for Anat, but looks like on the right side there is one Lancer, I think, that's gonna steep in. And of course, yeah, they did just come in as the dervish is also being chased. We have one, yeah, there it is. Yeah, actually kills 2 of the villagers. That's so the timing is impeccable.
At the same
from
time, though,
Wham
on the
there.
gold of Wham, villagers are gonna get sniped. 1 goes down on the gold. Horseman didn't get any more, though. The Camel Lancer is there now to defend. Oh, they're gonna go for another one. Not finding it this time around, though. But yeah, the thing at the end of the day is that if Wham's now able to still get all of the relics in, which, okay, he can't get all of them because one is being... Wait a second, why did that relic spawn, like, inside of the base of Anton? Is this EGC ulti or is this normal ulti? I think there's an EGC ulti. Okay,
Yeah, I think
EGC
it's...
ulti, okay.
Yeah, well, Wham has the same thing. I think this happens, I think it's just on EGC, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it must be EGC ulti, right? Because, like, on normal ulti, chances are typically that the close relic still spawns behind the cliff.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely, I do remember. Blacksmith now being dropped for Wham as well. Anat, he's, the spear's paid off. He secured himself somewhat. He did pay 5 villagers for it, though, as well. Did pick up another one, though, from Wham's side. But he's now on the way to the castle edge. However, this timing...
He's not even clicked it yet.
Yeah, and this few civilizations with more brutal all-in timings than Iubids, that's for sure.
This is peak Manjanique hours right now.
Indeed, and especially with the way the fortress and the high trade house is positioned, I
And
mean,
all
a
the
few
woodlines in
Manjaniques-
general.
Yeah,
You can just fire over the woodline.
Exactly. Like this spot is begging for Manjanique.
That's not a Manjanique.
That is very far from a Manjanique. I mean, I'm just I'm
That's,
not mad. I'm just kind of disappointed.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's a Mansion disappointment if I've ever seen one.
Without a doubt. Oh well. That's why we can't have nice things. But at least we have Wheelbarrow coming in and Steel Arrow, so that's something.
Something. And we've got dervishes that can't be killed by horsemen.
Ah,
But they
it's never gonna
can
happen.
kill villager. No, they can't kill a villager. The dervish would never allow that. Go, villager, pull the ship. Show him what you're made of. Or
Maybe,
don't.
maybe if he had all 3 of the melee techs in Imp, he can out damage the dervish, but I don't think so.
I love how the dervish is on attack move and he's like running away. And whenever like a hit comes in, oh, I'm gonna heal. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna heal. Oh, I'm done.
It happens.
That's,
Anat he's just sticking to his guns. It's just more.
It's
horsemen.
more horsemen. Yeah.
I mean, in theory, Horseman Spear can deal with this composition. The issue is the numbers here, but yeah.
It's a numbers game at the end of the day.
It's insane, really.
We'll seek shelter. Villagers trying to cuddle up to the enemy unit. And
I didn't
Anat
know.
realizes, okay, this strategy needs to go back in the oven because it is still raw. GG comes
Yeah.
in, and that means that we'll be having a match point game. Wham! 2-2 to Anat.
As it was mentioned before, right, these players, Wham and Anat, when they meet, they often go the full length, so closely matched them two. And yet again, we witnessed that here. One game to decide it all between these two here. Of course, neither will be eliminated, win or lose here. That will be determined tomorrow. But still, a lot to be gained here. Securing the spot and, not having to worry about fighting yet again tomorrow. And yeah, this was quite special.
Very special. I mean, I can see the vision. It's just that, legitimately, if it weren't for the dervish, that would have worked. If it weren't for the dervish, and that's
It's
crazy
true.
to me.
It's true. I genuinely think Wham is just straight up dead. If this doesn't work, he would have lost probably double the villages if not for the dervish. But the issue,
He could have
The
even
thing
not
is,
lost a single villager. Like, legitimately, didn't even need to lose a single one.
potentially, right? But I mean, one or two villagers will get pinched by all the horsemen, right? He definitely could have lost way less, but not losing any. I mean, we need some incredible micro for that to happen, which I mean, I'd love to see, but it's pretty difficult. Speaking of difficult, though, Holy Island. That's a difficult map.
It is the holiest of islands. Yeah, it is a difficult map because it, by default, requires you to have 2 eyes. You need 1 eye for land and 1 eye for water. And typically, people only look at one thing at the same time.
It's true. Some people have the marvelous skill of being able to split individually where either of their eyeballs are pointing. An invaluable skill on this map, I'm sure. But
They're just getting looked at in a weird way by children in the playground.
exactly right. That would be useful here, but I'm not sure either of these players had that ability. I don't recall seeing it, having met both of them. But Anat and Wajushi.
He says it.
Without a
He
doubt.
says it all the time, and he's quite confident with Juji's legacy. He says, "My Juji's legacy can never be beaten. It's been beaten a couple of times in the past, but those don't count." So, yeah, it's gonna be interesting, to say the least. HRE, we've seen it from Marine Lord, still a very, very strong civ on water. Juji's legacy, they're special. They're special in their own ways, and Yeah, I mean, especially on Holy Island, sometimes you get like these absurdly obscene meditation garden spots that like give you as many resources for villagers.
It's true. A big bonus on a map like this. Sometimes we see that being... it's notably on Kawasan that we see that being counterplayed, less so on Holy Island. But in theory, it's something that could be attempted here, right? Especially with a civ like the HRE, that early economic bump is not to be underestimated. But the problem is, right, that on Kawasan, you know, the spears can deny the docks completely. Here they can as well, but there's 3 other islands to go to as well, so... not as easier said than done.
4 seconds separating us.
Do wonder though. Holy Island is interesting in the dynamic that it's way harder to push on water here.
It is. It's a lot of distance that players have to like travel, and yeah. We'll see exactly what's going to be happening here. We do know how Anat typically likes to play, and he's immediately not doing that. Instead of just rushing the feudal age, he is actually going to be moving to water immediately. Okay, unexpected. That's not the Anat that I know. Not my Anat. Not sure who this imposter is. He's actually playing water in Dark Age. That's Ryuji's legacy.
I'm going straight towards the shoreline here. Wham, no surprises there. Meanwhile, Anatan, we have seen a very interesting build on this map before from Kiliardi, actually, where he forgoes fishing altogether and goes for a very brutal timing with an aggressive dock and a fast age up. Not going to be the case here for Anatan. Instead, he opts to play pretty standard initially here. And yeah, these are some hot spots for sure.
Decent, slightly decent. Yeah, like you can put it probably like right next to the middle gold, get all 3 gold veins. Okay, that you, I don't think you can go for this one, mainly because you can't fit the meditation garden in between, but also because that's on the side of your opponent's base, like of the
Never
opponent's
say
side
never,
of the map.
Crackedy.
I refuse.
We have here a lot of sheep on that scout there from Wham. Normally,
I would kill that sheep.
yeah. I mean, thing is actually though, is it worth it? Because especially as Jushi, you have very tight timings on this early build and not gathering the food, right?
You're gonna have to do a lot of traveling with the villager now, anyways. Like he's gotta go all the way back, so you might as well kill a couple of these sheep here, right?
Yeah,
There we
that's
go.
true.
That's minus 400 food. And now you can actually, like, you just forced the enemy scout. Oh, you just forced the enemy scout. Imagine now you get your own scout over here and just suddenly take the sheep away.
Oh, you took the words from my mouth. That would be special, and I'd love to see it. But looks like Anatan's scout is all the way in the north. He might try to do it later. He's coming back towards the base. Wham though is already moving on the gold, so looks like Wham is going to prioritize a quick age up here.
He's got to go into gold a little bit earlier just because he's HRE. Needs to gather a little bit overtime. Oh, there we go. Another sheep.
No,
Give it another
three.
sheep.
Oh,
Oh,
is he gonna?
okay.
Nah, he's not gonna fall for it. He's not gonna fall for it. Close though.
Kill another. Kill another.
Wait.
He's going for the scout kill?
He's gonna win this. He's gonna win this. Yeah. But
Yeah, I mean it's gonna take forever for the
yeah.
Okay, that's
That's killed a lot of
effectively
sheep.
minus 800 food there on one screen.
It's true.
Yeah.
That is
1,000
indeed.
even. Yeah. Minus 1k.
Secondary dock now for Anatan as well. Meanwhile, Wham is firmly on his way towards the resources needed to get to that feudal age. I have to say though, from my experience practicing on this map, unless you go for a cheese timing with like very, very few or no fishing ships, a fast age up like this virtually never pays off.
Yeah. I mean, it depends, right? Like in this situation on this map, we've seen the meditation garden spots that are possible here. it can be worthwhile when you're getting like 75 gold per minute there on the top side. Getting the age up in at minute 3 compared to minute 5 can be worth it. Can be quite nice.
Yeah,
You can get some pretty intense timings in.
Yeah, for sure, you can definitely make an argument for it, specifically because of, like you said, the meditation gardens, getting that resin.
What is
earlier,
going on here?
Offset? No.
What is going on?
What?
Oh, he knows. Wham knows where the meditation garden would come in, and he is. Yeah, actually, no, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what he's. This is going to be Proxy House.
Okay. Wait a second. Oh, he wants to... Wait, is this just going to be a full proxy base here from...
Proxy Men-at-Arms. But Juji's Legacy get early Palace Guards that you can supervise, that can outrun Men-at-Arms and have the same melee armor.
And Zuganu, which will melt them very, very quickly as well. What's the idea here? I don't... Oh, it is a barracks. It is a barracks.
Indeed, so... It is going to be the Dark Age Man. Yeah, I mean, it's... So
is
if
this
Anat
just...
realizes... This is so, I want to say, like, incredibly... Oh, even a stable. Like, all of this can just be countered out with early Palace Guards.
This is something specifically on this map. Not in this situation, but something I was theorizing with another fellow player of potentially being very effective. As I said, not in this situation or with these civs, but in theory, purely because of the nature of the map, the defensiveness of the water, you can even throw arrow slits in there. You just very much limit your investment on water and instead sneak a full investment on land behind this, exactly this way. As I say that, it's not very sneaky though, considering the Men-at-Arms, the first one is going to reveal himself and hit directly here. But that is the starting gold for Anat, so...
Gonna get the outpost up in time though, if he commits to it. Even has a horseman to defend here. Pressure outpost isn't being finished up yet. Go for it. Double horseman. Yeah, and hand cannon placement. Oh, that is so much damage that Wham's taken here. The plan's just kind of falling apart. Seems right away.
Yeah,
this is such a risky strategy for like the match point game. It's crazy.
It really is. I mean, this is something that looks practiced at the end of the day, right? But I don't know if it was practiced in this matchup or what exactly the timing idea was here. Double stable now. I mean, the good news...
so gung-ho.
The good news for Wham, though, is that, you know, it's not like Anat has a severely stronger eco and, you know, the timing didn't work out. The fishing ship count is even. So, in theory, Wham is fine, really, even if he takes a couple of bad trades here. He's going to cause some idle time now as well.
Just going straight for the eco in the wood line, but there we go, Palace Guard. That's the answer. The answer to the horseman, the answer to the Men-at-Arms. If you can just pump out those Palace Guards, you'll be in a great spot.
That you will be. One village is very likely to go down here, though. That's a decent pickup here for Wham. And a lot of idle time. Yeah, that's very big as well, understated. It's a big pump here from Wham. The Arkan Chapel being put to maximal use here, without a doubt. He's gonna lose the official potentially. The official's dead.
Oh, that's a big loss.
Second one, maybe. No, not quite, but close. That might be worth it.
I don't know if it's worth it, but it's something. That much is for certain. We're getting more early Palace Guards in now, though. And those guys just, like, that Man-at-Arms is never gonna make it home. And
nope.
Typically, HRE Men-at-Arms are better than Palace Guards. Not in Feudal Age. In Feudal Age, Palace Guards absolutely mop the floor, even with HRE Men-at-Arms.
How much is the
You got-
move speed difference, I wonder? It's not that much. is it? But it
1.38
is
to
a bit.
1.24.
Point
And look at that, 120 HP to I don't know why. I don't know. Don't ask me. Nobody in the chat asked me. If you're asking me in chat, I'm not going to respond. But for some reason, early Palace Guards have 10 more health than Feudal Age Men-at-Arms. With the same armor and the same damage. I don't know why.
And considering that the Men-at-Arms has a shield as well, it makes it even more nonsensical.
Complete and total misinfo. Time to fact check. It's not a... So, okay. Pal, observe. Click one of the Palace Guards. 130 health. 3 melee. 9 damage. 120 health. 3 armor. Okay, it has 10 damage. Okay, that's the difference. But still, 10 more HP. For no reason.
Yeah, it does trade off 1 ranged armor, right? Which is pretty significant, but of course, there's no
10
range in it
health is
outside of
way more
Kuzuganu.
worthwhile.
Anat consolidating his eco further. I like how he responds to being... Oh, actually, no, he actually killed... I think it was 2 fishing ships, it looks like. Most likely. So now taking the lead by 3.
I didn't realize that you can just mass Men-at-Arms here. Both players now remassing on water as well, though. We're getting some more Springle shipped in on both sides. He's kind of running out of... We didn't come a little bit.
Yeah, he was actively gathering sheep under that Arkenchapel to afford this early pump, but the sheep by now are exhausted, I believe, especially considering he lost quite a few of them. We have some quick maths being displayed here.
An HP differential there.
Do wonder here, a lot of Men-at-Arms, a lot of Palace Guards. Looking a bit like, I mean, you know, quite often we see Palace Guard on Palace Guard on Men-at-Arms action in Feudal Age in lower ranks, right? But not often in high elo. Yet here we are in a tournament game witnessing it.
It's kind of funny how this game's kind of devolved now at this point in time, because we still have like these 3 random production buildings from Wham over on the side of Anat's base.
But they're gonna come in use later, I'm sure. You know.
Surely.
It's kind of like that case, you know that classic a classic meme where I'm not sure if there's an actual name for the format, but something, you know, is really good at the lower end of something, then it's useless for a while, and then at the top level again, it comes full circle and it's actually really good.
I know exactly. You're talking about like the graph meme.
Yeah.
Like down, then up, and down again.
Yeah. What, I'll be honest, I have never seen a Holy Island game with so little action on water.
See, it's a
land.
hybrid map, not a water map.
This game proves it beyond any reasonable doubt, I would say.
Back
Finally, we have one of the first significant water clashes here. Springwood
And at the same time, Wham's also preparing for land. Ooh, the wraparound though with the demo ships.
Oh, that's
That is a
massive.
huge. Oh my god, it's so big. It is so massive. 2 Springle ships going down. And Anat also taking down the demo ships there from Wham. Wham's gonna have to fall back. Same time, Wham doesn't quite fall back all the way. Does also attack at the same time, but is gonna have to back off. But he can't back off because these Palace Guards are actually quite speedy.
They are indeed. So normally HRE is the one who punishes the ones who overextend due to their movement speed, but now that is being reversed courtesy of the Palace Guards. It's quite funny though how this you're going to have no chance of keeping up with the Palace Guards. That's
Yeah,
quite funny to see.
They're just they're part of the gang, except they're also not. At this point in time, he's got so many villagers outside of the inspiration of the...
It appears we have some contention of your theories. That could be.
Oh no. But Altune, that's in a vacuum.
the one and only.
That's in a vacuum where it's only up against men at arms. Like in an army, the Palace Guards provide more worth as a meat shield unit.
Make sure you, I hope you tapped your forehead
Get your facts
as you were
straight.
saying that.
Actually.
Wordplay is quite hesitant to do a full commitment here, understandably so, as the armies are very similar in strength here. Army value lead is in favor of Anat. However, Palace Guards are more expensive, as we have just done.
Oh, he's getting some villager kills, actually. A lot of villager kills. Anat. A lot of villagers just got killed there.
Big damage being caused there. And idle time as well behind this. This is a
Anat
big
has the
mass.
army in theory to fight back, right? Like he's got 20 Palace Guard.
But the upgrades as well, heavily in favor.
He
here
was
for
reading
Wham.
chat. He was reading chat and now no longer has faith in Palace Guard. Altune just lost in the game.
That might be it, potentially. I mean, as soon as you lose faith, we know that the stats of the unit decreases immediately. So, as a result of that...
Look at how well they're doing. Look at how well the Palace Guards are doing. There we go. Altune, your statistics are wrong, and you should feel bad.
Show match. The village is
both
now
players
directly under threat.
It's interesting that the fight's not really like being taken right now. Like both players have such a large army. Gonna lose a village here. Anton's gonna have to rebuild that. House for the time being.
I do think there's a notable lack of Zuganu here from Anat. I mean, I guess he's wary of horsemen. There were a lot of them on the field from Wham earlier, but really, Zuganu is your premium unit here as the Jushi. The archers just cannot cope with the damage output, even with the additional movement speed that Wham's archers have. Sure, they have an extra half range, but you can't manifest it well enough to actually lead to an advantage.
Cathedral actually now coming up here for Wham. Anton, he still hasn't taken the fight there. He's gonna pick up... Okay, I'm not sure what these archerships are doing there. Probably trying to go for a little bit of a raid on the fishing economy. Anton, he's lost a lot of villagers now. Just lost a couple more yet again. Just not really moving out. He lost 3 more villagers there on the gold.
That is
I'm just
painful.
wondering why, because he's got a large army. He's got more than double the men-at-arm numbers here out on the field.
Wham, why is he taking this fight? This could be really pivotal.
That is a bad fight for him to...
Lost 80 up as well.
And Anton could have taken a fight like this the entire time.
Oh, this is disastrous. I don't understand why he actually entered, like, charged forward into the fight there. I mean, sure, he can't run away effectively. The Palace Guards are faster, but I mean, you're not going to take that much damage on the retreat. It's not like the Zuganu will ever catch up in time.
Yeah.
And this is now... what looks like, I think, in favor of Wham is suddenly completely turned around, and I think Wham could be in big trouble here.
Most definitely. Wham has to pull all of the villagers away from the gold now. Doesn't have any... do we have emergency repairs on that outpost? Not being utilized. We don't have any prelates at the moment yet, picking up any of the relics, and there are a lot of relics here on this map. We're not going to be able to pick off the remaining couple of archers here.
I will say, though, it is nice seeing the players, as the day goes on, them also getting progressively more unhinged, just as we, the casters, are too. As just a swath of Palace Guard now, with the veterans here, are diving directly in the economy up. Nice little split there from Wham to at least save half the villages, but they're standing still.
Wham!
Wham!
Villagers!
No. Wait,
oh
is this
my
EGC?
god.
No, he was distracted the whole
can't
time,
be.
yeah. That is disastrous.
He's also going for water engagement at the same time.
Oh no, Wham.
It's even numbers.
The hopes are dwindling here in this game.
Where are the knights? They're not here.
They were
They're in the
produced
proxy
from
knight.
the stables.
Stables.
On Anat
And he's just lost all the villagers, all the worker lead that he managed to get on the other side. He just lost.
It's quite funny how
What
the
is happening
proxy
here?
is working against him, being forced to come all the way back to base. Yeah, I do think he has an upgrade lead on
Maybe
water,
come back
though,
on
if
water?
I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this is the chance that he needs, but he needs to completely wipe Anat on water, I think, to really
Yeah.
come back here, which easier said than done, especially on this map.
Villager migrations the entire time. It's been so painful to watch. And Anaton's got more knights than Wham.
Just like that. And the better knights as well on top of it once the Dali horses comes in, if it does so, but are we even going to reach that point? It does appear like Wham is quite decisively winning on water, but it'll be a while before that win on water
can't
actually
get gold.
manifests. No.
He can't get gold anymore.
And he's still producing men-at-arms.
Ah, that is a rough one. Rough situation. Sure, he's gonna win on water now, but how is he gonna come back from the situation? He would need like water trade.
No relics collected either behind this as well, despite the Regnitz. Even the Prent inside the Aachen could have jumped out to pick one up, but
He could land on the middle island and get gold there. That's a way.
it's
Back
an
in.
idea. I'm not sure he's gonna have villagers left on the main island by the time the transport ship reaches that island, but it could potentially work.
God, all the villagers down.
It's disastrous here in game number 5
Yeah.
for Wham. It was looking so good earlier on there for Wham, pushing Anatan back, taking some good trades, killing a bunch of villagers, but I can't understand whatsoever the reasoning behind that fight. Maybe it was focused on
Yeah.
water and looked away. Might have been a misclick, but all of a sudden, Wham, with very little hopes left in this game, finds decent damage here. I mean, the economy count has been closed quite a bit, and Anatan is not noticing these villagers dying on the gold.
That's
Again,
crazy.
Anatan has no water left whatsoever, but
And Wham's
Wham-
raiding with the proxy. Well, try to.
That's
What
just
is this
crazy.
game?
It's I don't know. I gave up on trying to understand this one. Well, one thing's for sure, that was fun.
Yeah.
But is it even over?
How long is it gonna take for TC to burn down? Still with emergency repairs.
I mean, at this point, there's more lances on the field than Wham has ships and lances and prelates combined, so...
This
it's a
is the
pretty
moment
dire
in time
case.
where Wham needs to start water trading somehow. Needs to somehow get enough wood in for like the first trade ship.
Somehow.
From there on out, the true game can begin.
I like how there's zero income for Wham whatsoever outside of his fishing ships. His villagers are, however
he's
many
going
there
for
are
it.
left.
He's running. He's making a run for it.
Oh, and Anatan had them on click. Oh, but he notices just in time. And there's a few, and there's a lancer and a horseman there to meet them as well. There's the boarding party.
Going to the ships. There's the transport ship.
Oh no. Oh, that's gonna be a massacre before they reach it. So many will go down. They will make it, but at what
9.
cost here?
Quite a
Oh
cost.
no. Wait,
But now he's getting gold again.
wait,
All
wait.
his landmarks
Is he
are
though? Wait, is there... Wait, there's villagers already on the island? Oh, okay. We
already sent some over.
We missed that one.
The thing is, he still can't protect any of his landmark.
No, you cannot.
And he doesn't have wood. Like, he can't make water trade. There's nothing he can do, really.
There really isn't, honestly. I mean...
There is a market.
There's a market and a dream. One can only sell so much fishing food for gold, or buy wood with that obtain gold for that matter, but...
Anaton's just gonna age up to Song Dynasty, go for farm transition on land, and, you know, eventual Yuan Dynasty.
It's looking pretty dire. worse and worse. And I mean, Wham, he's still making lances, right? Which, you know, is at the end of the day, it's like even worse because the lances are just weaker than Anatans at the end of the day, despite the
And they're just gonna get picked off as well.
Exactly, despite the ridiculous number differential on top of it. So I think it pains me to say, but Wham looks to get the short end of the stick here today, and is going to be forced to fight tomorrow for his spot in this tournament. So, you know, it's sad to see him lose. It would be sad to see Anatan lose, of course. I love them both. But they're not out, no matter which one loses, although, you know, it's looking quite likely which one it is at this point.
It's the seeding, right, that you don't want to give up.
It's true. It is pretty big. Emergency repairs coming in, just a second.
Oh my god, don't tell me he's gonna use it again.
Of course.
He's gonna use it again. It's not gonna repair it that much though, it's also burning at the same time. All Lancers and a dream.
Maybe.
Nah, don't.
Can... Okay.
Don't.
I'm sorry. I'm not even there.
Oh, he's trying to counter repair. He bought wood to repair. Oh? You were saying, Miriam?
You know, I am a relentless coper. So, okay, don't worry. It's fine. No, there's no coping through this one.
Unless
if you really believe, if you set your mind to landmark sniping Anat and
experience tranquility.
Around the meditation gardens is the tranquility to be found.
All we need right now is the Swabia on the island and water trade. I'm surprised that we don't have any water trade yet. Like just a single one to like get the ball rolling, right?
True.
Come
I mean,
on.
frankly, I have seen a worrying amount of players win with 0 land presence on this map. And
Yes.
so, you know,
I see a lot of dots moving towards the base here from Wham again. A lot of spearmen this time around, lots of spear horsemen and some lances as well. Don't think Wham's prepared for that.
The spearmen as well.
Is he actually
just
trying
too
to
much.
get... Yeah.
It's just, I mean, do we must have trade ships being produced now, right? I believe.
At least one. He's got
two of
two.
them.
There we go. Okay. 2 is gonna be enough. 2 is gonna be enough to kickstart the water comeback. Dude, if he actually gets the win condition in for it, I'm gonna be excited. I'm gonna be engaged in this game.
Well,
He's getting there. He's getting to Swabia. He's not letting up. Wham! He's gonna try it all.
oh, he's
He's
gonna
gonna try it.
Here's the reality.
He's
though,
gonna
right?
do it.
If Wham is destined to win this game, he will do so in, I don't know, at least an hour from now. Let's be honest. That's like kind of how long it needs to take.
Yeah,
And,
it's gonna take that long, but it is possible. And the thing is, there's still more resources along the shoreline that he can protect with his ship. So he could like garrison transport ship units over to like the stone there on the shoreline, get a keep up. But he needs to age up quickly here. He needs to age up very, very quickly here.
But
Oh my
Nico,
god, he needs a little bit more food.
does
His
he
landmarks
still
are
have
about
the
to snipe.
market To buy food? Does he still
He
have
doesn't have the market anymore.
No,
It's
he
been burned
lost
down.
it. There's no wood.
Swabia, Swabia, Swabia! Everything,
no.
it's too late, it's too late!
too late.
Anatun, he does it!
Emergency repairs?
There, the
there's
DC's
no
down,
TC,
he can't!
yes. It's over.
GG comes in! Wham
Forced
cannot
GG.
come back! Oh my god.
truly the game to round out the day here.
Oh, what a
Oh
set.
my
What a
God.
series.
I'm
Oh.
almost crying, man. Holy moly. That was
It was one of those sets where you could just cry at the end, but man, that was incredibly entertaining. Anat winning 3-2 against Wham. What a back and forward between the two.
I don't even know what to say.
Oh,
I have nothing to say.
absolute
If I
cinema.
speak, I'm in trouble. Big trouble.
Oh man, that was amazing. That was amazing. The entire series between them. Holy. Oh, what weird games. What weird games. Like, it's starting off with Coastal Cliff with the random, like, Lancaster Castle in the middle of the map, the boar getting sniped. Frisian marshes then. Just incredible amount of units harassing the Malian economy. Forge with Japanese, just the all-in at the end. Well, not the all-in, but like the farm transition, the timing then with the mass mounted samurai.
You know what's
Also, it
special?
was the weirdest game.
You could say that one again. I mean, I do know who's responsible for that, but it sounds like someone waiting on the line for us.
I will be able to ask Anat ourselves. And ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Anat. Congratulations on winning against Wham 3-2. How you feeling after this chaotic set?
To be honest, yeah, I feel relieved because I was scared to meet Mudan once again, and I feel ashamed because I feel like I don't really deserve victory. I was just not played my best.
Well, sometimes you might feel like you're not performing at your best, but it might still be enough in order to win the set. In this case, it definitely was enough, but I've got some questions for you, Anat, and I'm sure the chat also has some questions here for you. One thing first that everybody wants to know: who made you do this on Altai?
Man, look at his spawn. What I can do? I was hesitated to not pick Rus but pick JD and do the same with Horseman, but I was scared of HRA a bit. Like, he had 4k foot and 4k gold in the back. Like, I feel like it's a good map for Ibit, but yeah, I don't know what to do versus it. So I just, okay, let's go.
I mean, like, what was the idea with the Horseman play there?
Man, I'm teammate with MSN and Valdemar. Like, I combine.
Yeah, okay, that's all we want to know. That's all we want to know. We want to ask who made you do that. Okay, we gotta answer. Oh man. Other than that though, that Holy Island game. What were you thinking? Like midway through, like when you saw the proxy building suddenly coming in?
To be honest, I was not super surprised because like I played with Myrtle this matchup and I just died 1 month term. So I was like kind of prepared to make units like SAP after Infilage. So like I was surprised to see how much production, but I was ready to defend his attack.
It was definitely like a very, very back and forth game, and truly, like, we saw you just play very, very aggressive throughout this entire series. Just looking at like the Coastal Cliff games, you weren't really afraid to dive the Lancaster Castle, diving past the all the manors there. Frisian Marsh as well. Dark Age, you just fully pumped the Spearmen. Even when Wham reacted with a lot of Gonzos, just make more Spearmen. In the end, you will get the Imams there to buffer up your units. But yeah, overall, like, these were some really, really interesting games that you played. And I want to ask you, obviously, you've been practicing a lot recently as well for the tournament. I want to ask, get your opinion. You said earlier you didn't feel like you performed that well. How is your practice overall going? Like, even if you didn't perform that well today, do you think overall, like, your practice is paying off, that you're feeling prepared for the tournament, even if today wasn't peak performance?
Unsure, like, I played a lot of Path of Exile, now I'm playing Megabonk, mostly. I hope that next week I can catch up a bit, because yeah, I feel like I'm a bit fell compared to Marilord, LMC, right? Vortex Canadians. Today I think I only won based by draft. Like I feel like I'm only one person in top 8 who can lose the China-Japanese matchup.
Honestly, I think that was just... I don't think Japan is that bad in this matchup as well. Like, when you get to a point, like, you had some really crazy good transitions in that game as well with China, though. Like, the delayed Pro Scout and the timing when that deer came in just when, like, the sheep ran out. That was quite nice to see. Like, the timing behind it was truly immaculate. Man, I'm honestly just... Whenever we get to watch you, it is such a joy because you bring so much, like, fresh innovation, I want to say, with your builds. You're not afraid of trying some wacky new things, even in tournaments, and making it work many times as well. And, yeah, just... It's always such a pleasure to watch you plan. Anat, congratulations. You were able to beat out Wham 3-2 today. And, yeah, I'm just very much excited to see more from you. And, as I said, always a pleasure to see you play. VS Anat. Been a pleasure. I'm gonna release... Yeah, I'm gonna release you into the night. Have a good one, Anton. Alright. There we go.
A bit of a staring contest going on there at the end, I see, and I'll be honest, Anatan was winning that one. That's
He was. I had to flinch. You know, you see how he grew out his beard. Like, he's copying me. I'm intimidated immediately. This is, like... It took him, believe it or not, he was clean-shaven yesterday. It took him all but, like, 10 hours to grow that beard.
I mean, with such a massive amount of testosterone, right? I mean, it works out.
When you're 2 meters tall, right? Like, it's a genetics, man. He's blessed differently.
Constructed abnormally, even some might say. But I mean, what a day! I don't know what to say. These sets were incredible. I'm so glad to have done it, especially having done it with you, Crackedy.
It's been a pleasure as well, Myriad. Always a pleasure being able to cast with you. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it for us for today. We're going to quickly go over the groups because even though this might be it for today, this was the last game for the day, there is still a lot more EGC Masters Fall action going on and will be continuing tomorrow. But let's look at our group stage here right now because these are the games that we'll be looking at tomorrow because we have the decider rounds ahead of us. Group A is going to be B versus Kiljardi, how we like to pronounce the R from time to time. And that is definitely an interesting one. An aggressive player and an unorthodox but still aggressive player. Happy Paw versus Demu on the chopping block. Okay. Some highly rated names there as well. Definitely going to be some interesting games there in group number B. There we go, Group C. It is going to be Wham versus Numedan. Anton himself said that he doesn't want to, like, he's scared of Numedan. And honestly, I'm looking at the mugshot of Numedan and he's staring right into my soul, Myriad. I'm like, that is the stuff of nightmares right there. And Wham, he's going to be feeling it tomorrow.
The man has improved immensely as well. So no wonder that there are high emotions regarding that. Looking at the last one in Group D, we have Lucifer facing Mia-Maika, one of the most aggressive players in this scene, in the form of Lucifer facing a man who truly has a mind of his own when it comes to this game, Mia-Maika. Both of them on the chopping block here. Only one winner and one loser that will be eliminated, will be determined tomorrow. That's going to be an exciting series as well, no doubt about it. And we can catch it all tomorrow at the same time. 15 GMT, and
here on the EGC TV,
the only place to catch some of the best Age of Empires 4.
The place for S-tier tournaments in Age of Empires 4. Myriad, it's been a pleasure. Thank you all so much for being here, supporting us on EGC TV. It's been a pleasure casting for all of you guys, and we'll be back tomorrow, bringing you guys even more Age of Empires 4 goodness. Until then, don't forget, tomorrow